Yep, I see a Council Dais. One now. Taylor, if you go ahead and make me co-host before we get too far along. All right. If y'all need to do a mic check from the room itself again, let me know. I'm not sure if that's been reset or not.
Kevin, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Hey, Kevin, I'm
Yes, sir.
Kevin Marquez again.
Yes, sir.
Kevin,
Can you hear me?
Kevin,
Yes, sir.
I can't hear you.
All right, let's see what that's about.
Nope, can't hear you.
It
Something,
should.
Kevin, I can hear you.
something changed since I left out.
All right, I hear Kevin and I hear support services.
Kevin, yeah, Ken, if checked it with him, I was able to hear him. Now I can't hear him at all now. Okay, I'll call you right back.
Hey, Marquez, is this any better?
Uh, give me a 5 count, Kevin.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You got him?
Okay.
Hold on, Kevin. You kind of low, Kevin.
Yeah, nothing has changed on my end.
Can you hear him?
Yeah, you're coming in loud and clear.
I'll move that as long as you can hear him. Can you hear him? And you can hear me talking?
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
I can hear you, Kevin. Can you hear me talking to the video, Kevin? What
Yep.
about you, Kenneth? Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right, thanks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Charles Allen. I'm the Ward 6 council member and chair of the council's Committee on Transportation and the Environment. Today is Friday, June 13th, 2025. I promise you we didn't schedule this hearing on Friday the 13th on purpose. We are convening in person in room 500 of the historic John A. Wilson building, as well as virtually over the Zoom platform. The time is now 9:14 a.m. and I'm calling to order this budget oversight hearing of the committee. Today, we will hear from public witnesses regarding the mayor's fiscal year 26 proposed budget for the following agencies: the Green Finance Authority, the DC Sustainable Energy Utility, and the Department of Energy and Environment. As you can tell from the witnesses in the room already, today is going to be a long hearing. Throughout the hearing, we will be a little bit limited in our questions, more so than usual, because we have almost 140 witnesses that are registered to testify. Everybody's testimony is valuable, particularly during this budget year, but I also want to make sure that we get to the last panel before 2 o'clock in the morning. So I'm asking for your grace in advance if we don't have very lengthy discussions with every panel, because we want to make sure that we can hear from everybody before we get too late into the night. Briefly, the Department of Energy and Environment, DOEE, is the district's leading agency for energy and environmental issues. The agency's mission is to improve the quality of life for residents of the district by protecting and restoring the environment, conserving natural resources, mitigating pollution, increasing access to clean energy, and educating the public on achieving a sustainable future. DOEE has wide-ranging responsibilities, including enforcing environmental regulations, monitoring and assessing environmental risks, developing energy policies, issuing permits, and providing funding, technical assistance, and information to residents and businesses in the district. The mayor's proposed FY26 operating budget for DOEE is $242 million, representing a 24% decrease from the FY25 approved budget. Much of today's hearing is going to be trying to understand the impact of that incredibly harmful and large cut to the agency's operating budget, and how the reduction in local funding is going to harm DC residents, prevent our ability to lower utility costs, hurt efforts to deliver clean water and air, and affect our ability to receive federal dollars. DOEE's FY26 proposed budget includes $7.4 million reduction in local funds and a $71 million decrease in special purpose revenue funds, and a slight increase in federal funding. I don't believe it. Though that increase must be balanced against the new uncertainty around federal grants generally. These federal grant payments have numerous restrictions. Some of them have not yet been awarded and cannot be viewed as a substitute or a replacement for the local dollars that have been cut from DOE's budget. DOE's capital budget is $18.6 million, which is a 1.2% reduction from the prior year. We'll also be hearing about the DC Sustainable Energy Utility, or the SEU. Their mission is to help residents, businesses, and institutions in the district achieve energy efficiency, reduce their energy consumption, and increase their use of clean and renewable energy sources. DC SEU offers a range of programs and services, including rebates, incentives, technical assistance, and education to support energy conservation and sustainability efforts across the city. The DC SEU is funded from the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, a special purpose revenue fund managed by DOEE. I shared this at the hearing on our government agencies, but I do want to note, and I have a hunch I'm going to hear a lot of agreement in our testimony today. I think this is the most devastating budget for the city's climate, energy, and environmental work that I've ever seen. If we were to pass the mayor's budget as proposed, it would be a complete retreat from more than a decade of work. Seniors will have to shoulder a higher cost and burden on utility costs. Low-income families will be hurt, and they will see their bills and costs go up. More kids are going to live in unhealthy homes. Our waterways will be dirtier. The air we breathe will be less clean. We would also lock in decisions for generational consequences for the climate and environment of our city with the way in which we build buildings and the commitments and goals that we've laid out. So make no mistake, the budget in front of us is devastating and will create a lot of harm. I know that I'm going to hear a lot of agreement today. We're not at the end of this going to have everything figured out and solved either. I know that there's going to be a lot of work in the next couple of weeks as we work to undo the damage that's being proposed and be able to figure out what our path forward looks like. So a couple of quick housekeeping things before we move on. For witnesses testifying in person or online today, please note the committee will be accepting written testimony from the public until the close of business on June 20th, 2025. And individuals are encouraged to submit testimony through the council's hearing management system, which can be found on the council's website at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings. We're going to turn to our first panel of witnesses. We have attempted to break them out into 11 different panels. Please refer to the agenda online and outside the hearing room for the most updated agenda. After each panel of public witnesses concludes their testimony, please stay on the Zoom or stay seated here for questions. Public witnesses testifying on their own behalf will have 3 minutes to testify. Those testifying on behalf of an organization will have 4 minutes. If there are multiple witnesses testifying on behalf of the same organization, we're asking that the first witness have the 4 minutes, and each subsequent witness will have 3 minutes. The committee will be using a timer to help follow along. I will go ahead and preface this now, and we'll likely have to say it multiple times. Please pay attention to the clock. Again, with 140 witnesses, I want to do my very best to respect everybody's time, but I'm asking for your help in that too, so that the 140th witness is valued just as much as the first. So please be mindful of that. And a reminder, witnesses can also use the Zoom chat function to contact the committee staff if you need any technical assistance. We're also, I know we have a large number of people that are in the room as well as on Zoom. So we're going to do our best for these panels where it'll be a bit of a mix, where some people will be sitting at the table, some on Zoom. Give me a little bit of grace if we need to be a little flexible to help move things around just to make sure that we get everybody in. So with that, I am going to go ahead and call our first panel of public witnesses. We have former Ward 6 Councilmember Tommy Wells, former Ward 3 Councilmember Mary Che, both of whom were former chairs of this very committee. We have Chris Weiss, the Executive Director of the DC Environmental Network, Laura Levinson, the Energy Committee Chair with Sierra Club DC Chapter, Susan Shore, the Zero Waste Committee Chair of Sierra Club DC Chapter, Larry Martin, Water and Natural Places Committee Chair, Sierra Club DC Chapter, Mark Rodefer, Co-Chair of Beyond Gas DC. All right, I already see we're going to probably fill up all the available chairs here, so we'll keep people in the wings to be able to move in. All right, so I called Mark Rodefer. Matthew Gravitt, Public Witness. Mateus Postian, Public Witness. Claire Mills, Chesapeake Climate Action Network, with the DC, who is the DC Campaigns Manager. Khalil Kettering, Executive Director of the Nature Conservancy. Brendan Shane, Climate Director, Trust for Public Land. Cliff Majurzik, Senior Advisor with the Institute for Market Transformation, and Nicole Steele, Director of Climate Policy with Amalgamated Bank. So again, I know we've called some names that not everyone can physically fit at the table. What we'll do is we'll kind of just cycle in, if that's okay with everybody, to make sure that everybody can testify. All right. So I believe Councilmember Wells and Councilmember Che, I've got both of you online. Excellent. So Councilmember Wells, I'm going to turn to you to kick us off. Good morning, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for the hearing and for your leadership. I'm thinking, I mean, you choose the order so I can go first, but it would be almost better for Mary Che to go first, but I will start. Let me say that it's an honor to be with.
You defer so well to your colleague.
If Mary Che's
just figured the
ready,
two of you
she
would flip the
should go
coin to figure
first.
this one
Mary
out.
Che's the architect of so much of the legislation that has been implemented that's being walked back. And I was very much part of the implementer of the bills that she led through the council. I would like to defer to Mary to have her go first as the architect of much of what we're talking about today.
That is fine by me. Councilmember Che, would you like to go first?
That's fine with me. Can you hear me?
We certainly can. We can see you, and good morning.
Okay, and good morning to you. It's nice to see everybody. And thank you for hearing my testimony. Now, since leaving the council 2 years ago, I have happily left council business to others, but the environmental budget that we have here, to my mind, which is a catastrophe, has compelled me to speak up. I served on the council for 16 years, and for many of those years, I was chair of this very committee. And we worked very hard, as you know, Charles, the entire council, and in terms of implementation, Director Wells, to protect the environmental health and the welfare of the district's residents. Now, there are 4 overarching points I'd like to make about this budget. First, this budget will devastate DOEE. It will devastate DOEE, one of the premier agencies of our government and one of the very best in the country. The financial toll is not just a huge chunk of DOEE money that's lost, but also the enormous loss of third-party money through grants. DOEE's standing is the result of years of work, and we stand to squander not only what we had hoped to do, but things we've done in the past. the investments of the past. And to give you just one example, the Green Infrastructure Maintenance Program will wither away, and so too the investments that we've already made in stormwater management. What a terrible waste. And there's more. This budget also attempts to unwind, weaken, or delay programs that don't have an effect on the district's budget, such as the Building Energy Performance Standards Program, the first of its kind in the nation and copied now by many states. Second, the timing of this DOE takedown could not be more unfortunate given the dangerous and backward actions at the federal level, which we must fight at every turn, of course, but it is now more than ever that we need states and the district to fill the gaps and more to lead, to protect our citizens from air and water pollution, the destruction of natural areas, and the health hazards of toxins and poisons. Obviously, we cannot make up for an environmentally rogue federal government, but we can do an awful lot to blunt their backward approach. Third, the environmental budget is a broken promise to the people of the District of Columbia. No, wait, I want to be blunt about this. This environmental budget is a fraud on the people of the District of Columbia. The representatives of the people have put through programs and have attached fees like the bag fee or fees on energy and utility bills to be devoted to specific purposes, to the special purposes designated. But now this budget converts the special purpose funds into lapsing funds. And because of budgeting rules, this will mean that about 80% of the monies will be swept into the general fund, with those revenues then to be used for any and all purposes, not the special purposes that we agreed upon when we imposed these fees. As just one example, the mayor will take about $80 million of the $100 million generated by the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, and it will be for general purposes and not for the purposes that were so designated. And basically what's happening here is that these now become actually taxes upon the people of the district and not special purpose funds agreed to. Finally, this environmental budget is an exercise in disinvestment. The executive has liked to celebrate investment in sports, investment in entertainment, investment in development projects. And that's all well and good. But investment in a healthy environment is what we also need. And that's not just for the environment per se, but also for the jobs, for the quality of life that attracts visitors and residents. And not only does this budget gut those investments, it actually puts at risk significant revenue because we will stand to lose millions in matching funds from our federal programs. And we are at risk too of fines and penalties, and rather hefty ones at that, by not meeting federal mandates. For example, our federal MS4 permit allows stormwater to be put into the rivers, but only if we take certain actions. And failure to take these actions exposes us to potentially huge fines and penalties. And the actions are beneficial in themselves anyway. The River Smart programs, the water quality monitoring, water retention programs, and so on. Now, council members and Chairman Allen, I don't envy you the task of trying to claw back money from here, there, and everywhere to make things right. But with the leadership of you, Chairman, and the members of your committee, and Chairman Mendelson, I know you know how to do it, and I'm confident that you will do it. Thank you very much for hearing my testimony.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Che. I hope you're able to stick around for a little bit as we hear from some others on this panel, but I definitely appreciate your words, and absolutely, we're grateful for the leadership that you've given this committee and the council previously, and I I know that myself and many members in the council are going to work incredibly hard to put this all back together again, but it is broken. I appreciate your candid and frank words about it. So thank you. Councilmember Wells, let me turn to you next.
Thank you very much, and very well said, Councilmember Che. Honored to be your colleague and then to work with you in implementing so much of this. Let me say that the mayor's proposed budget, it severs the trust of our residents at every income level who's been asked to pay higher energy and water bills and a 5-cent fee for single-use disposable bags. The budget breaks the mayor's and city council's promise to use these revenues for investments in a cleaner, healthier city, instead diverts them to cover short-term expenses. That's wrong. The surcharge on our energy bills for the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund is meant to help low-income residents reduce energy costs, improve the public health through cleaner energy consumption, retrofit buildings that have wasteful energy systems, and invest in renewable energy strategies for our future. It's helped create a sustainable green economy. Instead of maintaining these investments, the mayor's budget will use the money, $70 million, to pay for the city's power bill. The impervious area stormwater charge on our water bills was meant to help manage and clean stormwater before it pollutes our rivers. It's been instrumental in our progress in stormwater management. The Anacostia River is now swimmable most days. Sweeping those funds to supplement current city services is bad and short-sighted. The city council pledged that revenue from the 5-cent bag fee would be invested in restoring the health of our rivers. These funds have enabled nonprofits to employ young people to install trash traps and maintain them along the Anacostia River, organize volunteers to perform water quality monitoring across DC's waterways, and deliver education programs on protecting the city's watershed. This budget breaks that promise, and not just for this year, but for years to come. The mayor's budget proposes from now on all the money unspent for special purposes under these revenue funds by the end of each fiscal year will be swept into the general budget. I know from experience this would not only divert funds from their intended purpose, but also prove to be impractical. DOEE contracts and grants do not always start and end on October 1 in alignment with the fiscal year. So unspent funds under contracts and grants should not be treated as a windfall for the general revenue budget. In addition, the mayor's budget includes a short-sighted proposal to walk back our climate goals. Every delay in reducing carbon emissions increases the cost and difficulty of achieving those reductions in the future. As a leader for our nation in reducing carbon emissions, DC has a responsibility to continue addressing the existential threat of climate change. As a city council member and DOEE director, I helped develop and implement DC's commitments to clean, efficient energy and environmental stewardship. And I saw the enormous positive impact of our efforts. I fervently urge the city council to keep faith with our residents and restore the funding that was raised with the express purpose of securing our sustainable future. Thank you, council member.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Wells. And just like Councilmember Che, deeply grateful for the leadership you've shown on a lot of these issues, both on the council and in helping, as you said, implement many of these elements. So both of your words just carry a lot of weight, and I appreciate both of you taking time out to be able to help share them. And I hope that you can stick around a little bit so that we'll be able to turn some questions in a little bit. Let me next turn to Chris Weiss. Good morning.
It went off. Okay. Good morning, environmental colleagues, Chairperson Allen, and council members and staff, and Director Richard Jackson. Thank you for coming. My name is Chris Weiss. I direct the activities of the DC Environmental Network. I am so proud of our DC environmental movement that has helped generate what I believe is the largest group of public witnesses in the history of DOE budget hearings. It is also heartwarming and inspiring to have Tommy Wells, former DOE director, and Mary Che, former chair of this committee, participating in this hearing. They've both played a huge role in nurturing and growing the district's DOE's environmental programs. Minus their efforts, so much less would have been accomplished. We are all here to honor 2 decades of hard work that started with the introduction of the District Department of Environment Establishment Act by former Republican Councilmember Carol Schwartz in 2005. Since then, the council and advocacy community have been growing and nurturing DOEE to become the national example of what a good, dynamic environmental agency is supposed to look like. Why so many of us are here is explained by Chairperson Charles Allen, who said last week, the 24% taken from a single agency, DOEE, is pretty shocking. I also think it's papering over the federal dollars that we're pretending are going to somehow stay leveled. That's not true or what's happening. This isn't a 24% cut to the agency. I think it's closer to 30 to 40% because those total dollars ain't coming. I don't think this is the right budget choice. I think it is going to harm DC residents. It's going to harm our ability to grow and get projects going. It's going to harm the health of our residents. End of quote. Mayor Muriel Bowser's funding cuts are truly mimicking the dangerous and hurtful attack against the environment that Donald Trump is engaged in. Donald Trump would be proud of the mayor for so aggressively decimating clean energy, clean air, clean water, and other sustainability programs that are all about helping our city, our neighborhoods, our homes, and protecting and enhancing our chances of living healthy lives. DC residents, advocates, and organizations have successfully fought for investments to grow our economy and create green jobs by working to clean our rivers, our air, to fight the climate crisis, and to create the green infrastructure to make our city special. Mayor Bowser is slowly destroying our 2 decades of efforts with her proposal cuts that have steadily increased over the last 3 to 5 years. We call on the council and the mayor to put back programs and resources that, because of the mayor's cuts, are creating disproportionate impacts to residents in Ward 5, 7, and 8. Put back the district's special purpose revenue funds and stop the mayor from using DOEE like an ATM. Put back our building energy performance standards. Put back our Anacostia and Potomac River boat tours. Put back price book funds from the Stormwater Retention Credit Program and uphold the financial structures that enable long-term environmental and community benefits. Put back the stormwater funds necessary for the district to comply with the Clean Water Act. Put back park maintenance, trash trap maintenance, and trash-free community grants. Put back our green infrastructure maintenance funds. Put back sustainable energy trust funds to fight the climate crisis and support environmental justice and equity. Put back the affordable housing retrofit accelerator funds. Put back flood smart home funds in Ward 7. Put back tree funds. Put back product stewardship funds at other zero waste resources. Put back all programs funded by the Anacostia River Cleanup and Protection Fund. Put back, reject changes proposed to make non-lapsing funds lapsing, not just for FY26, but for the entirety of the 4-year budget plan. The mayor's proposal will lock in sweeps for years to come. Put back all these programs because we spent decades growing and funding them, mostly without local dollars. We did the hard work. Now the mayor is crushing our efforts. We can do better than following Trump's lead on the environment. We can do better than using a 1950s-style development project like Mayor Bowser's stadium proposal that will give billions of taxpayer dollars to billionaires and take money away from sustainability programs. Obviously, we're not going to be able to put back every single cut the mayor has put in her proposed budget, but we must stop the hemorrhaging or else we may soon reflect back all the principles that prioritize wealth and don't put people first. We must put a real plan together that stops this backwards momentum the mayor has put in motion. I am very proud of these hundreds or so people who will be testifying today. It may take some time, but together we can start moving the district forward again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weiss. Next, let me turn to Lara Levison. Good morning.
Good morning. Councilmember Allen, thank you for your strong leadership on environmental issues. My name is Lara Levison, and I'm the chair of the Energy Committee of the Sierra Club. There are 3 others of us here to help deliver our testimony and more in the written version as well. Mayor Bowser has presented the council with a trickle-down economics budget. Her budget proposal embodies the false concept that favoring the wealthy and corporations with tax breaks and subsidies will eventually benefit people on the lower end of the economic spectrum. The mayor's proposal to slash the budget for DOEE by close to a quarter reflects this trickle-down economics mindset, since many of the programs targeted for reduction or elimination benefit low-income residents and small community-based enterprises. Mayor Bowser also proposes to delay or eliminate many of the climate and clean energy laws passed by the DC Council in recent years, thanks to the leadership of champions like you, Mary Chey, Tommy Wells, Robert White, many others. The Sierra Club strongly condemns these sweeping and destructive rollbacks of the district's environmental policies and funding, and we urge you to reverse them to the greatest extent possible. I'm going to cover mostly energy stuff. We vehemently object to the mayor's plan to sweep more than $70 million from the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, the SETF, to pay the district government's utility bills in fiscal year 26. That amount is close to 3/4 of the fund. In subsequent years, the mayor proposes to take more than $80 million annually from the fund to pay the government's utility bills. She also proposes to transfer another $3.2 million from the SETF to the general fund in FY26 and to raid any remaining fund balances at the end of each year to add to the general fund. As has been pointed out, the mayor's plundering of the SETF violates the purpose of the fund, which derives its revenue from small charges paid by each electricity and gas customer on our utility bills. As the name indicates, the council created the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund to bring the benefits of clean and affordable energy to district residents. The SETF programs are administered by DOEE, and many of them specifically benefit low and moderate income residents. They play an important role in keeping Black families in their homes and sustaining DC's historic racial diversity. The plundering of the SETF will leave only $24.7 million in the fund. The result will be steep funding reductions or elimination of the following critical initiatives: the Healthy Homes Act to electrify the homes of 30,000 low and moderate income residents. Your bill, thank you, Councilmember Allen. The DC Sustainable Energy Utility, which implements many of the district's energy efficiency and renewable programs that reduce utility bills. The Affordable Housing Retrofit Accelerator, the DC Grain Bank, training for good-paying local green jobs, support to other DC agencies for energy efficiency and renewable energy projects, and necessary costs for DOEE to do its job. We realize it will be challenging to restore $70 million to DOEE, but we urge you to coordinate with other committees and Chairman Mendelson to restore as much as possible. To make it clear to electricity and gas customers that the mayor is placing a tax on our utility bills specifically to pay the district government's utility bills, we propose that the SETF fee on utility bills be split into two separate line items. We recommend that the council label only the portion of the SETF going to sustainable energy uses as the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund. For the larger portion that the mayor raids for general fund purposes, we recommend renaming it Mayor Bowser's Energy Tax. In what has unfortunately become an annual ritual, the mayor has again launched an attack on the Building Energy Performance Standards, BEPS, and I know others will cover that very well, so I'm going to move on to our next point. Actually, my last point before turning our testimony over to my colleague Mark concerns the site at RFK. As a major development starting from scratch, the RFK site, with or without a stadium, is a perfect opportunity for DC to demonstrate its values and clean energy commitments by ensuring that the site burns no fossil fuels. The Sierra Club asks that the FY26 budget require that all buildings added to the RFK site burn no fossil fuels. The Budget Support Act, we believe, should state that any contract for transfer or development of the land must contain provisions requiring that all buildings at the site be free of fossil fuels. And I'm going to give back a few minutes because I know there are a lot of speakers, and turn it over to Mark. Or a few seconds. Turn back a few seconds.
Got it. I appreciate it. Well, I'll make sure we tack on that extra time. Before I turn to you, Mr. Rodefer, Mateus, if you can hear me, we've sent a request to promote you onto the panel on Zoom. We need you to accept it so that we can get you onto the panel when it comes up to your turn. All right, let me turn to, we're going to reorder just a little bit, but Mark Rodefer, co-chair of Beyond Gas DC, let me turn to you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Allen. My name is Mark Rodefer, and I'm with the Sierra Club and the Beyond Gas DC Coalition. Under your leadership, Councilmember Allen, the council passed the Healthy Homes Act, which established a program to provide 30,000 low and moderate income households in the district with no-cost electrification home retrofits. The DC Council funded the bill through the SETF, but its future is now in doubt with the mayor's devastating SETF raid. Just as bad, the mayor's proposed budget would make implementation of the law optional. The large number of witnesses at this hearing today to speak about the benefit of healthy homes demonstrates the depth of support for this program, which will cut climate pollution and hazardous indoor air pollution, improving public health and saving money. Councilmember Allen, please save healthy homes. The mayor's budget would also weaken the district's law that requires net zero energy standards for new buildings. The Clean Energy DC Building Code Act, introduced by Mary Che, former Councilmember Mary Che, and then passed unanimously by the council and then signed into law in 2022 by Mayor Bowser herself, requires that starting at the end of 2026, all newly constructed and substantially renovated buildings in DC, whether privately or publicly owned, be net zero. Net zero buildings are highly energy efficient, maximize on-site renewable generation, and burn no fossil fuels. Because of these features, net zero buildings use much less energy than traditional buildings, saving money for building owners and occupants. By not burning fossil fuels, the buildings also improve air quality and improve public health. The mayor proposes to weaken the net zero requirement and replace the definition of net zero with a new definition for net zero ready, which may sound good, but is actually a measure to keep DC hooked on fossil fuels and their enormous costs even longer. The mayor's proposal delays the net zero requirement by 6 years, and it creates an enormous loophole by allowing the executive branch to grant exemptions, quote, wherever there are practical difficulties. This is, in essence, a full repeal of the law. The mayor also proposes to weaken and significantly delay the Greener Government Buildings Act. This law requires buildings owned by the district or funded with significant DC government money to be net zero. The requirement applies to new and substantially renovated DC government buildings. Once again, we ask that you work to repeal another backward-looking provision in Mayor Bowser's budget that is the equivalent of Mayor Bowser sticking her head in the sand as temperatures continue to rise in DC and globally with more severe weather events. The fiscal impact statement for this change identifies 3 projects that will require $9 million additional dollars to meet net zero requirements. The capital budget includes funding for hundreds of millions of dollars in capital projects, and we have been told by a DC Council official that the council can find funding in the capital budget to plug the $9 million gap, either through value engineering or delaying a few projects. We ask that you work with the Committee on Facilities and its chairperson, Councilmember Janice Lewis-George, to restore this funding. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, Councilmember Allen, and thank you for being our climate leader here on the DC Council, following the footsteps of our 2 previous chairmen of this committee, Mary Che and Tommy Wells.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rotifer. All right, next, let me go to Susan Shore, our Zero Waste Committee Chair.
Thank you. And good morning, Councilmember Allen, Council members Wells and Che, and Director Jackson. I'm Susan Shore. I'm the chair of the Sierra Club DC Chapter Zero Waste Committee and am delivering the Chapter Zero Waste testimony. We have a long way to go in fighting plastic pollution, an environmental scourge. Many residents are still served drinks with plastic straws and receive takeout orders full of single-use plastic they didn't request, even when they asked not to receive them. DOE's current levels of inspection and enforcement are not sufficient and should be increased on several fronts. One, a recent Anacostia watershed foodware study by GW graduate students found that 41% of DC restaurants did not follow the customer's single-use foodware request, and that among orders placed through food delivery apps, there's only about a 50% chance of customers' requests being followed. The district requires, under legislation drafted by Councilmember Mary Che, requires that the default setting on the food ordering apps be that no single-use accessories are offered unless the customer affirmatively opts in to receive them. The GW research found only 1 app is complying with this requirement. We therefore urge DOE to invest in enforcing the opt-in requirements on third-party apps and council to provide DOE with the resources it needs to do so. 2, given that 68% of residents surveyed by the GW study were not aware of the district's utensils on request law, there's also a need for DOE to invest in educating DC residents. 3rd, DOE only has resources to conduct 300 restaurant inspections, augmented by reports to the 311 tip line. DOE's inspection budget must be increased, and DOE also needs to invest in concerted restaurant outreach. We understand that the mayor's proposed fiscal year 26 budget would sweep some $1.9 million from the bag fee fund, representing a 55% reduction in funding for non-personnel services. This sweep would end environmental education programs and boat tours, have funding for trash traps on the Anacostia River, and eliminate funds
awarded to Ward 8 Woods for a trash-free communities grant, even though they were only recently granted permission to start that program. Funds for all of these programs and grants must be protected. Please put it back. Budgets are statements of values. Funding the meaningful enforcement of our zero waste laws and the bag fee fund is a mere fraction of the mayor's proposed subsidies to the RFK Stadium deal. We ask that DC invest more in achieving our zero waste and climate goals than subsidizing the billionaire owners of the Commanders. Please also allow us to thank you for co-introducing the district bottle bill. As you know, the bottle bill is a self-funding program paid for by the beverage companies whose packaging choices have caused massive litter in the district. Will not present a burden on the general fund. Thank you, Councilmember Allen, for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shore. Next, let me turn to Larry Martin, who's Water and Natural Places Committee Chair with Sierra Club. This is going to be our first musical chairs here. But don't go too far away. If you're changing up seats, don't go way too far away so I can keep you in the wings here.
Good morning. My name is Larry Martin. I chair the DC Chapter Sierra Club's Committee on Water and Natural Places. The lead pipe replacement assistance program is underfunded. The mayor's proposal to fund lead pipe replacement with only $356,000 in fiscal year 26 is grossly insufficient to meet DC's commitment to removing all drinking water lines made with lead from private property. With a commitment to remove all lead service lines by 2034, DC Water has projected the need for $5 million per year to address these lines on private property. DC Water currently relies on federal funds to help pay for these replacements, but the future of that funding is in doubt. Especially for low and moderate income residents, it's grossly unfair to charge them for removal of the lines that endanger their health through no fault of their own. The lead lines were installed by government institutions and should be removed and replaced at no cost to the residents. It appears that the mayor's proposed budget raids at least $150,000 from the Lead Poisoning Prevention Fund every year going forward. The council created the special purpose fund to advance public health by reducing lead hazards. As has been echoed many times, a budget is a moral document. It is simply unconscionable to remove funds away from remediation of lead service lines while diverting funds to subsidize a sports stadium. Has the mayor presented new information minimizing the risk of lead exposure to DC citizens? I haven't seen it. Every year, there are children in DC whose potential is taken from them due to lead poisoning. This is preventable and should be among our highest government priorities. The council needs to reject the mayor's attempt to turn all environmental special purpose funds into lapsing funds. Her rewrite of district law allows her to continue to raid environmental programs funded by fees we residents have paid into for specific environmental and public health programs, such as lead pipe remediation. We need to fund to clean up our rivers. There is uncertainty about $5.1 million to support the green infrastructure that is a key component to cleaning up our stormwater from sewer system overflows. We can't find it in the budget, but I've been assured that it's there somewhere. Budgets should not be so hard to understand, and this committee should ensure that the green infrastructure budget is adequate to maintain stormwater management service. Another $22.6 million appears to have been raided from funding for stormwater management, which is collected from fees on our water bills, with $13 million earmarked for the Department of Public Works for street sweeping. Collectively, the shifting of these special purpose funds away from their legislative purpose to other district budget lines compromises the progress DC has made cleaning up our rivers and tributaries. The underfunding of our clean water commitments also has legal implications, as was discussed by Director Wells. If we do not have funds to comply with a district's compliance agreement to implement the Clean Water Act, DC can be fined up to $35,000 per day. It is not apparent that the mayor's budget proposal ever considered the ongoing need to protect our surface waters and the $1 billion of investment DC has already made in their health. The mayor's raid on funds meant to protect and restore environmental health is a fire sale to cash in on the years of work this council has put into environmental protection. The fees imposed on DC to fund these programs were to ensure they remained funded. They were not purposed to become a cookie jar to pick up the slack on revenue or when budget choices favored subsidizing sports stadiums. The special purposes fees should be restored to their intended purposes. In conclusion, The mayor's budget slashes funding for programs to promote sustainable energy, pursue our zero waste goals, prevent lead poisoning, protect the Anacostia River, and more. These funds are a mere fraction of the mayor's proposed subsidies for the RFK Stadium deal to benefit the billionaire owners of the Commanders. Mayor Bowser's trickle-down economics budget proposal shifts resources from working families to those at the top, hoping that the benefits will somehow benefit everyday residents. The trickle-down budget would cut programs that support Black families, green jobs, lower utility bills, and cleaner air and water. Budgets are moral documents. This one tells low-income residents to wait their turn. But climate change and rising bills won't wait, and neither should the council. The Sierra Club urges you to reject this proposed budget and invest in DC's people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin. All right, next I'm going to turn to Mr. Gravitt, who is joining us on Zoom. Good morning.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Am I coming through for you all?
Yes, you are.
Fantastic. Councilmember Allen, thank you again for the opportunity to testify at this budget hearing, and thank you for your leadership. My name is Matt Gravatt. I'm a Ward 6 resident and a small business owner here in DC. As you heard before, budgets are a statement of values. And again, Mayor Bowser has made clear a statement about her values here. She's presented a budget that benefits billionaires and not working people, their pocketbooks, or our planet. The mayor's ill-conceived budget would inflict harm on DC residents and businesses with dire consequences as we turn our back on the moral imperative to address climate change and environmental injustice. The cuts proposed in this budget reflect a near categorical rejection of continued progress toward a clean energy transition, providing no relief from skyrocketing energy costs for families and falling short of addressing the pollution spewing into our air and fouling our rivers. The mayor proposes to eviscerate the budget for DOEE by nearly a quarter, seemingly singling out this agency and its programs as a sacrificial lamb. It's not only egregious in comparison to other agencies, it's also wrong and short-sighted. Protecting our environment, cutting pollution, investing in clean energy, and retrofitting homes helps ensure that we live in a healthy city and creates good jobs for DC residents. That's a stark juxtaposition to how this budget bends to billionaires and special interests for narrow benefits and false promises. Mayor Bowser also proposes to abandon DC's environmental and public interest laws, caving to the interests of corporations and billionaires for their pet projects, and defying the will of people in DC who have spoken loudly in favor of common sense policies that help our city lead and thrive. The mayor's budget proposal is unserious in a time when serious action to protect our communities and the environment is an imperative. Rather than advancing us towards a future and investing in a healthy, thriving, sustainable city, it would take us back, leaving the mantle of leadership that DC has held on sustainability, in which many panelists you've heard from today have helped to advance on the cutting room floor. I urge the council to oppose the mayor's sweeps of the SETF and to ensure those funds are used to advance the public good as intended and not as part of some convoluted shell game to pay DC's bills as a tax on our people. I urge the council to protect the Healthy Homes Act, DCSEU, the Green Bank, the Affordable Housing Retrofit Accelerator, BEPS, Net Zero Codes, the Greener Government Buildings Act, and our zero waste and pollution reduction laws, programs that protect our rivers, and so many more initiatives that Mayor Bowser's billionaire budget would otherwise gut. These programs create jobs. They keep our communities and our environment healthy. They build an economy for the future rather than one rooted in the past. And as DC faces uncertainty and the difficulty of this moment, job cuts for our federal public servants, a potential recession, and an imperial approach to governance that threatens the people's interest, I urge this council to stand resolute and firm and build the bridge to the future. Gambling away DC's leadership and potential for the benefit of billionaires and subsidizing their pet projects and embracing false promises is to chase a mirage in the desert. Not only is there nothing there, but doing so is wrong. It is unjust, it is unfair, and it leaves DC's most vulnerable residents out, turning the back on progress and breaking the public's trust. Please do all in your power to right this wrong, restore these programs, and advance these proven approaches that lower costs for families, protect public health and environment, and invest in a thriving local economy that puts people first. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gravatt. Next, let me turn to Mateus Pastian.
Good morning, Chair Allen.
Good morning.
My name is Matthias Pastian. I live in Ward 4. I don't represent any institution or organization today. This is my personal testimony. Mayor Bowser proposes to cut a DOE's budget by 25% and turn the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund surcharge into the Bowser tax on your energy bills. I strongly oppose the rate on the SETF, and I call on you to work with Chair Mendelson to undo the Bowser tax and return the money to the intended use. I'm asking today for your continued support for funding the Breathe Easy program, the district's electrification program for low and moderate income households. The program was created by your groundbreaking Healthy Homes Act last year and aims to provide 30,000 households with electrification retrofits at no cost. Mayor Bowser completely defunded this program. She wants to make us believe that we need to make tough choices in a tough budget year, and to her that means cutting environmental programs and giving another $1 billion in taxpayer money to a billionaire. But the Breathe Easy program is not just an environmental program. It's also a program that builds housing wealth for low and moderate homeowners and improves financial securities for those most in need. It's a reality that most low-income or moderate-income homeowners live hand to mouth, often don't have enough savings to cover even small unexpected expenses. And it's also a reality that many households have aging boilers or furnaces that if they break, cost perhaps $10,000 or more to replace. The Healthy Homes Electrification Program allows these homeowners to upgrade their heating equipment free of charge and takes that financial burden and worry off of them. At the time when the mayor prioritizes billionaires, I urge the council to fund this program and support those most in need. Approximately 75% of residents in Ward 7 and 8 are eligible to receive free HVAC upgrades through the program based on income. Similarly, the crucial work of the DCSU, the Retrofit Accelerator, and the Green Bank is not just about spending money on environmental programs, but it's also about lowering household energy bills, improving the health of our residents, and investing in economic development in our city. I urge you to protect this funding too. And as if that wasn't enough, in the Budget Support Act, the mayor also proposes to de facto repeal by indefinite delay a number of environmental laws that are crucial for achieving our climate commitments. These are dark times. As it appears, on matters of sustainability, Mayor Bowser left the Green Team on a free transfer to join Team Orange. I urge you to strike these subtitles, restore DOE funding, and stand up to the mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pestian. Next, let me turn to Claire Mills with the Chesapeake Climate Action Network.
Good morning, Chairperson Allen. I'd like to start by thanking you for your consistent leadership, passing and protecting the district's climate commitments, policies, and programs, including the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund and the many programs it funds, including those established through the Healthy Homes Act to make living in the district healthier and more affordable for residents. Today, I'm confident many will testify in defense of those very programs, and I'd like to use my time to provide further explanation of how we got to the point we are now, with $70 million swiped from district ratepayers by Mayor Bowser to pay exorbitantly high electricity bills. In November of 2024, the Public Service Commission, in Order 22328, approved a modified version of PEPCO's proposed multi-year rate plan. The Office of the People's Counsel and the Apartment and Office Building Association then filed motions for reconsideration, which the Commission denied. AOBA and the OPC have now filed an appeal in the District of Columbia Court of Appeals, which is still being considered. An appeal is rare, and due to significant errors in the Commission's deliberation process and decision, including many highlighted by Commissioner Beverly in his dissents of both orders. Still, this rate increase went into effect on January 1st of this year, and so its impact on the DC government as a PEPCO ratepayer will impact the district's budget for the entirety of FY26. According to AOBA, the rates imposed on the class of ratepayers that includes the district government are not fairly determined and increase charges for electric delivery service at least 60%. This approved multi-year rate plan abandons typical practices for rate cases at the Commission, not just because it authorizes increases over multiple years, but because it bases its calculations on entirely forecasted test years rather than actual historical test data, effective rate adjustments with no established cost basis, and faulty assumptions about continued BSA deferral balances by large customers like the district government. No evidentiary hearings were held to determine the facts of how this novel math would actually impact ratepayers, and the Commission approved the rate case. Not to mention that before this rate case was even approved, The GTLV rate class, or the rate class that includes the district government, was already producing an 11.5% rate of return for PEPCO, which is 2.36 times its system average rate of return. And across the board, PEPCO was already over-earning, again, before the rate increase. So ratepayers, including the district government, were paying more than their fair share of PEPCO's profits, and still, the commission approved the rate case. So in summary, PEPCO proposed a novel rate case proposal asking for higher rates when there was no financial need for them. The commission approved this plan without conducting proper review of its impacts. And now the DC government, one of many ratepayers, is facing skyrocketing bills for no reason. And the mayor has responded by gutting programs that would help residents who also face rate increases to cover her own bills. Like many advocates here today, I absolutely urge you and the DC Council to do everything in your power to put SETF funds in the FY26 budget towards the actual affordability programs they are intended for, and to reject the mayor's devastating cuts to the Department of Energy and Environment that will keep the district from meeting our climate commitments. But I also do not want to be sitting here having the same conversation in another year, and I know you do not either. We need more than a budget Band-Aid. To actually address the root of the problem, we have to address the district's utility affordability crisis. The council must pass clear guidelines that require the Public Service Commission to prioritize affordability and actually manage the clean energy transition that has already started. I look forward to working with you and your fellow council members in the coming months to establish stronger ratepayer protections and a more functional Public Service Commission so that we can rein in utility bills for DC residents and the government alike. And I look forward to seeing you and your staff at our Green Budget Day of Action on Monday. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I will be there on Monday. Next, let me turn to Khalil Kettering. Good morning.
Morning. It's very tempting for me to say ditto and give us back 5 minutes, but I'm not going to be that generous. It's an honor to be here, Chair Allen. My name is Khalil Kettering. I'm the Executive Director of the DC and Maryland chapter of the Nature Conservancy. DNC is a global organization. We've been working in the district since the 1990s. We work all around the world. We hear a lot of interesting stories. Washington, D.C. is a model for many cities around the world. We hear from people in Europe, from people in Africa, people in Asia, people in Australia. They come here to visit, to learn about the stormwater progress that we've made here in D.C., the Clean Rivers progress. I feel lucky every day that I get to stand on the shoulders of titans that have come before us, of Councilmember Wells, Councilmember Che, that have done such hard work to help clean our rivers and our waterways in the district. And the momentum and the progress that we are building with DOEE, with these innovative programs, with the Stormwater Enterprise Fund, is really having a tangible impact. And I'm here to express strong opposition to the mayor's budget that will gut this progress, that will really hamper the benefits that we're creating. There's no cheat day on clean water. There's no cheat day on clean air. I know that leadership is hard and trade-offs are hard. But we're creating investments not just for ourselves, but for our children that are coming after us. This budget is proposing to remove $13.6 million from the Stormwater Permit Compliance Enterprise Fund. That's going to have a huge impact on our ability to continue to implement green infrastructure projects, to continue to benefit the Anacostia River, the Potomac River, Rock Creek. The SRC program, the Stormwater Retention Credit Market Program, is globally recognized, not just nationally, it's globally recognized for how we engage with private communities, how we engage with landowners, how we're able to have triple bottom line benefits for people, for nature, and be able to have economic benefits as well through the stormwater work that we're doing. And sweeping this funds away destabilizes components, critical components like the price lock program, which is what's able to build this momentum and which was able for us to have these positive impacts for our waterways. Not only that, it also puts the district in a legal quandary potentially if we remove these funds from the stormwater work. So it's critical that we preserve the integrity of our stormwater compliance program, preserve the ability for DOEE to advance these programs, and continue to uplift the District of Columbia as a leader, as a model in these very trying times of how we can invest in our future and how we can continue to have clean water and clean air, not just for us, but for our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kettering. Next, let me turn to Brendan Shane. Come on up, Mr. Shane, and grab a seat there. It's counterintuitive. The red light.
The red light is good. All right.
It's on.
Good morning, Councilmember Allen, Chairman Allen, other council members, in particular, former council members Che and Wells. My name is Brendan Shane, and I'm the Climate Director at the Trust for Public Land. At TPL, our mission is to connect everyone to the outdoors by creating and improving parks, trails, and schoolyards where they are needed most. While we've had an office here in the district for many years, and we produced the annual park score ranking that just recently touted DC once again as the #1 park system in the United States, we have not created new parks here in the city. I'm pleased to say that's changing. And in April, we announced a partnership with the amazing teams at the EW Stokes and Maya Angelou Public Charter Schools in Ward 7 to develop a community schoolyard, our first here in the city. A community schoolyard does double duty, serving students during the school day and then open as a park to the community when the school day is done. This campus serves 800 students, and then more than 8,000 residents live within a 10-minute walk of the grounds. When you connect children, parents, and neighbors to high-quality green space, you improve educational outcomes, physical and mental health, social connection, and resilience to climate threats of rising heat and intense storms. To deliver projects across the country, we use a public-private partnership model that brings philanthropic and corporate funding together with public funds. For the new Stokes Angelou Schoolyard, we're very pleased to have an initial gift of $500,000 from Boeing to support the work. There is also, at least as of today, a very robust, highly complementary programs at the Department of Energy and Environment designed to achieve and pursue the same goals. River Smart Schools, Nature Near Schools, and other programs engage and educate students and then fund the installation of outdoor classrooms, rain gardens, food gardens, trees, and native habitat. The proposed sweeps and the shift from non-lapsing to lapsing would practically eliminate the educational programming and vital community investments delivered by DOEE. On behalf of TPL, I strongly encourage the council to put these funds back and ensure we continue to expand students' access to nature and maintain our commitment to building a greener city. With limited time, I'll just quickly mention a couple other reasons. They've already been mentioned. One is that first, many of these funds, special purpose funds, were designed and dedicated to support restoration of the Anacostia, communities east of the river, and to provide cleaner water, air, and energy to the district's lower income residents. Cutting them is fundamentally unfair and breaks a promise that has been made over decades. Second, as was mentioned, many of these special purpose funds are leveraged against federal funding as match. So when we cut our local funding, we stand to leave federal funds on the table. Third, not only does the shift from non-lapsing to lapsing reduce funding overall, it seriously hinders the ability of an agency and their nonprofit and for-profit partners to design and implement effective multi-year programs that improve our environment. Lastly, and from our experience across the country, foundations and corporations want to see a committed local government partner when they invest their philanthropic dollars. Such a sweeping elimination of funds for greener schools, environmental education, and a healthier, cleaner environment sends very much the wrong signal and undermines efforts to leverage private investment. On a more personal note, I've been a district resident for nearly 30 years, and I'm proud to be a former employee of the then District Department of the Environment. I engaged with many of the leaders that are here today to help establish a number of these funds. Each was the result of a thoughtful legislative process that engaged advocates from across the district, environmental advocates, business advocates. The stakeholders, council, and mayors agreed that protecting water and air quality, transitioning to clean energy, and creating a greener city were critical priorities and values worth significant investment. The team of dedicated staff at DDOE, along with the whole ecosystem of nonprofit partners and for-profit businesses, have now worked for decades to ensure these revenues deliver on their intended purpose. The proposed budget measures undercut all that progress and would eliminate the very real benefits these programs deliver. As has been said, they also break the promise made when each fund was created to invest these dedicated revenues to build a healthier, greener district. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shane. Cliff Majersic, let me turn to you next.
Thank you, Chair Allen, members of the committee, and staff for your leadership and for the opportunity to testify. My name is Cliff Majersic. I work for the Institute for Market Transformation, a national nonprofit headquartered in the district. IMT's mission is to improve and equitably decarbonize the places where people live, work, and play. We partner with government, communities, business, and philanthropy, and are a grantee of DOEE and a contractor of the DCSEU. I helped write the district's Green Building Act of 2006 and working with Councilmember Che, the Clean and Affordable Energy Act of 2008, the Clean Energy DC Act of 2018, and the Clean Energy DC Building Code Amendment Act of 2022. Mayor Bowser appointed me to the Building Energy Performance Standard Task Force, BEPS Task Force, and I am the last remaining founding member of the Green Building Advisory Council. I testify as a proud DC resident in opposition to 6 BSA subtitles. These include the BEPS and net zero subtitles, which have no fiscal impact and so are easier to reject. As you've heard, taken together, the subtitles and budget cuts would be a declaration of surrender in the fight to fulfill the district's legally mandated climate commitments. Sadly, in preparing my testimony today, I started by dusting off my BSA testimony from last year. Thank you for your climate leadership in rejecting several BSA subtitles last year. I ask that you do so again this year, and I ask that the mayor stop repeating this play. I wish I could call it a farce, but if these subtitles and draconian cuts proceed, it will be a tragedy. The subtitles are ill-considered and in some cases poorly crafted. Policy changes like this should be made through regular order with broad stakeholder engagement and with proper vetting. They should not be made in back rooms without benefit of stakeholder and agency expertise. Notably, GBAC members have collectively volunteered thousands of hours of our time and heard scores of public and private requests for exemption from the district's Greener Government Buildings Act, the Green Building Act, and other green building requirements. Shockingly, the GBAC was not consulted on the BSA. We only learned that there would be a net zero subtitle when it was published. We were not even notified until long after that publication. As the GBAC's record amply demonstrates, we've been fair and practical in recommending exemptions and adjustments, and DOE promptly acts on our recommendations. There is no emergency that requires the BSA net zero subtitle. There is room for improvement, and those improvements should be developed in consultation with the GBAC and other stakeholders through regular order. I also ask that you reject the raid on the SETF. When the private sector members of the BEPS task force met earlier this week, we agreed that what Mayor Bowser proposes to do is unconscionable, legally risky, and fiscally irresponsible. District residents and businesses pay into this fund on their energy bills. The proposed budget breaks faith with utility customers by pilfering money paid by them and held in trust to benefit them through energy efficiency and clean energy. Taking this money is a betrayal of the social contract that the council established in law. The SETF is not a tax. It is a public benefit charge that is supposed to be returned to ratepayers through energy efficiency and renewable energy programs operated by DOEE and its contractors, most notably the DC Sustainable Energy Utility. These are programs that our business leaders and residents agree work very well and that the BEPS task force is counting on to help buildings comply with DC's BEPS. The investments of the DCSEU have created hundreds of jobs and yielded $1.4 billion in lifetime energy savings for district residents and businesses over the last decade. This proposed plundering would gut DCSEU and the district's SETF-supported climate equity programs and put at risk significant federal funding. The proposed subtitles and cuts also break faith with hundreds of workers whom DC has trained through the DCSEU and promised to pay to renovate our buildings. If the subtitles are not rejected and the SETF not restored, then small district businesses may have to lay off these graduates, wasting district money already spent on training. And the cuts break faith with residents of affordable housing slated for much needed renovations. In other words, the cuts would aggravate racial inequity and hurt those struggling to make ends meet. These cuts are not only cruel, they are penny-wise and pound-foolish. Rather than the BSA subtitles written behind closed doors without expert input, the council should follow the model provided last year by your BEPS amendment bill. Chairman Allen, which was adopted through regular order and carefully crafted by the mayor's BEPS task force through several months of open meetings and was supported by a broad array of stakeholders, including AOBA. BEPS is the cornerstone of DC's actions to achieve its climate commitments and has led the way for 4 states and 11 localities around the country. It must be protected. Thank you very much for your climate leadership and happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Majerzik. And then last on this panel, I'm going to turn to Nicole Steele, who is on Zoom, and then we're going to turn to some questions after that.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. Really appreciate the ability to be part of this first panel alongside many of my former and current friends and colleagues. Really appreciate Chair Allen, members of the committee and staff for allowing us to be here today and really to speak on behalf of this proposed budget. So my name is Nicole Steele. I am currently the Director of Climate Policy at Amalgamated Bank. I think it's actually really important to point out sort of my history attached to the budgets and the programs that we're talking about here today. I was also the former executive director of Grid Alternatives Mid-Atlantic, where we designed and ran the SolarWorks DC program under the purview of DOE. I was also a mayoral appointee of the DC SU. And was also a part of the creation of the DC Green Bank and was there for its signing. Most recently, I was at the U.S. Department of Energy and the EPA. And unfortunately, as folks know, and how some of these funds are going to flow, we're seeing a lot of those programs that I worked on at the federal level be destroyed. And I'm here today really disappointed and really hoping to ensure that these funds are not also destroyed at the federal level here in the district. I am really going to focus on this budget proposal and the DC Green Bank and my current role at Amalgamated. So if you're unfamiliar with Amalgamated Bank, we're America's socially responsible bank. We have a branch and a commercial banking office here in DC. We partners with individuals, organizations, and companies focused on meaningful social impact. And as of 2024, nearly 40% of our loan and PACE securities are supporting climate solutions such as solar, storage, energy efficiency, and building decarbonization. We have been a supporter of the Green Bank concept for quite some time and was an early supporter of the proposal of the Green Bank and really recognize how much of a role that green banks play in bringing private sector capital in to help finance clean energy and sustainability projects across the board. Really those projects that will plan to utilize private sector capital, but for a variety of reasons are really not 100% ready for the underwriting requirements and fully accessing that private sector capital. So really from the DC Green Bank has been an important strategy in bringing this private sector capital to the table and supporting all climate, housing, and affordability goals. As we know, DC Green Bank has invested $75 million in green building and clean energy projects across the district, unlocking a further $760 million in total investment in the district. And as of last year alone, had a 14-to-1 private sector capital leverage for the small investment that DC government and the SETF has been providing. Well beyond its target of a 5-to-1 leverage, which is really a testament to the council's work with Mayor Bowser and setting up the authority in a thoughtful and effective way to deliver most benefits to DC residents. You know, given the increased need for clean energy and the need to tackle affordability across the district, now is not the time to pull the rug out from under the DC Green Bank. So a little bit more background around our engagement with the Green Bank around providing private sector capital. We've partnered on 2 deals to date, one in 2021 and one recently in 2025. The 2025 project, we announced a deal to provide an affiliate of Aligned Climate Capital with $13 million in financing to build a 20 million, 6.1 megawatt community solar project in DC. The solar energy in this for that project will provide monthly bill savings for over 1,000 residents across all 8 wards of the district, covering 7 warehouse rooftops on V Street Northeast. The project is estimated to save community solar subscribers 7.5 million in electric bills over the next 20 years. And then our first project in 2021 was a loan to Flywheel Development, where the DC Green Bank provided a credit enhancement of almost $3 million, resulting in supporting savings to over 300 residents of the district. Look, we know that the budgets are impacted. We also know that there's an opportunity to float a bond that could fill these gaps. So we're supportive of either reinstating the full budget needs of full capitalization or floating the bond of to cover the full capitalization of 40 million. That is imperative to the success of the DC Green Bank and bringing private sector capital to the table. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions and yield back to the floor.
Thank you very much. Fantastic first panel. I'm inclined, like Mr. Kitterling, just to kind of say ditto, because there's nothing you said that I disagree with. This budget proposal is just littered with broken promises to our residents, to our businesses. I know the mayor likes to call this a growth agenda budget, but it is anything but. It really is a retreat and retracts from a lot of the things that actually support growth, new development, new housing, new businesses, and it really walks away from that. So it is deeply frustrating. I'm going to start with a couple of questions. Councilor Wells and Councilor Che, both of you, as seasoned policymakers and legislators, I know you never take lightly, just like I don't, when the city, when government tries to think about asking something of taxpayers, ratepayers, businesses. We try to be very intentional about it. We try to be cautious about it when we do, but we also try to make clear a nexus between asking for people to pay a little something with what it's supposed to do. And one of the things I'm deeply concerned about in this budget is the fact that it's just sweeping these funds away and how that undermines the public's confidence, the public's trust, in addition to the damage it's going to do. I think back to a couple of years ago when the mayor decided that automated traffic enforcement cameras, so it used to be that the tickets that came from automated traffic enforcement were reinvested back into street safety, traffic safety, and Vision Zero work. And then when the budget was a little bit tough, the mayor decided, let me just take all that revenue and just balance the budget on it. And that really hurt our ability when we're talking with community, because not that many people love automated traffic enforcement, I'll tell you. But I can at least go out to a community and say, there's a clear nexus here between that ticket and trying to get safer streets. So you can walk to the grocery store, walk your kid to school, go to the rec center, go to the senior center, and you can do it safely. I can't make that argument anymore to people because it's now just balancing the budget. Similarly, with the SETF, everybody who opens up their Pepco bill or their Washington gas bill sees just a modest, but a little bit of a SETF fee on it. And what you're told is this is going to be reinvested back in taking care of people. It's going to help move our city forward. It's going to be helping lower utility bills for folks. It's cleaner investment. And now it's just going to pay the city's light bill. It is moving from, they started this last year. DC's electricity bill for our DC government buildings went up by about 8%, the electricity costs from last year. But the share of those costs now being paid for by the SETF, last year when they did it, 41% of the city's electricity bills are now paid by the SETF. Under this proposed budget, 92%. Almost all of the city's utility bills are now just going to be paid for by the SETF. So when you open your Pepco or your Washington gas bill, you're being lied to. You're being lied to. I think that's why I hear recommendations of, it could be a little cheeky, but I appreciate the spirit of the recommendation that that portion of it be renamed some type of Bowser building tax or whatever I heard as a recommendation. I don't want to get into kind of that kind of cheeky part of it, but I do think it's important that taxpayers or ratepayers know what it is they're being asked for. So I was going to ask Councilor Wells, Councilor Che, if your thoughts about how important is it that you have to be honest with ratepayers and taxpayers about what it is you're asking of them and what it goes towards. And when we see this kind of flip-flop and taking the funds away, what does that do to undermine people's confidence? Whether it's a 5 cents for a bag bill, whether it's a SETF fee, it feels to me like it really undermines our ability to go to the businesses, go to the public, go to ratepayers and be honest with them.
Let me begin by saying Councilmember Che and I did not decide to provide testimony today lightly. That decision was really prompted by the severity and the gravity of what this is proposed. It really goes to the integrity of the institution of the council. That when you come up with a bill that tells the taxpayers, we're not trying to get into your pocket, but we're coming up with a public purpose and a way to fund it, and the residents buy into it and agree, that is a major ability of the council to have legitimacy with the people that vote for our representatives. This is not just about the environment and energy. It's about the legitimacy of the actions of the council. The council will be viewed, I believe, in a weaker position if it changes the purpose of these funds as you've gone over. So it's not just broken promise. It is also undermining the legitimacy of being able to do the things that, for example, that Mary Che did, of saying, we're going to increase your power bill, but this is what we will do in return. Nobody has run for office against these fees or charges, including the bag bill, because of that trust. If the council loses this trust, it will begin to erode the legitimacy of the actions that the council takes where we ask our residents to do more.
Thank you, Councilor Wells. Councilor Che, do you want to add to that?
Yes, I mean, it's really, I'm actually here because I find the whole business of this budget to be extremely depressing. It's so cynical. It's such a breach of trust. And as I said in my testimony, to me, it's a fraud on the public. And maybe the executive believes that people won't notice, but we notice. And the more we notice what this budget is doing, the more, as Tommy Wells said, the more it will undermine the trust in government. It's a wrong in itself, but it extends the wrong because there's disillusionment that will seep in here about whether people can trust the council and the mayor to do what they say they're going to do. If it's a trick on them that we're going to effectively tax them, but we're going to call it something else, that will come back to haunt us in ways that are almost immeasurable. So I really hope we can restore as much as we can restore, because, and I want the public to know how hard it is. And Tommy Wells understands this, Charles Allen understands this, the council member. It's very hard when a mayor takes money and then threads it in programs throughout the government. What the council has to do is try to claw it all back and rely on, you know, all the committees to see how they can help. It's a very, very difficult thing to do. But we have to strive to do it. And we have to tell the public, when we put these programs in place, they were for special purposes that you agreed with and the public benefits from. They were not a general tax. And that's what's happening here. It has to be noted and it has to be corrected. So thank you, Chairman Allen, for your efforts in this regard. And if I may, just as somewhat of an aside, I didn't mention the Green Bank. The Green Bank is practically wiped clean of its money that should be put in there. The Green Bank is a catalyst to use private money and Green Bank money to do wonderful energy saving programs that benefit low and moderate income people. And to just raid that money, it's as I said, it's just cynical and wrong. So I hope we can focus on that. And I have there was someone who made mention of this. I have some hope for something called a green bond. Maybe we'll be able to do something along those lines. But I just wanted to interject that because it's another aspect of this budget that is so awful. But again, thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Che. And I know you and I have talked a little bit about this kind of idea of how could we create a more sustainable and dependable financing model for the Green Bank through a green bond. And we're going to continue pushing hard and exploring that because I think it has a lot of potential for us to figure out how to put the Green Bank on solid financial ground such that it doesn't have the whims of one person or another trying to move money in and out. When I think back to the Green Bank, and I'm going to turn to Ms. Steele to ask you this, and I talk about this as being calling it a growth budget when it's anything but. Our DC Green Bank leverages about a 14-to-1 match of private investment to public dollars, meaning that for every one public dollar we put into the Green Bank, we get about 14 private dollars in investment back. And what does that program do? On our city skylines right now, we have about 8 cranes. Half of the projects, half of the growth that's actually happening in our city right now, DC Green Bank's part of that financing. DC Green Bank helped close the gap to make sure that crane could actually go up and deliver that project. Most of that's building housing, new homes for people. A good chunk of that is actually affordable housing, affordable homes. Green Bank is a bridge and a gap that actually makes projects happen. And then none of us are immune or unaware of the fact that it's a tough economy out there right now. We don't see a level of investment in a lot of places. So why we would cut and eliminate the Green Bank just makes no sense if what you actually care about is continuing growth in our city and continuing building new homes, creating new jobs. And so that portion of this budget is also utter nonsense. But to see where it is, last year, we put in the budget a requirement of the funding that tried to keep at least $7 million going to the Green Bank. We are about to begin the 4th quarter of this fiscal year, and not a penny has been transferred from the mayor to the Green Bank, which means they can't finance. You can't finance a loan on a hope of, hey, we might get this money down the road, so let me go ahead and start doing some lending. They can't get dollars out the door to help support projects until they actually have the money. None of it's gone over, and now for the fiscal year we're in right now, the mayor's already said, well, I'm going to cut that in half again and just have 3.5. So, Ms. Steele, I was going to ask you, just as you talked about the Green Bank, I mean, what does it do to the marketplace? Maybe you can kind of help us get our heads around that. From a lending marketplace perspective of trying to finance deals, if the Green Bank doesn't have the money put in, or it's unpredictable or unreliable that the money is ever going to show up, even if I approve it in a budget, what does that do to the overall trust and lending market of their ability to actually get some of these projects going?
Right. Happy to jump in here. I mean, to put it simply, to the DC Green Bank's capitalization level, so receiving full funding over at a timely manner, sort of the anticipated original timeline, is essentially its credit worthiness. And really what that means is that private sector lenders are nervous to work with the DC Green Bank if that does not receive its full capitalization because they don't know if they're going to result in a repayment risk. Or, the guarantee that they supported a loan on is no longer available. And so when you are not only, sort of defunding sort of current day budget, but also lowering its capitalization over a period of time, it creates a situation where private sector lenders are not going to be able to utilize the leverage, essentially the mission of the DC Green Bank, the sort of whether it's a credit enhancement or a guarantee or some other sort of de-risking mechanism that the DC Green Bank is providing to private sector capital, that goes away. And so the 14-to-1 leverage that you mentioned, isn't actually accessible if we're not fully committed to capitalization of the DC Green Bank.
Thank you. That's really helpful. And I know the ins and outs of kind of the financing and capitalization isn't going to be everybody's cup of tea, but it's really important. And I think it helps trying to drive home why we talk about the Green Bank. And Councilmember Che really is the mother of our Green Bank in DC. And it really was a visionary way that we could find ways to leverage our funding and our resources to bring in private resources and then be able to really pair economic development, housing creation with affordability with these green and sustainable measures that are so, so important. And so we oftentimes talk a lot about how we want to build affordable housing. We less talk about how do you keep it affordable. And that's also where the Green Bank comes in. They're lowering utility costs for folks. So it is just a hugely supportive and fantastic program. And I want to be clear when we talk about the kind of the uncertainty of the market or the trustworthiness, that's nothing from the Green Bank's doing. That is our ability to put those funds in to allow them to capitalize that. So, Ms. Steele, thank you so much because that really helped drive home, I think, for a lot of folks. Mr. Majerzik, I was going to ask you just a couple of things on the Budget Support Act amendments you talked about. Listen, the language trying to kick the can on BEPS, that's not going to move at all here. I've already said I'm going to kill that BSA subtitle. I find it really insulting, frankly. We just spent all this time working collaboratively, frankly, with a lot of various stakeholders to make reasonable and smart, well-thought changes, make some modifications. We worked in good faith, in public, putting all the stakeholders at the table. So seeing an effort from the very people we had just worked with to then say, let's just kick that out again. It's just insulting. And we're going to kick it. I'm not going to move that forward. And I think it really undermines also the ability to get people back to the table again the next time we might need to make some modifications or changes because it doesn't feel like it's in good faith. And it doesn't feel like we have an executive who buys into any of this if they keep doing this. The other element is on our net zero, the BSA subtitle on our net zero buildings. The GBAC, sorry, a lot of acronyms in this world, the Green Buildings Advisory Council has shown to be a very thoughtful entity that has approved exceptions to net zero requirements. It weighs what's being asked of it. If there are problems or challenges we need to address, I'd rather that be something that we work on to find some narrow, tailored revisions or changes if they're necessary. Do so in a normal matter, of course, where we get, again, the benefit of the public and stakeholders to come around the table and make some reasonable changes. But the executive gave me the example of saying, well, it's just really hard to get an exception or to do so quickly. And I said, I just seem to remember this Cap One Arena where you wanted an exception and you went to the GBAC, they asked tough questions. You had to make changes based on GBAC's feedback and consultation, but I'm pretty sure you got the exception in really fast time, right?
Yeah, that's right. And in fact, in the last GBAC meeting, a couple buildings got accepted waiver of requirements in just 5 minutes. So yes, it's not like it's an onerous process. I mean, if they're going in good faith and doing what is practical, we agree with that and we recommend exceptions.
Yeah, the law is there because it is intending to help establish a floor that we try to meet. In some cases, we might think of it as a ceiling we're aspiring to. But it does create off-ramps when it's a reasonable off-ramp, right? I've talked about a project in my ward, for example, that the community cares very deeply about. This is the rebuild of the Rumsey Pool. Turns out, building a net zero aquatic center is actually very hard to do. There aren't very many of them that we could even find. But the law works to push us to work in good faith, to think about how to get every single efficiency and element that we can in a project like that. And if at the end of the day, we can get 95% of the way there, but that last 5% actually would, just be, from a budgeting perspective, everything else would just completely wreck the project or render it we can't deliver. we have a mechanism by which we can go in and show that good faith effort, right? So I have shared with the mayor's team, if there are narrow and tailored ways that we want to try to make some revisions, come to us. Let's talk about it. We can work in good faith and try to think that through. But just the exemption, because there will be buildings that are built, they're going to outlast every single person in this room. But the generational consequence is when you make that decision and build it, it's done. And that's why we can't kick the can. You know, I think, Mr. Killing, you said there's no cheat days. That's a perfect way to think about it. Like, we don't get to have a cheat day. We can find narrow and tailored ways that we work with and make some amendments and changes, but exceptions and exemptions, or exemptions are just something we can't do, and too much is at stake.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I really appreciate your leadership in passing the BEPS Amendment Act last year, following this regular order process with input from all stakeholders and with the BEPS task force leading. And I think the same thing could happen on the net zero piece. It does not need to be in the BSA, and it would benefit enormously from input, and it would incredibly set back. There's no way the district could achieve its climate commitments. These buildings will be standing for 50 plus years and pumping out greenhouse gas emissions. And so we need to have urgency there and a considered process.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I know we have a lot of other witnesses, so I do want to keep moving, but I did want to turn, let's see here. We had many people from Sierra Club. So I might try to ask, let's see here. Mark Rodefer, do you want to come back up for a second? And if you needed to pull anybody else in, please feel free. But part of what I just wanted to get from you is the idea here that we're also, decisions we make in our local funding and our local programs, be it stormwater or anything else, it potentially puts federal funding and federal fines at risk if we aren't making smart investments. And just wanted to see if you wanted to elaborate on that, that it's incredibly short-sighted to say, let me just kind of do a money grab, because the risks we see of either not being able to leverage other federal resources, or, as much as I don't think this current federal administration is really going to be trying to hold high standards from the EPA, but it could put us at risk as well for fines and costs that would be coming.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, I agree with you about the federal administration. We probably shouldn't expect much from them. But the truth of the matter is, Muriel Bowser is rolling back clean energy funding faster than Donald Trump. There's about $18 million available to DC for energy efficiency and electrification retrofits in low and moderate income households. That's about $18 million in federal money that, like I said, Donald Trump has talked about getting rid of it. He has not. Now, it covers a large portion of the equipment needed for these retrofits, $8,000 for a heat pump, for example. But that won't cover the full cost. And for these low and moderate income families, for the most part, they don't have the money left over to cover the rest. So that is where the idea was the DC government was going to come in. We were going to be able to make up that gap. And then these low and moderate income families would have more energy efficient homes. They would pollute less. They would breathe cleaner air indoors and outdoors, and their utility bills would go down. But if we take away that money in DC's local budget, we're also getting rid of the $18 million in federal money that's available for that this year that hasn't been rolled back. But, as I said, Trump is talking about rolling it back. So we really need to access that money now. And Mayor Bowser's budget goes in exactly the wrong direction.
Yeah, thank you. Again, completely agree, right? And that's where we spent almost 2 years very thoughtfully working on how do you put together a healthy homes proposal for the district that's going to work to bridge that gap. Because otherwise, you end up with programs like tax incentives that higher income households might be able to use and kind of get a tax write-off for something for making the right decision. They had the money up front to pay for it anyway, so it's just that the taxes just kind of work as a little extra incentive to get them to make the right decision. When we're talking about working families, seniors on a fixed income, that's where this program comes in. And so it's really, really It's dangerous, both short-sighted of leaving this federal resource on the table, but it also means we're not delivering what people need. And that's why I said at the top, this proposed budget hurts DC residents. It hurts seniors. It hurts low-income families. It hurts working families. The water we drink will be less clean. The air we breathe will be less clear. It does a lot of damage. And so it's a massive rollback. It's not just kind of a little sidestep or a pause. It's a massive rollback and retreat. And I know this first panel has really done a phenomenal job at helping explain why it's so important and what is at stake. I could probably spend a couple of hours just asking more questions in this first panel alone, but I know that we have so many more people that are here today too, and I want to respect their time. So I'm going to move to our next panel of public witnesses. But again, my thanks to everybody here for your testimony. And I will note, I can't remember a time that there have been 2 former council members that came to testify. And I hope that's not lost on the mayor or the public. That's a really big deal to have 2 members feel that strongly about something that they want to come in and testify. So I'm really grateful that they took the time out to do that. But it's not lost on me. They didn't do so lightly, and I've never seen that before. So that's good. All right, our second panel. Let me turn to Jackie Wright, who's a member with Foundry United Methodist Church, who I believe is joining us on Zoom. Richard Villeneuve, member with the Washington Interfaith Network, who I think is also online. Danielle Duncan with the Washington Interfaith Network, who I think is here in person. Oh, on Zoom? Okay, thank you. I believe is on Zoom. I think we had Cerise Turner that was here. Okay, all right, Ms. Turner is here. Also a member with Washington Interfaith Network. We have Celeste Bryant, member of the Metropolitan African Methodist Episcopal Church, also with WIN. I think is online. Barbara Briggs, member with the Friends Meeting of Washington, who I think is online. Teresa Cullen, executive director of the Alice Ferguson Foundation, who is online. Teresa Martin, managing director of Living Classrooms, National Capital Region, who is here. Alexandra Wisbicki, who's the environmental education manager with Living Classrooms Foundation, National Capital Region, who I think is online. Don't have her yet here. It's fine. We can accommodate that. Sabrina Rhodes, who's a community organizer with Empower DC, I believe is with us online or in person. She's here. All right, if Ms. Rhodes is here, we'll make sure we get her up. And then I have Ann DuBois, who's also joining as a public witness, who I think Ann is online as well. Okay. Ann apparently is walking up right now, so. Got it. This is the thrill of trying to map between who's here in person, who's on Zoom, but we're gonna pivot. We got it. All right, so I think that's my list here. So Jackie Wright, I don't think is online right now. Do I have Richard?
I'm here. I
Great.
am here.
Oh, you are here. Okay, excellent. All right, sorry, Jackie Wright, let me turn to you and good morning.
Good morning, Councilmember Allen. My name is Jackie Wright. I'm the Social Justice Programs Manager at Foundry in Ward 2. I'm also a member of the Washington Interfaith Network. Councilmember Allen, thank you so much for being a climate champion. The rest of the council, this message is for you. I am here to urge the DC Council to restore $50 million to the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund with at least $18 million to the Healthy Homes Act. This is an issue of economic, racial, and environmental justice. Let's take Black home ownership, for example. Existing Black homeowners have long struggled to achieve home ownership, and now, with stagnant wages and rising costs, it's even worse. Add to this the impact of these current economic factors have on the ability for families to maintain their homes, how that results in higher utility bills, and we have a real crisis. As we know, the Healthy Homes Act helps households with that financial burden by providing new equipment and appliances that will reduce air pollution, save energy, and cut utility bills at no cost to the household. Rating that funding meant to go to low-income DC families will hurt those families and undermine housing affordability in DC, which sabotages the mayor and the council's own housing affordability goals. And now the proposed budget spends nearly $1 billion for this new stadium, with all of the income from ticket sales, parking, et cetera, going to the Commanders and their owners. We do not have our priorities straight. We must at least make sure that DC's important energy and green housing safety net programs are fully funded. Secondly, burning gas indoors harms public health, period. Gas appliances fill our homes with many of the same pollutants as car exhaust, except it's inside, which is way more risky. Yet we still burn these dirty fuels inside our own homes. The Beyond Gas Coalition recently released a report finding that 77% of the nearly 300 kitchens tested in DC had these unhealthy levels of nitrogen dioxide, which cause many respiratory illnesses. Children in homes with gas appliances have a 42% increased risk of developing asthma, and asthma rates in children living in homes with gas stoves are comparable to those children living with cigarette smokers. We all know this affects the most vulnerable. Children who are Black or low income are disproportionately impacted. We can see this just looking at children in Ward 8. They're 10 times more likely to go to the hospital because of an asthma attack than children living in wealthier areas of DC. And we haven't even really talked about the environment yet. The gas we burn in our homes is methane. When released directly into the atmosphere, such as from leaky gas lines, it's 80 times more powerful than carbon dioxide as a climate pollutant. When burned, it emits carbon dioxide, which is the most common climate pollutant. I know the budget is what it is. I know there are voices who might say it isn't the right time, but when is the right time? When is the right time to care for the disadvantaged, the sick, our children, and their future on this planet? As my husband's grandfather used to like to say, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, and the second best time is right now. The time is very urgently right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wright. Next, let me turn to Richard Villeneuve. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson Allen and all council members of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment. My name is Richard Villeneuve, and I'm a father and volunteer with the Washington Interfaith Network. I speak today to implore the council to support continued funding.
Hey, Richard, I apologize for interrupting you, but we can't hear you very well. If you could either maybe turn up the mic or speak a little bit closer to it, it'll just help us.
Perfect. Is that better?
That is better. Thank you.
Okay. Apologies for that. I'll start again. Good morning, Chairperson Allen and all council members of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment. My name is Richard Villeneuve. I am a father and volunteer with the Washington Interfaith Network. I speak today to implore the council to support continued funding for DC's clean energy and affordable green housing programs. In the past, I have testified in support of the Climatizing Our Overheated Living Spaces Regulation Amendment Act and Healthy Homes Act. These acts, in addition to various other acts that have and will be highlighted throughout today's testimonies, are the cornerstones of years of work to create a DC that is sustainable and accountable to the health and well-being of our communities for generations to come. I take a moment to highlight the specific benefits of the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund and the Healthy Homes Act. The SETF funds energy efficiency, solar energy investments, and electrification programs to help lower-income DC families transition from fossil fuels to efficient clean energy. This includes funding for the Healthy Homes Act. Last year, these funds were used by the mayor to pay DC utility bills, and the current budget would permit all unspent funds in the SETF to be taken for general purposes every year. This would make planning and implementation of clean energy projects nearly impossible, as a high proportion of rehabilitation and electrification projects take several years and require guaranteed funding. The Healthy Homes Act was passed in May of 2024. Some key benefits of the bill were to provide 30,000 low and moderate income DC households with energy efficiency improvements for heating, hot water, and cooking equipment at no cost. These measures are important because they provide a level of economic justice for DC residents, many of whom struggle to maintain a livelihood in DC due to rising costs. If the council accepts the mayor's current budget proposal, it will raid funding meant to support these individuals and undermine housing affordability, a complete reversal of stated goals stated by the mayor and the council. The Healthy Homes Act was also a step towards improving the current gas infrastructure in DC, one that is toxic, inefficient, and damaging to our health and sustainability of the planet. Gas appliances fill our homes with many of the same pollutants as car exhaust, like nitrogen dioxide, particulate matter, and formaldehyde. Over the last several years, I have been able to volunteer with the Beyond Gas Coalition, which recently released a report finding that 77% of the nearly 300 kitchens tested in DC had unhealthy levels of nitrogen dioxide, which causes respiratory and other illnesses. And my fellow panelists just highlighted, asthma rates in children living in homes with gas stoves are comparable to those of children living with cigarette smokers. And a lot of these areas also affect those who are Black or are in disproportionately low-income neighborhoods. In general, Black Americans are 55% more likely to die from causes related to pollution from fossil fuel burning appliances than white Americans. Eliminating these indoor air pollutants by continuing to fund the Healthy Homes Act and allowing households to transition off of gas improves public health and saves money. I urge the DC Council to restore $50 million to the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund with at least $18 million for the Healthy Homes Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Ms. Turner. Good morning. If you'll push the button so the red light comes on. All right. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Allen and members of the committee. My name is Cerise Elaine Turner. I come before you as Ms. Senior District of Columbia 2023, representing and advocating for over 120,000 seniors who have helped to build this city and are fighting to remain in it. Today, I also urge the DC Council to restore $50 million to the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, with at least $18 million allocated to the Healthy Homes Act. DC Sustainable Energy Trust, also known as DCSEU, programs are beneficiaries of this fund. I'm here to tell you exactly how these programs made a difference for me and for so many seniors. These aren't cosmetic upgrades. They're the reason I'm still safely and securely in my home today. Because of DCSEU's Solar for All and affordable home electrification programs, I received a brand new roof at no cost, replacing one over 30 years old, eliminating a financial burden that could have led to unsafe conditions, forced displacement, or even the loss of my home. Through a combination of free solar panels that dramatically lowered my energy use and the Department of Energy and Environment's utility discount program, I haven't paid a utility bill in over 2 years. These savings have allowed me to afford healthy food, reliable transportation, and home maintenance. Don't let this sash fool you. Before DCSEU, I struggled too. My outdated gas water heater was replaced with a safe 50-gallon electric unit for free. My electrical panel was upgraded for safety and energy efficiency for free. And I received a $75 rebate for an energy-efficient electric clothes dryer. These upgrades and cost savings allowed me and thousands of other seniors to age in place safely, sustainably, and with dignity. Without them, many older adults would be at a greater risk of heat exhaustion, respiratory illnesses, and even hospitalization, especially during extreme weather events that are growing more frequent. Seniors aren't asking for a handout. We're asking for a return on decades of our investment in this city. We've paid taxes, built neighborhoods, volunteered in our communities, run businesses, and mentored generations. We didn't just believe in this city before it was booming. We laid the foundation, block by block, year after year. Now, too many of us are being priced out, unable to afford a new HVAC system, a water heater, essential appliances, or even a roof. Without DCSEU, our needs go unmet. And make no mistake, unmet needs lead to emergencies. Many seniors live on a fixed income. DCSEU is the safety net that prevents us from falling through the cracks. A city's budget is more than a spreadsheet. It's a covenant. It's a reflection of what and who we value. So I ask you, please don't balance the budget on the backs of those who have seen this city through decades of change. Honor their legacy, protect their health, safeguard their future. Let your budget reflect the value of their contributions, and know that when you vote, you're not just voting for today's seniors, you're also voting for your own children and your grandchildren, and for the air they breathe, and the world they will inherit. So thank you so much, Chairperson Allen, for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. I appreciate that. I'm not supposed to applaud testimony, but I appreciate that. All right. I think our next person was Danielle Duncan, who I don't think is here right now. Okay. All right. So Celeste Bryant, I see that you're here. So Ms. Bryant, let me turn to you.
Good morning, Councilmember Allen and concerned citizens. My name is Celeste Bryan. I'm a strategy board member for the Washington Interfaith Network and a core justice organizer with and member of Metropolitan African Methodist Episcopal Church in Ward 2. Councilman, thank you for your opening statement and thank you for your comments. When concurs, retreat is not an option. I also appreciate your further comments after panel 1 about the generational consequences and how unacceptable these changes in the budget and how the impact will be intergenerational and reverberate for decades to come. Since 2020, WIN has been working to create pathways for new home ownership for Black legacy citizens of the district, and we have tried to address the startling Black-white wealth gap. Born out of a history of systemic racism connected to employment, wage, education, and housing discrimination. Every committee in the city council, we're talking to you, has a role in playing in promoting sustainable, affordable housing and home ownership opportunities as a way to balance the scales for equity and addressing the wealth gap. 2 paths to address inequity in housing and home ownership must be addressed. Promoting affordable home ownership opportunities for legacy citizens, and secondly, preserving existing legacy Black home ownership in DC. This is a path in which the Committee for Transportation, thank you, Councilman, and Environment has a critical role to play in securing the SETF funding. WIN appreciates the efforts of the Committee for Transportation and Environment in its investment in the home electrification pilot project in 2 historic neighborhoods in which WIN has also been working, Deanwood and River Terrace. We have spoken to the families. We have spoken to homeowners who have reported, in particular one resident who told us that she wants to pass down her home to her daughter, but she's hesitant because the home has a broken furnace, a faulty stove, a leaky roof. All would agree these needed repairs, if not addressed, are expensive, potentially dangerous, crippling to sustained home ownership, and not environmentally safe. We've been making great progress, however, through the Affordable Home Electrification Program. It has already transformed 100 homes. That's 100 homes preserved. We cannot take that lightly. The mayor's budget is a rollback on progress, as has been said so many times today. And the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund funds are being reallocated to be utilized to pay for the district's energy and waste bills and to the general fund, instead of being allocated to where they're meant to go, to repair and electrify homes. This is unfair and inappropriate misallocation of funds intended for our lower and working class families in the district. And as has been mentioned before, we stand to lose $18 million in federal matching dollars. Can the district afford to lose $18 million to support its citizenry in this time of diminished federal and local funding and assured economic crisis that will disproportionately impact low-income and working families in the district? Finally, I'll say, in this time marked by devolution and rollback, WIN asks and demands that DC's council members commit to building an affordable, equitable DC that moves forward, not backward, and moves forward in a sustained agenda for racial and economic justice. Restore the $50 million for SETF funding and let DC be an example of progress and preserve legacy homeownership for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bryant. Next, let me turn to Barbara Briggs, who's also joining us online.
Hi, good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to testify. I am submitting written testimony and will try to cut to the chase now. My name is Barbara Briggs. I'm testifying today on behalf of Friends Meeting of Washington, working closely with Beyond Gas DC, Washington Interfaith Network, Sierra Club, and Interfaith Power and Light to speed DC's transition off fossil fuels in a way that does not leave behind DC's lower income families. In the last years, DC Council and government have established as policy that DC will reduce our carbon emissions to net zero by 2045. And DC Council has passed important pieces of legislation to help us achieve that target. Among these is the Healthy Homes Act of 2024, which will help 30,000 low-income DC households move off fossil fuels, progressively eliminating their greenhouse gas emissions with massive additional benefit for improving indoor and outdoor air quality and the health of DC residents. I'm here to urge you to fund the Breathe Easy program established by the Healthy Homes Act and to protect DC's clean energy and affordable green housing programs now funded by the SETF, and to provide at least $18 million for the Healthy Homes Act program, which is also needed to achieve the federal match. If we recognize that we're living in a climate emergency, which obviously we are, then prioritizing speedy transition is not a luxury to be put aside when times are tough. But we also know that as we eliminate the emissions from burning fossil fuels, especially in our buildings, DC residents will be healthier, saving millions in medical care and in lost school and work time. Last November, Beyond Gas released the results of a community science investigation of health-harming gas emissions from gas stoves. It made visible one aspect of the costs of burning fossil fuels, and I hope you'll weigh it heavily as you decide how to fund implementation of the Healthy Homes Act and DC's other clean energy programs. And I will submit our report, Cooking Up Danger, for the record. What we found is that of the 663 homes tested in DC and Montgomery County, homes with gas stoves, we tested for nitrogen dioxide, one of the emissions created when gas is burned. Nitrogen dioxide is a pulmonary irritant. It's an inflammatory agent in the body that causes and aggravates asthma, COPD, lung disease. Some studies have found that nitrogen dioxide exposure contributed to metabolic disorders like diabetes, and that early exposure may affect child cognitive development. We tested by running the stoves for half an hour. In 63% of the homes we tested, nitrogen dioxide levels rose to above 100 parts per billion, the EPA's health protective standard for outdoor air, and the maximum advisable for a 1 hour exposure. In DC, it was over 3/4 of homes, 77% tested recorded NO2 levels above 100 parts per billion. The average in DC was 181 parts per billion, almost twice the EPA's health protective standard. We also found, running a smaller number of tests, that nitrogen dioxide does not quickly dissipate. In many homes, it can hang around for hours. It also moves with hot air, making its way into lofts and upstairs bedrooms. So we have seen with our own eyes that burning gas in our homes is contributing to asthma, COPD, and other chronic illnesses that plague DC residents. Please do not abandon the important legislation and policies that you have established over the last years. Someday, when fossil fuels are priced to incorporate the climate and health costs they incur, making rational energy decisions will come more easily. But for now, we rely on your leadership, you in DC Council, in DC government, to make choices based on a more complicated cost-benefit analysis that includes climate and health considerations that are not reflected in the rates that we pay. We are grateful that DC's climate commitments and laws do reflect the broader cost-benefit analysis. Now is a tough budget moment, but it is not time to shrink back from our climate commitment. So please stand firm and fund the Healthy Homes Act and other programs that will move DC off burning fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I'm turned to Teresa Cullen, who is joining us online.
Good morning, Chairperson Allen, members of the council. My name is Teresa Cullen. I'm the Executive Director of the Alice Ferguson Foundation. I'm here today to speak on behalf of thousands of DC students whose educational experiences and futures are threatened by the proposed elimination of funding for essential programs: our 5th grade overnight environmental education experience, our grade 4 nature near school program, and the Green Zone environmental program known as GSEP. We have proudly served DC students, public and charter schools since 2013, offering life-changing overnight science experiences that reach students from all 8 wards. These overnight trips aren't just field trips. They're transformative educational milestones that foster deep, lasting learning. At our outdoor educational campus in nearby Maryland, students immerse themselves in nature while engaging in rigorous, hands-on science lessons aligned with next-generation science standards and the district's environmental literacy standards. They test water quality, explore forest ecology, and trace the journey of stormwater to the Chesapeake Bay. But beyond the science, this experience builds confidence, independence, and belonging. One teacher shared, "During our overnight trip, one of our 5th graders who had previously struggled to engage in science class came alive while testing water samples. He confidently explained what a watershed was and even helped his peers using the testing tools. This made science real and meaningful for him and many others." For many students, it's their first time away from home, their first time seeing a star-filled sky, or their first hike through the woods. They come back changed, more confident, curious, and connected to the world around them. Another teacher wrote, "This trip is something my 5th graders look forward to all year. Losing this due to lack of funding would be a huge loss, not only for my class, but all 5th graders across this city. This trip is priceless." We have worked hard to ensure this opportunity is equitably available at no cost to all Title I schools, raising the funds ourselves to make that possible, but we cannot do it alone. We are proud partners in the Green Zone Environmental Program, GSEP, one of the district's most successful workforce initiatives. Each summer, we train and mentor DC youth in green jobs, conservation, and environmental leadership. GSEP has helped launch careers and instill purpose for hundreds of students who otherwise may not have access to these opportunities. Together, these programs serve students at a pivotal moment in their academic and personal development, opening doors to STEM pathways, civic engagement, and a deeper connection to the environment. The budget cuts proposed this year would end these programs for countless students and reverse a decade of progress in equitable environmental education. I urge the Council to restore the funding for environmental education and youth development programs and ensure the overnight program and the Nature Near School program and GSEP are in the FY26 budget. Your investment gives students what they need most: meaningful learning, opportunity, and hope. Thank you for your leadership and commitment to our city's youth.
Thank you very much. Next, return to Teresa Martin, who's in person.
Good morning, Chairman Allen and Mr. Fagan. Thank you for listening to us today. My name is Teresa Martin, Managing Director of Living Classrooms of the National Capital Region. I was born in the district and I've lived most of my life in the Anacostia watershed. A number of years ago, I took the opportunity to work on my home river at Kingman Island through Living Classrooms. And while I'm here today to advocate for restoring our funding, I'm here for our beloved river and the community who live, work, and recreate on the Anacostia. The 24% cut to DOE funding in the proposed budget, taken alongside the current proposal to redevelop the RFK campus into a stadium with the tagline, quote, "a field of opportunities on the banks of the Anacostia River," end quote, actually defunds the work on the river that got us to where we are. This plan takes all revenue from the Anacostia cleanup and protection funds and moves it into the general fund instead of rendering the intended services through grants that serve the river and the community. For Living Classrooms, this move reduces a trash trap grant and eliminates 2 environmental ed grants, Nature Near Schools, Community Stormwater Solutions, GSEP, and SYEP program, and the wildly popular Green Boats program. As I'm sure will be explained in greater detail by my colleagues, our partnership with Riverkeeper, Anacostia Watershed Society, and Ward 8 Woods for the Trash Trap Maintenance Grant diverts 6,000 pounds of trash from the Anacostia each year while providing workforce training opportunities for high school students through GSEP and junior Kingdom Rangers, as well as for adults in workforce programs, providing paid training and introduction to green infrastructure maintenance. If these programs are cut by 54% as proposed in this budget, our capacity to provide for community needs in training and trash reduction, as well as our ability to support the district's MS4 permit, is in jeopardy. This is a costly, fiscally irresponsible decision, as the district could face quickly escalating violation fees, costing the district more than this cut would save. The district's environmental literacy plan also commits the district to serving at least 300 students per year in GSEP, the Green Zone Environmental Program, through the Marion Barry Summer Youth Employment Program, SYEP, that is also being eliminated. As we say about the youth employment programs offered in the most vulnerable summer months, SYEP saves lives. That alone should be enough to protect a program like GSEP, but it also fosters environmental careers, leading many district youth directly from GSEP to careers at DOE and elsewhere. Cutting this kind of program has generational effects. Like many of our partners, we've focused our environmental education work in recent years on serving District Title I schools, as they are least likely to have funding for buses, field trips, or sustained project-based learning partnerships that support outdoor, hands-on, curriculum-aligned learning. Cutting the Nature Near Schools and overnight programs grants means cutting the access of over 2,000 Title I students to outdoor education in the communities that need it the most. This creates a deeper inequity in access to these kinds of education resources in communities around the river most impacted by a legacy of pollution. Especially in a year when federal funding is already deprioritizing environmental work, we hope that the district will stand for its values. We are glad that DOE will retain all of its full-time employees under this budget plan. We know we work with some of the most dedicated and competent district staff, and we also know that expecting them to do the work that is normally completed through a network of grants and contracts will be impossible. Even the wildly talented environmental ed folks in DOEE will not be able to cover the same ground that 7 organizations and dozens of educators do with a very modest budget. The truth is that DOE staff will be overburdened, and the people doing the work now at nonprofits like ours will be redirected to other work and other places if funding is lost. We will lose workers, stewards, and momentum on what some of us consider our life's work. We are grateful that the Kingman Rangers grant is funded in this budget, continuing the district's commitment to making the Kingman Conservation Area accessible to the public and truly turning this green space on the river into the district's outdoor classroom. We are also grateful to Director Jackson for his dedication in bringing electricity to Kingman Island this year, creating an unprecedented efficiency in island work. Last Friday at the Anacostia Youth Summit, funded by the Nature in Your Schools grant, I looked out at the river and wondered if the decades of work many of us have put into our home river would be undone in a single budget season. I couldn't hold that depressing thought too long, though, as there were hundreds of fourth graders getting on their first boat rides, testing water quality, and proudly sharing the watershed projects, which I'll leave with you, that they had completed over the course of a school year with our educators and other partner organizations. Instead, we had to get back to work. Please put the funds back and let us get back to work.
Thank you very much, Ms. Martin. Our next witness is unable to join us right now, but let me turn to see if Sabrina Rhodes is here. All right, Ms. Rhodes might be able to join us later, so we'll make sure we can add her to a later panel. So, Andy Boys, let me turn to you.
Good morning, Chairperson Allen, Director Jackson, and council staff. My name is Ann DuBois, and I'm a resident of Ward 3. Thank you, Chairperson Allen, for your leadership and for this opportunity to testify regarding the Department of Energy and Environment's funding constraints. With DOE facing the worst cuts in the entire budget, seriously compromising the district's ability to meet climate commitments in law, but you already know. When I'm passing by Stoddard Elementary on a late evening walk, it's impossible to miss the glare of lights blazing in the cavernous, empty gymnasium. Mind you, I'm walking at 10 o'clock p.m., long after school activities have ceased. This wastefulness has irritated me, but now I'm downright angry because of the way the wasted electricity is being paid for with my ratepayer contribution to the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund. The mayor's illegal plundering of the SETF again this year is so cynical, it's as if she's thumbing her nose at her own climate initiatives. Notably, there are no efficiency savings associated with the $70.1 million to be rated from the SETF to pay the district government's utility bills. And the district's profligate energy spending further escalates to over $80 million in fiscal years 27 through 29. Perversely, meanwhile, the mayor seeks to delay Greener Government Building Act requirements and pause BEPS, regulations that increase government building efficiency and help reduce these very energy costs. Furthermore, the mayor plans to convert the SETF to a lapsing fund, with the result that there will be an insufficient and declining amount of available funding that would otherwise go to investments in reducing residential energy costs for people like me. Which brings me to the mayor's FY26 cuts to the DC SEU's efficiency and clean energy retrofit programs for low and moderate income households, often paired with Solar for All. Loss of SETF funding guarantees that the pace of energy cost-saving modernizations will be out of compliance with the Healthy Homes Act. Please, Charles Allen, restore the $18 million local funds to match federal funding for healthy homes. The mayor states that her FY26 budget shows her spending priorities for the next 4 years. The mayor did not brazenly call her budget this year shared sacrifice. I deeply resent how she attacks regulations and shrinks funding for clean energy and building efficiency while promising potentially billions of taxpayer dollars for sports arenas. I trust this committee to do whatever you can to protect the climate commitments the mayor has reneged on. Please refer to my more detailed testimony. Thank you for your attention today and your markup actions to come.
Thank you. I appreciate you and everyone on this panel. And again, you've all highlighted in different ways how this budget can potentially do so much damage. Finding the dollars to be able to put it all back together again, of course, is a harder thing, and I'm not going to pretend it's going to be easy, but that is part of what we're already working on, and going to be turning to my colleagues to work on. I did want to just ask a couple of quick questions, though. Ms. Turner, I mean, your testimony was fantastic. Thank you. I think one of the things I think that collectively we all need to be able to do is also better tell the story of what these dollars do and why environmental, energy, and climate action is much more than, hey, it's, you know, I've got better air to breathe, cleaner water. Because the root, and you explained it so well, we're talking about people's ability to afford to live in their city, to stay in their city. If we do climate and environmental action the right way, we are lowering costs on housing, on energy. We are making sure people have a home and they can always call it home. And just going to ask you if you want to kind of just share a little bit more on when you talk about you having to pay a utility bill in 2 years. I mean, that's real money back in people's pockets. What does that do just to your own quality of life, the choices you're able to enjoy when we take that cost off the table? For, in the grand scheme of a DC budget, a fairly modest investment from the city's standpoint, but a huge advantage for that resident who now is able to save those costs. And that means you can do something else with those dollars, whether it's being able to help support family or friends or being able to do whatever you want to do. But can you just share a little more about, well, what does that mean? Like 2 years worth of no utility bills, that's some serious money in your pocket.
You're very correct. I have my Pepco bill right here. And right now, this is a June 2025 bill. I think you have a copy of it. And the total credit amount is $1,336.25. And it's been like this all year.
Yeah.
And so what it does for me is, it means I can eat. I only get Social Security. You know, I don't have a pension. And you know, it allows me to eat 3 meals a day. I can eat healthy foods. You know, I can shop more in the produce section. I can repair my car bill recently, you know, at the Honda, you know, service center. It's like almost $1,400. But with the money that I've saved, I can repair my car. You know, I have a reliable transportation and home maintenance. I live in a house that was built in 1935. You know, and so there are things that, you know, need repairing, and my lawn and this and that, you know, it goes on. And I feel like, you know, my concern was, can I afford to stay in the city before DCSEU? But since DCSEU, I'm confident that I can stay in the city and age in place. And it's nothing but a blessing.
Yeah. I think that is, thank you. It's wonderful to hear. I think that is also true for a lot of folks that have been able to benefit from, whether it's the Healthy Homes program, SEU programs, our Solar for All. Like these are programs that make a real difference to people's ability to still call DC home.
Yes.
To be able to live here. So I know that we're going to extol and talk about all the great things from a climate and energy and environmental perspective that these dollars and programs can do. But I don't want it to get lost on anybody. Like we're just talking about people's ability to call DC home and be able to afford to live here. And that's what's getting cut. That's what's being eliminated.
Yes.
And that's why it rubs me so wrong when I see this is a growth agenda budget. And no, this is hurting longtime residents, their ability to afford to live here, and it's short-sighted. And so we're going to do everything we can to put it all back together again. It's a broken promise yet again in this budget, but we're going to keep working to put it back together again. And I think the story you shared, I hope for other people helps them understand this isn't just some kind of pat on the back, you know, gosh, don't we care about our planet? This is every day, dollars in your pocket, your ability to, whether it's addressing, getting the car fixed up, taking care of the house, putting food on the table. That's what this is. So I really, really appreciate that and hope that drives it home for a lot of people.
That's one thing.
Absolutely.
A fourth generation Washingtonian. And you know, DCSEU is my Santa Claus. You know, I haven't been, you know, it reminds me when I was little and I would get presents. And DCSEU has been that to me, like my Santa Claus.
Yeah. Well, I really, really appreciate that. Let me see if I can ask a couple other folks. I think we had a few members, Mr. Villeneuve, maybe Ms. Du Bois. You just briefly, one of the other things that we look at, a budget needs to be, I mean, we're going to hear, you know, a moral document, be fair. We're going to hear that all the time, right? But it also is about like, what are we prioritizing, and who are we prioritizing? And in a budget, I think the budget we have in front of us puts in incredibly stark contrast who is being prioritized. But the cuts to DOEE are going to fall heaviest on neighborhoods and communities on the eastern half of our city. Specifically, wards 5, 7, and 8 are going to bear the brunt of most of these cuts. When we talk about the programs are going to be defunded, the investments that aren't going to get made, that's who hurts. I just want to, let me give Mr. Velmanet online and then Ms. Du Bois as well, if you wanted to add to that about why that should spark us to action as well to write this.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Yes, it is an important issue, one that the council...
We're turning up the sound.
Thank you. It is an important issue, Councilmember Allen, one that the council has tried to address, I believe, through some of the acts that have been passed over the last several years in terms of kind of the equity issue here. There's a history of disproportionate impact, negative on certain communities. And what these acts have done, specifically what the Healthy Homes Act does, and what my fellow panelists just kind of illustrated, is the actual returns, right, that can come from addressing some of these harms. And it's in small ways, but they seem small, but they're so impactful because it affects the day-to-day livelihood of so many people in terms of being able to prioritize other important things, like being able to cut your grass or doing other home maintenance, you know, or feeling like you're in a home environment where you're breathing clean air and you know it, and you know your family and your family's benefiting from it, and you're not having to be worried about any hospital visits or other things that affect you in such a negative way, because obviously there's so many things that we're dealing with in this life. And so when the council can do things like this, measures like these, acts like this, that can help address people's day-to-day concerns in a way that is impactful and that they see it and that they feel like, you know, it is the job of a council member, I believe, you know, serve the people, and the people need to know that they have individuals who are hearing their concerns and addressing them. And that's why I believe your efforts and efforts of others who support these Healthy Homes Act, Cool Act, and other utilities and measures that are meant to address these harms are so important.
Yeah, thank you very much. Ann, would you like to add to that?
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Director Jackson mentioned last Friday the impact the loss of LIHEAP will have, and in the face of rising energy bills, the PEPCO bill that Claire Mills spoke of. And there are already energy burdened families in those wards who are struggling, and the burden is just going to become overwhelmingly severe, and demand for bill pay assistance is going to skyrocket, right? Where is that money going to come from? It'll fall on the utility companies, as Director Jackson said, but then they'll just charge us higher rates. It's such a vicious cycle. And you know, really the remedy here is what's in the Healthy Homes Act over time. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Ms. Bryant, in your testimony, you talked about there were about 100 kind of longtime DC resident homes that have been preserved through the SCTF. Again, we don't always think about our climate environmental actions as home preservation, but that's what's happening here. I mean, how important is that also to, you know, frankly, the strength of also some of our faith congregations to be able to preserve homes and preserve community? Just want to give you a chance if you wanted to expand on that concept as well, that this is really helping preserve, I think, frankly, I don't think it's an understatement. This helps preserve the community within our city and the culture within our city as well. Well, I asked a really great question, but Ms. Bryant apparently dropped off. So I think that was a great question. The answer is a resounding yes, obviously. If Ms. Bryant was here, she would have said yes. The last thing I'll note, and you brought this up, I think a couple others as well. One of the things that I am very concerned about related to the SETF transfer, DGS, and we had their hearing yesterday, Department of General Services, which is what much of this money is going to just pay the electricity bill now, almost 90% of just keeping the lights on. There is an effort to create an energy efficiency contract within DGS to help kind of some innovative ways to help start driving better energy efficiency. That's a good thing. I'm concerned if our SETF dollars are parked over at DGS, the way they're structuring this contract is that the contractor will essentially, at no cost to the district, will invest in our buildings to help create more efficient use of energy. It's a good thing. The way you monetize that for that company is that you essentially baseline your years of energy payments, and then they make those investments, but whatever energy reductions they create, they now get to keep that, right? So again, that's not necessarily a bad thing. That's a concept of ways that you drive down your energy costs, get greater efficiency. But if we build in the SETF payments over to DGS, then now what we're doing is we're taking our SETF dollars and they are now going to a private business and company, and that's not what those SETF dollars are for. So again, it matters how the dollars flow. So, back to our conversation with the first panel about just the trust and faith of this is what we're charging, these are the fees that we're putting in and where they go and how they get used. I don't want SETF dollars to just go to some contractor now in their pocket. That's not what we passed this for. That's not what you pay on your utility bills. So that has to change, but I want to make clear, because I think a lot of us actually would love to see those energy efficiencies, the lights in the building, as you talked about, finding ways to help lower those energy costs in our government buildings. That's a good thing. I don't want to unintentionally create a situation where now my SETF dollars get locked away as part of paying that off. So I know, again, I want to kind of keep moving because we have so many witnesses that are here throughout the day. So I want to thank everybody from our second panel for your testimony, for your advocacy, and really being, again, a consistent and strong voice throughout the day. So thank you all. All right, we're going to move to panel 3. I'm going to start calling out everyone's names. Again, I think we have a mix of folks that are in person and online. But I have Alana Mintz with Urban Adventure Squad, Christy Brock, Public Witness, George McCullough, who's an environmental science instructor with the Thurgood Marshall Academy Public Charter High School, I think is online. Erwin Rose, Public Witness, who is joining us online. Andrea Orozco, a faithful advocacy lead with Interfaith Power and Light. I have Tiffany Simmons, Vice President of Systems Change at Medici Road, I think is here in person. Clyde Clark, also with Medici Road. Alma Chavez, Core Program Manager with the Latin America Youth Center, who I think is joining us online. Gabrielle Milnes, also with the Latin America Youth Center. Max Broad, who I think is joining us online. Augusta Smith, Public Witness. And I might be short one chair or two, so if I've called your name for here, if you'll just kind of sit on the edges, and then we'll swap in and out as we move people in. And Kate Backover, Public Witness, who I think is online. Okay. All right. Elena Mintz, I've got you. All right, so good. Are we still in the morning? Barely.
I don't know.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Let me turn to you to kick us off. Yeah, and for folks that are testifying, you have to push the button so the red light comes on and then the mic is active.
And I have 5, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I'm Ilana Mintz, founder and executive director of Urban Adventure Squad, which provides equitable, curriculum-aligned outdoor learning programs to schools and communities across DC, and particularly in underserved neighborhoods. In partnership with 4 nonprofits, KC Trees, Living Classrooms, Nature Forward, and the Anacostia Watershed Society, We bring our Nature Near Schools program to 1,200 fourth graders in 28 Title I DC public schools. An additional 700 fifth graders in 27 Title I DC schools experience overnight programming with Nature Bridge and the Alice Ferguson Foundation. The proposed cuts to DOE funding will eliminate all of these programs and force us to, one, back out of our commitments to our partner public schools and out of our larger commitment to supporting DC's environmental literacy plan, which is issued every 3 years by the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, or OSSE. Two, end our efforts to equitably expand these programs so that many more students in Title I DC public and public charter schools have access to high-quality environmental education. And three, end our commitment to DCPS, where we're all registered program providers who work in close partnership with classroom teachers and school administrators to deliver standards-aligned environmental education. 4 members of this committee, Chairperson Allen and Council members Henderson, Lewis George, and Parker, also serve on the Committee of the Whole, which oversees OSSE and DCPS. We truly appreciate your service and want you to know that these cuts are not simply to the DOE budget. These are cuts to public education and promises broken to students who need and deserve to understand their global environment by connecting with local waterways and local national parks, which is what these programs do. DOE is the only DC government agency that funds sustained environmental education in our public schools. Without this funding, matching EPA funds that are critical to supporting this program are likely to be reduced or eliminated, and we expect to have to back out of all or most of the schools we serve. It might be tempting to consider outdoor learning initiatives like environmental education as budget expendable, something that's nice to have but not essential. For decades, the U.S. public education system has perpetuated the idea that indoors is for learning and outdoors is for play, which has justified students and teachers remaining inside all day, sometimes in windowless classrooms, learning about ecosystems, but never venturing out to embrace the lessons that my colleague, Christy Brock, will tell you about next. But over the last decade, because of modest investments by DOE, DC has begun to change that narrative and to leverage its phenomenal outdoor spaces to deliver what DC promises in its own vision, quote, ensure that every school guarantees students reach their full potential through rigorous and joyful learning experiences provided in a nurturing environment. What's happening in DC is reflected in a body of evidence that's been growing for decades, which we can't ignore if we want real educational progress for our students. In a 2017 study, middle school students reported that during a 2-day outdoor education experience, hands-on activities like collecting data made it easier to remember the content. We didn't just get data from some worksheet, said one student who was interviewed for the study. We saw how the data was collected, and that makes it much more meaningful. In a 2019 article in Frontiers in Psychology, the authors write that, quote, nature-based instruction outperforms traditional instruction, leading to improvements on standardized test scores, graduation rates, attention and stress levels, engagement, self-discipline, and physical fitness. Why would we want to eliminate programs that do all of this? Outdoor learning is not about infrastructure or the creation of a physical outdoor classroom. I urge you to visit one of our programs. You will see levels of engagement, happiness, observation, and inquiry that reflect the evidence in these and dozens of other research studies on the benefits of outdoor time to student academic achievement and well-being. Will you explain to hundreds of students and dozens of teachers that we chose to finance a football stadium, but we couldn't justify the funds for environmental education? Public education is economic development. It's not either or. Please, we are asking the members of the council, send a strong message to students and teachers at our Title I schools and let them know that we will not back out of our commitment to providing them with high-quality environmental education. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. All right, Ms. Brock, we have you next.
Good morning. I'm Christy Brock, and I'm Director of Programming at Urban Adventure Squad. I've dedicated the last 13 years to bringing students outdoors and connecting them to nature and their neighborhoods here in DC. Urban Adventure Squad is part of the coalition of education organizations implementing the Nature Near Schools program for fourth graders. We worked with Anacostia Watershed Society, Casey Trees, Living Classrooms, and Nature Forward this year to deliver the Nature Near Schools program to over 1,200 students in 28 Title I DC public and public charter schools. This program is funded by the DC Department of Energy and Environment. The budget cuts to DOEE means this program is no longer funded. Numbers and stats help demonstrate the reach of this vital program, but I'd like to explain a bit more about what environmental literacy and watershed education actually look like. DOEE's Nature Near Schools program is what's called a MIWE, or a Meaningful Watershed Educational Experience. It begins with schoolyard field investigations, continues with an off-campus field trip to see the Anacostia River or Rock Creek in person, and concludes with an environmental action project that students design and implement in their neighborhood. The beauty of this program is that it's integrated into the curriculum and the school day, and it's hyperlocal. Imagine you're a fourth grade student here in DC. Instead of learning about the Great Pacific Garbage Patch from a textbook or a video you watch in your classroom, you get to go out into your schoolyard and learn about the issues facing the Anacostia, Potomac, and Rock Creek watersheds, and then you can understand how our waterways and pollution are all connected. In one of our lessons, students clean up the litter in their schoolyard to keep it out of the storm drains and waterways. They practice data collection by keeping track of what kinds of trash they're picking up, and then they conduct a trash audit. This helps students identify the source of each type of litter so they can think through ways of minimizing the pollution in their schoolyard and the wider watershed. They learn about the impact of local legislation like the plastic bag tax, foam-free DC, and the single-use plastic straw ban. We rarely find these items during schoolyard litter cleanups, and that demonstrates to students that these local regulations work. The Nature Near Schools program supports DC's environmental literacy plan. No other program regularly gets DC students outdoors, activating the city as a classroom. DC youth can only become invested in their local green spaces and urban ecosystems if they actually spend time in those spaces, learning about them and connecting to them. I ask you to please restore the DOEE funding for the Nature Near Schools program so the youth of DC can experience the joy of outdoor learning and become invested in the health and future of our watersheds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brock. All right, next I had George McCullough, but I don't think George is here, so perhaps later can join us. Erwin Rose, I think I've got you online, so let me turn to you next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. I think I can still say good morning. My name is Erwin Rose, and I'm a resident of Ward 3. I'm speaking today to oppose the proposal to cut the budget for the Department of Energy and Environment, DC Green Bank, and other climate, clean energy, environmental, and green housing programs. I support the more detailed testimony presented by former council members Che and Wells, the Ward 3 Democrats who will speak later, as well as the Sierra Club, Chesapeake Climate Action Network, and the DC Environmental Network. I would like to highlight as one example the value of Sustainable Energy Trust Fund funding and ensuring that it goes to the Healthy Homes Act and other clean energy and affordable housing programs that benefit low and moderate income households. This is an issue of economic justice for families struggling to stay in DC amid rising costs. The Healthy Homes Act provides new equipment and appliances that will reduce air pollution, save energy, and cut utility bills. Rating funding meant to go to moderate and low-income families would hurt them directly and undermine housing affordability. Research increasingly indicates that gas appliances cause significant direct negative health impacts in addition to the effects of emissions contributing to climate change. The council faces extremely difficult budget trade-offs, and investment in energy and environment may not seem to be our most urgent need. However, DOEE programs are critical to protecting our health and environment, reducing energy costs, and they pay off more broadly by maintaining DC's leadership role in the clean energy transition that is essential for a sustainable economy. I ask that council members reject the mayor's proposal to cut DOEE and other climate, energy, and environmental programs, and instead increase revenue by refusing to subsidize the Commanders through the RFK Stadium deal and by adopting progressive tax reform proposals such as those advanced such as those advocated for by the DC Fiscal Policy Institute and the Just Recovery DC campaign. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rose. All right, next I've got Andrew Orozco from Interfaith Power and Light.
Hello, good morning. My name is Andrea Orozco. I'm a Ward 2 resident and the Faithful Advocacy Lead at Interfaith Power and Light, DMV. We work to support hundreds of congregations across the DC metro area who are called by their different faith traditions to care for our common home and our most vulnerable neighbors. For this reason, I am here today to urge that the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund funding be restored and go towards the continued implementation of the Affordable Home Electrification Program made possible by the Healthy Homes Act last year and other clean energy programs that benefit low and moderate income households. The SETF is built up by district residents for a clear purpose, and it is imperative the money is used to continue an equitable transition in the district off of harmful polluting appliances. Programs like this are not just good for our climate, they also provide tangible health and economic benefits to district residents in a time when an unexpected hospital or repair bill can be detrimental to a struggling household. Interfaith Power and Light DMV is part of a coalition well represented here this morning who has tested harmful polluting appliances in people's homes, and we know that over half of them are emitting unsafe levels of nitrogen dioxide that contribute disproportionately to rates of childhood asthma and health complications in older adults. This program alleviates the financial burden of replacing aging polluting equipment by providing new equipment that is more efficient, cuts down on utility bills, and is overall better for people's health at no cost. To further contextualize the impact of the AHIP program, a majority of the projects currently underway are in Ward 7, and not restoring this funding in full will have an outsized impact in our neighbors there. I urge this body to reject the false choices made by the mayor's budget proposals. There is a real opportunity here to support our communities and most impacted neighbors by prioritizing the continued funding of programs providing critical services, and I urge you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we had Tiffany Simmons with Medici Road. Ms. Simmons?
Good morning.
Good morning.
That's not working right there. Good morning, Councilmember Allen. My name is Dr. Tiffany Simmons, and I'm here today representing Medici Road as the VP of Systems Change. I'm here today to speak on behalf of supporting the work of the Green Finance Agency, GFA, excuse me. Bottom line up front, we are requesting that the council not decrease the funding and support the agency at a minimum at its current budget level. Over the next few minutes, I specifically will be talking about who Medici is and what our connection to GFA actually is as well, why we recommend restoring agency funding at the current level, and recommendations to pay for our funding request. Let's start with the nature of who we are and why we're here. Medici Road is a community development organization that analyzes data to connect the dots between housing, public health, and education through a racial equity lens. Since 2016, we've served the district, its residents, and nonprofits to help turn information into actionable poverty reduction programs, products, and policy. Our biggest product so far has been real estate. We started designing projects like mortgage algorithms that would allow residents to answer a few income and household questions in order to determine which down payment programs they would be eligible for and at what amounts. We quickly realized that if we believed wealth building mattered, we had to get into development. As an organization with little development experience, we needed partners that understood that housing had to be affordable, but also that there were other social determinants of health that needed to be incorporated into the development. This is why we partner with GFA. Their funding commitment of over $3 million allowed us to design a net zero building that is scheduled to bring a grocery store, coffee shop, and workforce development to Deanwood, along with 24 for-sale condos to residents under 80% AMI. Their vision and product is the only reason we're able to design and build this development. Now, as a reminder, their fiscal year 2025 operating budget is $43.2 million, but their fiscal year 2026 proposed operating budget is $3.5 million, a 92% reduction of $39.7 million. Yes, these deductions only affect subsidies and grant, not staffing, but this fiscal year 2026 cut effectively unwinds nearly all of GFA's prior year investment capacity. A development may close this year, but takes 1 to 3 years to build and stabilize. So you're setting back up to 3 years of development that supports small building retrofits that don't qualify for any other financing. Reduced utility bills for already rent-burdened third-generation residents, and worsen public health outcomes outcomes that would increase in asthma and decrease in indoor air quality. So why does all this matter? Why do we recommend restoring agency funding to current levels? From a city standpoint, reduced clean energy financing significantly reduces the Green Finance Agency's ability to attract private capital for clear energy projects, such as building retrofits and clean transport, which will ultimately slow the progress towards DC's climate goals. On a population and resident level, GFA-funded initiatives often support low-income neighborhoods. These cuts threaten building retrofits, solar installations, and utility cost reductions, especially in Wards 7 and 8. Councilmember Allen, you warned before that this budget threatens DC climate goals. We're also looking at what the residents' goals are. Looking at it from a systems change lens, we know that on average, 1 in 4 low-income residents spend more than 15% of their income on energy bills. Considering that 52% of district low-income households are also rent burdened, we should be actively looking for creative ways to reduce these burdens. One approach is funding retrofits through GFA, as the retrofits reduce utility bills by 13 to 31%, which create more dispensable income for residents. To preserve the mission-critical funding of the Green Finance Agency, DC's fiscal year 2026 budget could consider alternative reductions or reallocation resources from areas with long-term community return on investment. A few of these categories and rationales are possibly redundant administrative overhead. Several agencies have overlapping administrative functions that could be streamlined. For example, consolidation of reporting, IT systems, or procurement services across smaller departments could free up funds. And this is consistent with recommendations made in the past performance-based budget reviews. Deferred capital projects with low income ROI, capital projects such as streetscaping and affluent wards or duplicative aesthetic improvements to municipal buildings could be delayed in favor of preserving funding for critical climate infrastructure in underserved areas. Policy reform, implement a green-based bond reserve allocation with time winding down. Also incentivize public-private partnerships, leverage requirements. DC could increase requirements for private match funding and tax credit programs and public land dispositions to redirect savings towards sustainability. I thank you so much for your time today, and I hope you consider what we had to say.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Ms. Simmons. Mr. Clark? If you just pull the mic to you, the camera is going to follow the microphone.
Okay.
So,
all right, great.
Pull it in, you should be good.
All right. Thank you for having me. My name is Dr. Clyde Clark, and I serve as the data science manager at Medici Road, a nonprofit organization working at the intersection of housing, public health, and education. Through data and research and community partnerships, Medici Road advocates for solutions that repair structural disparities in Washington, D.C., particularly in Wards 7 and 8. Today, I want to speak to you clearly and candidly about the fiscal year 2026 budget for the Department of Energy and Environment. While the proposed $29.15 million investment in utility affordability, weatherization, and residential hazard abatement is an important step, it does not mitigate the profound impact of the proposed $138.6 million cut to DOE's environmental division. These cuts target the very services that directly support environmental health, climate resilience, and infrastructure safety for the district's most vulnerable residents. In particular, the elimination of programs like water quality, lead poisoning preventions, particularly, and land remediation, urban sustainability cuts will have a deeply regressive effect, especially on low-income Black communities east of the river. We know from the 2023 American Community Survey that 79.2% of homes in Ward 7 and 63.5% of homes in Ward 8 were built before 1979, decades when lead paint and lead pipes were still in widespread use. These are not just old homes, these are high-risk homes. Medici Road's latest analysis on the district's lead service line data confirms what residents have long felt. Remediation efforts are uneven and inequitable. Wards 4 and 5 have more than 2,000 lead service lines identified and strong replacement rates. In contrast, Wards 7 and 8 have the fewest replacements in the city, despite having some of the highest lead exposure risks based on house age, income, and infrastructure degradation. Yet the broader network of environmental supports, including lead surveillance, home inspections, and hazard education, are being dismantled at the same time that the physical infrastructure replacement remains uneven. This is untenable. This is not simply a matter of balancing the budget, it is a matter of public health justice. Lead exposure has irreversible effects on children's brain development, poor water quality, and exacerbates asthma and chronic illness. The elimination of the environmental programs will be felt in hospital visits, school readiness, and property abandonment rates for years to come. First, we must fund, not merely protect, the environmental division of the DOEE. I guess I'm running out of time. That's it. Thank you so much. I think that we should restore those funds. Thank you for your time.
I appreciate that. And when we get to the questions, I'll ask you a question so you can have a chance to finish up what your recommendations were there. All right. Thank you, Dr. Clark. Next, let me turn to Alma Chavez, who I think is joining us online.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Councilmember Allen and colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Alma Chavez, and I have the honor of serving as a program manager of the River Corps program through a nonprofit youth serving agency called the LAYC, the Latin American Youth Center. I'm here today to share a little bit about our program and tell you why it's important to continue supporting programs like ours and many others here today. So each year, the River Corps program provides 18 to 24-year-old district residents with paid hands-on training in green infrastructure and watershed protection skills. These are young adults, many stepping into the workforce for the very first time. They learn how to maintain rain gardens, identify and remove invasive species, monitor stream health, and care for our city's green infrastructure. In doing so, they also gain workforce certifications like the OSHA 10 construction, flagger traffic control, first aid CPR. But more importantly, right, they grow in confidence. They build their work ethic and environmental stewardship. But the River Corps is more than just a workforce program. It's an opportunity pipeline. For many, the program offers a first paycheck, a second chance, or a sense of purpose. Our participants are not just maintaining bioretention sites, they are restoring their own paths by building a future for themselves and their communities. Between 2020 to date, River Corps has enrolled more than 90 young people from across the district with an 84% retention rate. Together, these young residents have maintained over 200 green infrastructure sites, removed more than 5,000 pounds of litter along DC streams. They've controlled over 50 acres of invasive plant species and public parklands. And over the years, River Corps graduates have proudly representing their neighborhoods across the district, have joined agencies like DOEE, Dumbarton Oaks Conservancy, and Casey Trees in employment, thus expanding the presence of local talent within the city's green workforce and community of stewards. And in 2020, when the world shut down, River Corps didn't. During the height of the pandemic, we kept going. We adapted quickly, shifting to hybrid classroom and safely returning to field work with protocols in place. While many programs paused, our core members and staff continue to show up. They cleaned streams, maintained rain gardens, and supported their communities while navigating uncertainties in their own lives. And that resilience is what defines this program. These numbers tell a story of grit, growth, and public impact. They also reflect people, young residents who have shown up for their city time and time again. And yet this year, the proposed FY26 budget eliminates 100% of DOE's funding for green infrastructure maintenance and water quality monitoring. DOE faces a 24% budget cut, the largest reduction of any agency, while most others receive increases. This is not just a budget decision, it's a statement about our priorities. Without restoration and preservation of these funds, we risk letting millions of dollars in green infrastructure investment fall in disrepair, falling out of compliance with the Clean Water Act, increasing neighborhood flooding, water pollution, resident complaints, and displacing young workers who are on a pathway towards meaningful careers. This work is vital. Let's please not undo the progress made. Let's not turn our backs on the young people who are out there doing the work every day, many of whom describe River Corps as their safe space, a place where they feel seen, supported, and proud of who they're becoming. Just yesterday, during our cohort closing ceremony, one Corps member shared, "I was desperately looking for a new beginning, and I found it here. I've never felt this proud of myself, and River Corps is a big part of that." Another Corps member expressed, "I've gained so much knowledge and so many skills from this program. I can't thank LAYC, DOE, and the community enough for the effort they've dedicated to us throughout this journey." Another shared, "If I ever get the chance, I'm coming back. I'll never forget what this group has done for me. Invasive removal was tiresome, but when we went back to see the results, it felt so rewarding." And that's the point. These aren't just testimonials about job training. These are stories of transformation and resilience, and young people realizing that their futures and their communities are worth investing in. So let's invest in them. Let's invest in the people and programs building a greener, more resilient DC. And in doing so, strengthen our local workforce and economy for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chavez. We also had Gabrielle Milnes, who had signed up to testify, and I don't know if you know if Gabrielle was there or not.
Yes.
Oh, in person. Okay, sorry. Got it. All right, thank you very much. And Ms. Mintz, don't go too far because I have some questions when we get to that. All right. Ms. Milnes, let me turn to you now.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Allen and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to share a testimony regarding the proposed FY 2026 budget for the DC Department of Energy and Environment. My name is Gabrielle Milner, and I'm from Latin American Youth Center as a River Corps coordinator. And I'm here to speak on behalf of the River Corps program, which is funded by DOE, and to uplift the voices of the young adults whose lives have been profoundly impacted by this work. For many young people in DC, especially those navigating limited access to career opportunities or college guidance, the future can feel uncertain. Most don't have a clear idea of what they want to pursue professionally, nor the exposure or resources to explore those possibilities. That's where River Corps comes in, not just as a workforce program, but as a transformative experience. River Corps offers a safe and structured space where young adults can learn how to take care of the environment hands-on and in real time. It introduces them to green infrastructure, often for the first time. Concepts like rain gardens, stormwater management, trash traps, native plant restoration, and watershed health become more than just lessons. They become tools for change and stepping stones to green careers that many of our participants have never imagined for themselves. Through this program, participants not only earn certifications that make them job ready, but they also gain an appreciation for the value of manual outdoor labor, the kind that connects them to the land, our city, and each other. They begin to understand what it means to be part of a sustainable future. And let's be honest, many of these young people are not just looking for experience, they are looking for stability and consistency. River Corps provides a reliable income and, just as importantly, a community. They meet like-minded peers who care about the environment, who want to make a difference, and who support each other well beyond the 5-month duration of the program. We've seen participants go on to internships, full-time roles in conservation, college environmental science programs, and even launch their own projects, all because they had a starting point, a safe place to explore, fail, try again, and ultimately succeed. River Corps employs young adults primarily from wards 5, 6, 7, and 8, giving them opportunities and access to an environmental workforce program, showing them parts of their city and their own communities that they wouldn't otherwise know about. Kingman Island Aquatic Resources Education Center, local public gardens, Oxen Run, Alger Park, and others, educating them about the progress on the Anacostia River and more, just to name a few.
Bringing awareness and care to these local parks and resources within their communities is an integral part of River Corps. Our goal is to also employ our young adults in conservation jobs long-term after their time within River Corps. We have had participants become DOE employees, complete DC SEU solar technician externships, become crew leaders for other local conservation programs, building maintenance technicians, and more. This is all said to show the vast impact of LEYC's River Corps program across the city and how much cutting this program completely would drastically affect DC, our environment, and our youth. I urge you to continue supporting and investing in programs like River Corps, because when we invest in young adults and environmental stewardship at the same time, we're not just building a greener DC, we're building a stronger, more equitable, and more resilient one too. I'm over time, but I also
wrap
have a story from one of our youth participants as well. I was a participant in LEYC's River Corps program this past spring, and I want to speak about the powerful impact the LEYC River Corps program has had on my life. First, I want to say thank you. Thank you to LEYC. Thank you to the River Corps team. From the moment I was introduced to LEYC, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time: seen, supported, and welcomed. It felt like someone was saying, "I'm here for you." That feeling meant everything. After receiving so much support from LEYC, I was given the opportunity to join River Corps. Even during the interview process, I could tell I had found something special. It wasn't just a job, it was a community. And at a time when I was searching for a fresh start, somewhere to begin again and do things the right way, River Corps became that place for me. Since joining, I've grown more than I ever imagined. I've learned to prioritize my future, and while I've always wanted good things for myself, River Corps helped me believe those things are actually within reach. For the first time in a long time, I feel proud of myself, and River Corps played a major role in that transformation. This experience has also deepened my love for nature. It's shown me how important it is to not only enjoy the environment, but to care for it. Through hands-on projects, maintaining green infrastructure, planting with my own two hands, I've had the chance to serve my community in a real and meaningful way. That's something you can't put a price on. What stood out the most was learning that my effort matters. No matter how small the task, our work made a difference. I saw it in the spaces we restored, in the people we helped, and in myself. That's the biggest lesson I'll take with me. I can make a difference in my own life and in the lives of the people I care about. Please continue to invest in this program. LEYC River Corps doesn't just teach job skills, it helps young people rebuild their confidence, find purpose, and believe in a better future for themselves and their communities. Thank you for your time and for supporting programs like River Corps that create space for growth, hope, and lasting change. I sincerely urge you to continue supporting and investing in programs like River Corps by restoring DOE's funding.
Thank you very much. All right, next we had Max Broad, who I think might be joining us later. I don't see Max here. Augusta Smith, if you want to come take this empty chair here. And then our last witness that we had signed up here was Kate Bockover, who I think is going to be joining us later today. So we'll bump Kate to a later panel. And then after this, I'll turn to some questions. So Augusta Smith, if you're ready.
Hello, Chairman Allen. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Augusta Smith. I was born and raised in DC, and I'm a freshman at McKinley Technology High School, a Title I public school. The people of DC deserve a healthy environment to flourish in, especially the youth. As a young person, I feel personally attacked by the abduction of millions of dollars from the agency that is working to make our futures healthy and clean. The environment of a city is essential to its cultural and economic survival. So why would Mayor Bowser think that unnecessary urban development would benefit our city more than clean air and water? We are all citizens of the same community, and we need to work together to stop the destruction of our city's environment. When I was a small child, I remember taking a school field trip to the Anacostia River Keepers and measuring the pH levels in the water. They talked to me about the importance of the health of the river, not just for the natural ecosystems, but for the people in the adjacent communities too. Without funding for the DOEE, the Anacostia River Keepers wouldn't be able to continue to maintain a healthy pH balance in the river, and the water can become toxic, harming everything and everyone who lives with and by it. Now, as a teenager, I continue to advocate for environmental justice, just as you should. For example, I'm a member of the DC chapter of the Sunrise Movement, a national movement of young people committed to climate advocacy. I've also volunteered with countless climate justice groups throughout my life. The fact that there are so many climate change advocacy organizations proves that the people of DC are committed to environmental justice, and you should be too. Youth are so often overlooked, and you might not take me seriously because of that, but I need you to hear me when I ask the council, as a member of DC's community, to vote to give back all of the funding that was taken from the Department of Energy and Environment. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Augusta. I appreciate that. All right, Dr. Clark, let's turn to you first. I think you kind of cut short some of your recommendations or asks you had as the clock was ticking down. So I want to make sure I give you a chance. Did you want to elaborate a little bit more on some of your recommendations you had towards the end of your testimony? If you can turn the mic on, thank you.
Essentially, the cuts to the lead protection and prevention program and water quality, I think, should not be cut to the extent that they have been, particularly in light of the fact of the analysis that we did about the lead service lines, that the replacement rates in Ward 7 and 8 are significantly lower than any other ward. And when coupled with the fact that the houses in those wards are significantly older, built before 1979, the replacement rate should be significantly higher. I know that is not the purview of the DOE necessarily. However, I think when you're cutting monitoring of people who are probably exposed to lead and the long-term consequences of that exposure, I think that funding cut is untenable, unsustainable. It should be reverted back to its original rate, if not increased.
Yeah, I agree with you, certainly around where we see, I think the way you phrased it, kind of the most at-risk housing. And I would welcome if you have some of the data that you've shared publicly, if you're able to help share that with the committee too. I think I would say we agree with you, but it's always helpful to kind of have that data that kind of helps reinforce and kind of confirm what we think is there. So that's helpful. This, from a committee's perspective, this is where there's a big intersection between DC Water and, for example, lead service line replacement, and where DOE, what their role is within that. So I think there is a nexus to this. Could you share just a little bit more too, and maybe Ms. Simmons, this is for you, to share a bit more about the Green Finance Authority and the Green Bank? I think you were talking about the relationship you have there. Could you
Yes.
share a little more? In other words, I guess what I'm trying to understand is that something that they've invested, they've loaned, there's a financial relationship where they've helped grow the work that you do?
Yes, sir. The Green Bank is helping to assist us with the project that we're going to have in the Deanwood area. As we talked about, it's going to have affordable housing, it's going to have a grocery store to like really kind of keep the community infrastructure there and getting people to shift their mindset to thinking about the green energy piece. We even have a program where we're training our kids, well, I call them kids, but they're young adults, on understanding the power of solar PVA in buildings for construction from that standpoint as well.
Got it. Okay. So if, I guess the relevance here is if all the funding goes away to the Green Finance Authority, then we don't have the resources to support partnerships with organizations like yourself.
Yes, sir.
And then the work that comes into. So
Yes, sir.
just kind of driving home the point of kind of the downstream impacts of shifting all these dollars away means we can't continue to do that important work.
Yes, sir.
So I appreciate that. To Augusta and Gabrielle, might bring you into this as well. Just as both of you talk about two different programs and two different efforts, but I think both spoke to the importance of having these resources that help partner with organizations, community organizations that really help engage our young people in a lot of work around the river, around our environmental efforts. I do want you to know, and Augusta, you kind of mentioned feeling like the voice of a young person is not going to be listened to. We're definitely listening. I think, as we've said, we certainly align with around trying to undo the damage that's being done in this budget, but we also are working on building out and expanding for example, our climate commission to bring in more younger voices into that and have seats where we have to have young people having their voice be a part of those conversations, because I don't want just the adults to be there to help focus what we're doing. Anything else you wanted to add, though, just about what do you see with your friends and colleagues and classmates about programs they may be involved in that if the funding goes away, they're less likely to get out on to Kingman Island or out onto the river or have the experiences you talked about?
So many of my peers are either scared of what the future looks like or unaware of what's happening, and both are bad. There are so many ways that my generation and my peers can get involved, but a lot of them don't have access to those programs or programs and things like that. Sorry.
You're doing great.
The best thing, the thing that needs to happen is education. You know, we need to be taught about what's happening with the environment in a meaningful way. You know, we can't just be taught about it in a classroom, and we can't just be taught about it in, you know, a field trips every now and then, even though that is wonderful and that needs to happen. There needs to be actual engagement with the environmental movement in any way, shape, or form, but people need to understand what's at stake, and they need to understand how they can help, and they need to have access to ways they can help.
Yeah. All right, Gabrielle, anything you would add to that, or did that capture that?
Yeah, I think that captured a lot. Just when you were talking about, you know, other local green programs, I think there's a lot of workforce programs, even this year alone, that we would normally refer our core members to after they're done with us. We just haven't had the ability to this year because so many organizations are losing that funding. So then that really trickles down into then our core members are going back into restaurants and you know, places like grocery stores and things of that sorts, that it's a fine job, but it's not what they wanted to build their career for themselves and what they came into our program looking to have a bigger impact in the community and looking to work within green infrastructure and conservation.
Yeah. All right. Excellent. Thank you. I do want to ask Ms. Mintz and Ms. Brock if they want to come back up. Yeah, we'll take those two seats there. Thank you. So just very briefly too, as you talked about the nature in your schools, and I think actually Augusta Smith kind of teed it up right for you with what she just said about, which lined up really well with your testimony at the very beginning of the best and most effective way to help teach, educate, activate isn't just going to be sitting in a classroom all day long. And I love the way you talked about the trash island in the Pacific. Okay, I can see some pictures of that, but you really make the connection if I go down to Anacostia and I see how many plastic bottles are floating down and start to draw my connections locally. But are you funded directly through DOEE?
Yeah.
Or is it a grant that can you tell me, make sure I understand?
So the Nature
funding
Near
is.
Schools funding is what funds the on and near school grounds experiences for the 1,200 fourth graders. And we do that in partnership with the 4 organizations that I mentioned.
Okay.
And then Nature Near Schools also funds the overnights. So we have some other sources of funding for other programs that we do, because we do outdoor learning across the curriculum, lots of environmental education, but also history, social studies. So we're looking to get children all the way up from K through 12 outdoors in all kinds of ways. But the DOE funding that is specific is Nature Near Schools. We also just finished a grant that's a community stormwater solutions grant. That was a $32,000 grant that we won in 2024 that allowed us to do a project called the Anacostia Watershed Through Children's Eyes, where we worked with children to teach them digital photography all outdoors through our in-school and out-of-school time programs. And we just wrapped a photo exhibit that took place at a Project Create in Anacostia. So that funding source is also gone.
Yep.
So it's a lot of different hits. And the reason I emphasized, I don't think people are widely aware, partly because DOE has been pretty modest about talking about it, but they are really the only funding source for sustained environmental education. We don't receive any funding from DCPS. We don't receive any funding from OSSI, but we are carrying out the goals of the environmental literacy plan, which is produced and updated by OSSI every 3 years.
Yeah. Well, as the dad of 2 school-age kids, I know very well how important the outdoor space is, not just for recreation, but outdoor classrooms, outdoor experiences, outdoor learning. And I also know, with my council member hat on, how hard we've had to fight DCPS and others to make investments to create outdoor classroom space and to support that and make sure. Even it felt like it was a fight even during the pandemic when we were trying everything we could to create kind of outdoor spaces, and it felt like it lagged behind for our school. So I'm a big believer in those types of educational opportunities, and that they really should be a core part of our educational experience. So appreciate it. You definitely underscore how important it is that this funding's got to get restored too.
I just want to also underscore that these are incredibly modest investments.
Yes. Yeah.
Our annual budget, just for Urban Adventure Squad, I won't speak for the other organizations, our annual budget is around $300,000 per year.
Yeah.
We push lots of funding into the public school system, so we're not talking about huge amounts of money. We make it work like every other nonprofit does, and we serve a lot of kids in meaningful ways, as Christy pointed out.
Absolutely. Do you by chance own an NFL franchise?
Sorry?
Do you by chance own an NFL franchise?
Oh.
I think there's like $1 billion we could find there.
Don't.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
But thanks for
All right.
asking.
All right. I know there's some funding there for that. So, okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your time.
All right. Let's move to panel 4. Let me start calling out names as we bring people up. I've got Andrew Schichtel, COO of Casey Trees. Melinda Peters, Director of Education with Casey Trees. Paul Schwartz, co-founder of Campaign for Lead-Free Water, who I think is joining us online. Chris Williams, President and CEO of Anacostia Watershed Society. Kendra Bierman, Director of Education Outreach at Anacostia Watershed Society. Laura Nunn, Public Witness, who is joining us online. Blake Lajeunesse, Public Witness, joining us online. And Blake, if I mispronounced that, please correct me. Kate Fritz, CEO of the Alliance for the Chesapeake Bay, also joining us online. Maureen Mitchell, I think might be in person. Okay, we'll come back there. Amy Hubbard, Public Witness, I think online. And Lorraine Dockery, Executive Director of City Wildlife. All right, there we go. So I think we're in good shape here. All right, Mr. Schichtel, we're gonna kick it off with you. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, and thank you, Chairperson Allen, for your commitment to environmentalism in Washington, D.C. We appreciate your interest in our programs and their efficacy in the district. My name is Andrew Schichtel. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Casey Trees and a resident of historic Anacostia in Ward 8. Washington, D.C. is known for its vibrant parks, lush tree canopy, and commitment to sustainability, qualities that make our city healthy and resilient. This placement and position of our city as a green oasis happened because the district has been proactive and consistent with our investments in environmental priorities, assets that make DC an exceptional place to live, do business, and visit. It is often said that one's pocketbook reflects one's values. In this case, the district's budget reflects our collective values and priorities. It is widely known that communities of color and communities with lower socioeconomic means bear the brunt of the impacts of climate change. In Washington, D.C., those are our communities east of the river and on the eastern side of the city. The residents of D.C. have been clear for decades that we prioritize environmental programs citywide, and particularly for our communities most at risk. However, with this budget, it seems we are no longer prioritizing green investments and healthy communities. The Department of Energy and the Environment is facing a 24% budget reduction, compounded by the fact that many federal funds will be left unspent because there are no local commitment of funds to match. This means many DOE programs are set to be abandoned or severely underfunded. Historically, DOE's budget has been largely funded by fees and fines accrued in special purpose revenue funds, as well as federal funds. Unlike many agencies, DOE programs are largely self-funding. The laws and investments we've collectively made are working. They aren't perfect, there's more to do, but they are working. Pulling back now or redirecting special purpose funds is only going to make our most vulnerable residents less resilient and create larger, more expensive problems down the road. While we want to see all of DOE's funding put back, we are particularly concerned about the future of the following green investments. The Anacostia River Cleanup and Protection Fund is set to be swept $1.5 million. This fund, like many special revenue funds, was intended to support specific programs through a bag fee. Our residents were promised that these fees were would solely fund cleaning and protecting the Anacostia River through trash capture, green infrastructure development, wildlife conservation, and environmental education. Instead, they are being taken and used elsewhere. My colleague, Melinda Peters, the Director of Education at Casey Trees, is going to speak more about the impacts to environmental education, a program being eliminated by the sweeping this account. The full cohort of our environmental program, including 6 other great partner organizations, are also here today speaking about this critical program. These funds must be put back. The Tree Fund is another special purpose revenue fund at risk. The Tree Fund directly supports the River Smart Homes program administered by DOE and is slated to become a lapsing fund. This means that the fees collected for tree removal and replacement may be diverted to the city's general fund, potentially leaving replacement trees unplanted and our tree canopy in decline. At a time when our city is seeing seeing tree canopy loss, eliminating that provision is senseless and goes against the intent of the law. DOE's Green Infrastructure Maintenance Program is also set to be eliminated. This effectively undermines the investment that the district has made in stormwater management, reduces our capacity to meet MS4 permit requirements, puts into jeopardy federal funding that requires local match, and reduces green jobs and training for our residents most in need. We ask that funds be restored to keep this critical program going. Finally, DOE is the primary agency tasked with managing the city's natural spaces, the remaining woodlands, wetlands, and meadows that are urban sanctuaries for biodiversity and connect our residents to nearby nature. They manage invasive species and train partners to do this work, building green jobs and funding them through park maintenance grants. Both of these programs are slated to be cut in half, reducing investment in the green fabric of our city. Protecting our environment, clean air, and clean water is paramount. The investments we make today will pay dividends in public health, community, and climate resilience for generations to come. Without action now, we risk losing the progress we've made and leaving future generations with a less healthy, less resilient city. Let's not leave our city's future behind. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schichtel. All right, next, Melinda Peters.
Good afternoon. It's not morning anymore. Chairperson Allen, and thank you for the opportunity to testify and to be here to learn more about the impact that so many of our programs through DOE are having on our city. And specifically, I'm here to talk about programs for youth. So my name is Melinda Peters. I'm Director of Education at Casey Trees. And, DOE should be commended for supporting environmental education programs for DC residents. You're hearing about many of these today. And these current programs and funds are critical in helping the district meet the goals of the DC Environmental Literacy Plan. And as a reminder, this plan outlines DC's commitment to support teachers and students by increasing their understanding of the environment with standard-aligned curriculum lessons. And so let's bring attention to the importance of sustainable and systemic environmental education programs. And the rationale is very simple. We know that participation in informal environmental and outdoor education programs results in positive academic, social, emotional well-being, and better health outcomes for our students. And really providing this type of experiential learning can be life-changing for them. So the current fund supports various curriculum models, specifically to highlight the 4th and 5th grade programs and 6th grade programs. Here's some more acronyms for you, the MeWEs, the Meaningful Watershed Education Experience, And this is the largest investment from the city in supporting the literacy plan. And so we really hope you find ways to continue funding this low-cost program. So specifically, you've heard Casey Trees and Partners are working with over 2,000 fourth and fifth graders at 49 different Title I public and public charter schools, mostly in wards 5, 7, and 8. And together, this low-cost program is providing a large impact. I'm sorry we don't have students here to share some of these stories, but school's still in session. So, it's good to have Augusta here. That's great. But the success is really due to these relationships we have with each other, connecting more with teachers, and being in schools for long-term programming. So here's a few examples of what DC would lose, and specifically our students, if these programs stopped. Learning about our waterways and how to protect them through observation and data collection. They share messages about stewardship with fellow students during their morning announcements. They appreciate and feel safe outside. We love hearing things like, "This is the best day, I love this," and "When can I come back to this river or this space?" They've participated in letter writing campaigns. Many of you have received letters, maybe from students or their ANC members, and even the mayor. And they've been highlighting themes about pollution prevention, and they're advocating for things like more trash cans, reusable cups, composting, and even more signage for smoke-free areas around schools to lower air pollution. So our students are working hard. They're staying in overnight nature-based camps to explore with their class, make more observations, and take a break from screens. They're assisting DOE in storm drain marking and to highlight better signage for our watersheds. And they're even getting creative with actions like writing stories about the journey of a Taki bag, tracing the timeline of where it starts and where it ends up if we litter. And of course, lastly, I know I'm over time, our students near and dear to us, they get to plant trees and help contribute to the overall larger impact. So please equip the next generation and continue funding this work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next, let me turn to Paul Schwartz, who's joining us online.
Yep. Good afternoon, Chair Allen and committee staff and other members. You've heard many words today of outrage. I'm going to do something a little different and offer a poem. It's called "The Pollution of Our Priorities. Mayor Bowser's Budget Cuts Threaten Our Health and Pilfers Our Pockets." You see, it's the pollution of our priorities that Bowser's 24% DOE budget cut loudly proclaims, a systematic pilfering of people's pockets to park billions in Josh Harris's bank, an audacious transfer of the district's capital, natural resources, and health, all done under the cover of darkness and cunning stealth. You see, it's the pollution of our priorities. For 18 plus years, I've seen the mayor preen and promise that she has skin in this game, but this refrain has been belied by the political calculation, the reality that when push comes to shove and where the rubber hits the road, environmental justice, equity, and precautionary principles give way to the same old pay-to-play banality. You see, it's the pollution of our priorities, sweeping up and clawing back the promised dollars for private lead service line replacement, a truly Trumpian move that hollers that moneyed interests dictate the terms while ubiquitous lead exposure at DC taps continues to churn in the bodies of our youth. You see, it's the pollution of our priorities, transferring dollars from the DC Green Bank and Climate Solutions to Josh Allen's piggy bank. From the specific purposes fund to the general fund, a stealth tax on the people's wealth and health. You see, it's the pollution of our priorities. Mayor Bowser, end this heinous attack. We demand that you and the council put the stolen dollars back, or risk sacrificing the future of your daughter and generations of fellow DC residents to come. Sometimes words don't get at the magnitude of what's going on. And here we see an overall assault on, as many witnesses have said, 20 plus years of work by the people of the District of Columbia and their elected representatives on the DC Council. Now it's time for the council to do the truly hard work of figuring out how to put back some of those dollars. I really want to echo both Dr. Clark and Larry Martin of Sierra Club's words on the damage that will be done to those who are being lead poisoned, both by paint, soil, and dust, and the connection, Chair Allen, that you made with DC Water and the lead service line replacement programs. And to say to everybody that right now what we're experiencing with the attack on our budgets from the federal government and from our own mayor, it's time, if you want to protect yourself, to turn to solutions and for the council to put forward solutions that emphasize education about the assault that's going on and give people the information, for instance, for lead and water, that it's ubiquitous at every tap and that you can turn to a filter off the shelf that's certified by NSF 42 and 53 with a promise for lead reduction, and you can end that exposure right now. We know that this is not an easy task. We stand there in solidarity with the people of the District of Columbia and stand ready to help you, Chair Allen, and see if we can move forward in this budget environment with solutions that won't cost a lot of money, but that will protect the health of the people of the District of Columbia and not put another generation at risk. Thank you, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schwartz. All right, next, let me turn to Chris Williams.
Good morning, Chair Allen and members of the committee, and Connor. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Christopher Williams. I'm the president and CEO of the Anacostia Watershed Society. There's obviously a lot to talk about in terms of the mayor's 2026 budget, but in my limited time, I'm going to hit three main points. First, the Anacostia Cleanup and Protection Fund. We've heard a lot about that today. One of the things I want to emphasize is it's a fairly modest amount of money. It raises about maybe $2.5 million a year. And the way that money comes in is from a promise made by the DC government that if you give a nickel extra for your plastic bag, thus reducing plastic bags in the river, that's another story. It's been wildly successful in reducing plastic bags in the river. But that nickel is going to go to all sorts of really meaningful programs, many of which we've already heard about today. This very modest amount of money funds, it gets thousands of people out on the river through boat tours that are conducted by my organization, by the Anacostia Riverkeeper. It reaches thousands of kids through the education programs that you've heard about today. It reaches thousands of volunteers who come out to help with the trash cleanups and the trash trap monitoring and the other activities that are funded by this. It benefits wildlife. It promotes wildlife conservation and propagation, keeping that valuable resource going in the district. It contributes to workforce development in ways that were described earlier. It is a remarkable return on a fairly modest investment. Just as importantly, it fulfills DOEE's commitment to working with DC residents to protect the environment. One of the things that's admirable about DOEE is they don't just go work in an office somewhere and produce policies that then produce whatever they might produce. DOE is committed to being out on the ground, working with people and enlisting the people of the district in the protection of their own environment. And these bag law funds do that almost better than anything else they do. So I ask that those funds be restored in full to the fund, and that the fund be used for the purposes for which it was intended. And I further ask that you block this notion of turning it into a lapsing fund and make sure that it continues to be a special purpose fund, non-lapsing, so that the proceeds from the fund can continue to roll over from year to year, because that's the only way you're going to get predictable programs that DOEE and its non-governmental partners can plan from year to year. To turn it into a lapsing fund undercuts the entire program. Secondly, I want to talk a little bit about everybody's favorite subject, MS4 permits. MS4 permits, as you know, are EPA permits to allow DC to run its stormwater system. And I'm not talking about the combined sewer overflow system, that's for another hearing. It's the MS4 system that just gathers stormwater and sends it into the waters of DC. It requires a federal permit to do that. And to get that federal permit, there's a lot of things you need to do. There's a lot of things DOEE needs to do to qualify. These budget cuts will either prevent or curtail those activities from happening. Among the things that it will prevent or curtail is DOEE water quality monitoring, TMDL compliance, management of impervious surfaces in the district for stormwater, the stormwater retention credit price lock program, construction site inspections and illicit discharge investigations, green infrastructure maintenance, river smart homes, long-term TMDL planning. And I could go on because that's just a partial list. But the point is, all these are required for compliance with our MS4 permit. And if these things all fall apart, it's going to create tremendous legal and financial complications for the district. It's also important to point out these are also really important programs to control pollution in our water bodies for the benefit of the people of DC. So I ask that you do the best you can. I realize the budgetary complications this year are considerable, but I would urge the committee to do all that you can to restore that funding, to put those programs back in place so we can continue the good work to clean up the waterways of DC. The last quick point I want to make is I want to associate myself with the remarks of Councilmember Wells and Councilmember Shea at the beginning of this hearing, particularly the idea that DOEE is one of the finest environmental conservation and natural resource agencies in the country. Before this job, I worked nationally and internationally, and I've seen a lot of agencies, and I can tell you that's true. These budget cuts starve the agency of the ability to do their job. It keeps personnel in place, and that's great. DOEE personnel are invaluable. But if you strip them of the resources they need to actually do their job, what kind of sense does that make? And by doing so, you're not only jeopardizing the future of the work of the agency, but you're squandering the many resources that have been devoted in the past to make it the fine agency that it is, and to realize the improvements in the environment of DC that agency has helped bring about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Williams. Next is Kendra Bierman here. All right. Kendra Bierman is the Director of Education Outreach for the Anacostia Watershed Society. Don't go too far, Mr. Williams, because we'll have questions in a little bit.
Hello, Chairperson Allen and members of the committee. My name is Kendra Bierman, and I serve as the Director of Education and Outreach at the Anacostia Watershed Society. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here today to voice deep concern for the proposed budget cuts to DOEE that eliminate core environmental literacy and outdoor education programming. These cuts, specifically the removal of foundational funding from the BAG law, would devastate programs that directly serve DC students and communities. These include programs such as the fourth grade Nature Near Schools program, the fifth grade overnight program, the middle school MeWe program, Anacostia River Explorers boat tours on the Anacostia, and green boats canoeing on Kingman Lake, just to name a few. This year alone, through the Nature Near Schools program, our outdoor education collective, namely Casey Trees, Urban Adventure Squad, Living Classrooms, Nature Forward, and the Anacostia Watershed Society, engaged over 1,000 students across 28 Title I elementary schools in outdoor learning in their own schoolyards and local green spaces. These experiences do far more than get kids outside. They make science real, relevant, and empowering, especially for students from Title I schools east of the river with reduced access to environmental literacy programming. These are not just nice field trips. These are experiences that support social emotional learning, physical and mental health, environmental justice, and a child's right to explore the natural world in their own city. This is science, this is civic engagement, this is equity. Many of us can recall a formative childhood moment outdoors, perhaps our first time in a canoe or exploring a local park like Rock Creek. DOEE's Meaningful Watershed Education programs create these memories for DC students. For example, during one of our Nature Near School sessions, an AWS educator mentioned Kingman and Heritage Islands as a great place to visit and see wildlife. The next week, a student proudly told us they had convinced their family to visit the islands together and enjoyed walking the trails. This simple moment sparked a shared connection to nature and demonstrated the ripple effects these programs can have. Earlier this year, an administrator at Excel Academy told our team, our students would not have these experiences if you were not here. Cutting this funding would erase these opportunities for thousands of students, especially those in Title I schools who depend on these programs most. It would unravel longstanding partnerships and undermine systems we've built together to advance equity and environmental justice. These programs also directly support the district schools under the DCPS Environmental Literacy Plan via the Healthy Schools Act of 2010 and DC's commitment to the Chesapeake Bay Agreement. We simply cannot meet these commitments if we do not invest in educating and empowering the next generation of environmental leaders. I urge the Council to restore full funding to DOE's and outdoor education and environmental literacy programs. These programs are an investment in our youth, our river, and our future. Thank you for your leadership and for your continued commitment to ensuring every DC student has the opportunity to learn from and care for the environment they call home.
Thank you very much. All right, next we're going to move to Laura Nunn, who's with us online. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello, everyone. I'm here as a DC native and a Ward 7 resident to urge you to restore the funding that the mayor's budget proposes to cut from the Department of Energy and Environment. As a board member of the Friends of Kingman and Heritage Islands, co-lead of the Return, Refund, Recycle Coalition for DC, and a volunteer with the Anacostia Watershed Society's Mussel Restoration Program, I'm a strong supporter of the DOE's programs to protect and restore the Anacostia River. DOE's programs are critical to restoring water quality and habitat and educating our youth about the environment and connecting people to nature. As the mom of 3 amazing children, I know firsthand how important the work of DOEE and their many environmental partner organizations is in our watershed. My children have had countless amazing opportunities not only to learn about the environment, but to participate in environmental solutions, both in school and in out-of-school time programs. These programs have not only been critical to their education and development, but have made my kids and their friends excited about school and help them engage in positive ways in their community. Especially in a time when we've seen so much crisis with our youth, we need more investment in these environmental education programs that we know are successful in engaging our young people. I am also the daughter of a civil rights activist. My neighborhood, Kingman Park, is a heat island, an urbanized area with less tree coverage and green space and more impervious surfaces that absorb heat rather than reflect it, which means we experience higher temperatures than surrounding locations. From a very young age, my mother taught me that environmental justice is social justice. These programs being cut will have a devastating impact on communities already disproportionately impacted by environmental injustices. I implore you to make sure that the city continues to protect our most vulnerable residents, especially our youth, by demonstrating the same fervor for our youth and their environment as our mayor has shown for her stadium and Super Bowl. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nunn. Next, let me turn to Blake Lajeunesse. Blake, if I mispronounced that, please correct me.
No, you're good. It's Lajeunesse, close enough.
I want to get it right, so correct me. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah, it's very Midwest nasal. Hello, Council. My name is Blake Lajeunesse, and I live in Ward 6, which is Noma. I am a young professional. I'm a cat dad. I'm an advocate at my core, and I also volunteer with DC Climate Reality Project and DC Sierra Club when I'm not working full-time as a building energy efficiency consultant. By the way, I hope to see you and your staff at the Green Budget Day of Action at the Wilson Building at 8 a.m. sharp on Monday. Now I'm going to turn to my actual testimony, which I'm going to say something that's not groundbreaking, that what's happening with the budget in DC is alarming. I urge you to restore the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund funding and ensure it goes to the Healthy Homes Act and other clean energy and affordable housing programs that benefit low and moderate income households. The council must ensure the fund is not rated for use on unrelated projects. Protecting healthy homes is important to me because we humans spend up to 90% of our time in our lives in buildings, and we all deserve to breathe clean air in those buildings. The Beyond Gas Coalition recently released a report finding that 77% of the nearly 300 kitchens tested in DC had unhealthy unhealthy levels of harmful chemicals that can cause severe illnesses. Eliminating these indoor pollutants by continuing to fund the Healthy Homes Act and allowing households to transition off of gas improves public health, avoids hospital admissions, and saves money. Burning gas in our homes is burning the planet. Don't forget, there is no planet B. We get one shot. Global temperatures are rising. I'm probably going to have to say it's going to be a hottest year on record again, which I'm tired of saying, frankly. And 1.5 degrees Celsius is, we're going to pass that, which means we have failed, unfortunately. DC is not ahead on climate change. Nobody is ahead on climate change. And to meet DC's climate commitment of carbon neutrality by 2045, we must stop burning methane gas and transition to highly efficient electric systems that are proven to work and that do not rely on fossil fuels. This is an economic justice issue for families struggling to stay in DC amid rising costs. The math is very simple. People who cannot afford to pay their electric bills cannot afford a new appliance without assistance. Please restore SETF funding. Literal lives depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Blake. Next, let's go to Kate Fritz.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Allen and members of the committee. My name is Kate Fritz, and I serve as the CEO of the Alliance for the Chesapeake Bay. We are a regional environmental nonprofit who, for the last 54 years, has fulfilled a mission of restoring our lands and waters of the Chesapeake Bay watershed. The Alliance has been an active and important partner with the district's Department of Energy and the Environment for the last 17 plus years. And I'm here today to express our concern regarding the mayor's proposed budget cuts to the RiverSmart Homes, RiverSmart Communities, Green Stormwater Infrastructure Maintenance, and Volunteer Water Quality Monitoring programs. Eliminating and reducing funding for these programs would have immediate and negative consequences, including reduction or elimination of important environmental projects that support community climate resilience and local jobs. Funding cuts at the levels proposed would put the district in violation of its MS4 permits, resulting in harsh penalties, including additional fines. Community engagement, education efforts, and long-standing partnerships with local small businesses and faith-based and nonprofit institutions, especially in historically underserved neighborhoods, would be disrupted, severing pathways for environmental stewardship, workforce development, and behavior change. These important environmental programs can continue to be funded at current levels by restoring the bag fee and stormwater fees. These revenue streams are specifically dedicated for green infrastructure and other environmental programming and should be allocated such. There are several things that these programs do for the District of Columbia. In the RiverSmart Home programs, which is one of DOEE's signature programs, provides employment to 27 contractors, all of whom employ district residents. With the stop work order issued several weeks ago to the RiverSmart landscaping program, contractors began laying off employees. If this 57% funding cut remains, this would be catastrophic for these small businesses that depend on this work. In the RiverSmart Communities program, in the past 4 years alone, the RiverSmart Communities program has assisted 14 properties in treating over 53,000 gallons of stormwater across all 8 wards of the district. If the funding is cut for this program, projects will be at risk of failure, wasting hundreds of thousands of invested dollars from the DC government and leaving communities unprepared for stormwater events. In the Green Stormwater Infrastructure Maintenance program, since 2021, 125 different individuals have participated in this program. Of those 125 individuals, 98 were DC residents and 79 were returning to the workforce after incarceration. Without funding for maintenance of green stormwater infrastructure practices, DC's public green infrastructure, which includes over 400 best management practices that the Alliance is responsible for, would fall into disrepair, no longer improving local waterways and resulting in dozens of local jobs lost. And finally, impacts to the Volunteer Water Quality Monitoring Program. This project collects over 500 samples annually at 26 high-use recreational sites across all 3 major waterways within the district. All data is uploaded to publicly accessible places and in real time, so residents and visitors can make informed decisions about recreating on DC waters. If funding is terminated for this program, the district would lose continuity of water quality information. over 2,000 sampling events at popular recreational sites, including boating centers. While these funding cuts may appear to save the district money now, they actually will cost the district more in the long run. Deferred maintenance cost will only increase over time, something in the order of 3 times the amount of annual maintenance costs. So turning our backs on the substantial investment DC has put into creating healthier communities and the environment for district residents is unacceptable. Please put the money back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me see, do we have Maureen Mitchell? I think you're online.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Yeah, excellent. All right.
Awesome. Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak today on the proposed budget and the impacts it will have on the Anacostia River. My name is Maureen Mitchell, and I'm Anacostia Riverkeepers Program Director, which means I manage ARK's river education and engagement programs, ranging from our free educational boat tours of the Anacostia River, which are often a participant's first experience seeing the river, middle school education programs on trash mitigation, as well as running ARK's Water Quality Lab, which processes E. coli samples from the DC Volunteer Water Quality Monitoring Project. All of these programs are funded by DOE grants, originating from special revenue funds like the bag fee. These programs have been running for years on end, representing a significant investment that taxpayers in the district have given to the rivers and its community. This year's sweep of the bag tax and subsequent defunding of these projects is a waste of these investments and a broken promise to the Anacostia River. For example, DOE's Volunteer Water Quality Monitoring Project was completely cut in the proposed budget. Since program initiation by Anacostia Riverkeeper and DOE in 2018 through its continuation currently under the lead of Alliance for Chesapeake Bay, taxpayers have invested $980,000 into this project. Much of this investment came in the beginning, including more than $75,000 of durable lab and field equipment and over $150,000 in staff time developing project documents, such as permits, SOPs, manuals, and a volunteer training program. This investment built a cadre of 600 plus volunteer water quality monitors who collected, as of this Wednesday, 2,938 water quality samples. That's a significant set of data. Outside the monetary investment that taxpayers and bag buyers have invested in this work, our monitors donate at least 100 hours of work each week, representing a cost-effective way the city can monitor recreational water quality, track changes in stormwater and CSO improvements, and engage the public in local environmental issues. By stopping funding of this project in 2026, the city is throwing this investment away. This is just one of many investments that are being discarded in the current budget. For most of these projects, the hard and the expensive work has already been done, and now will just go to waste while the projects are paused. The cost to continue these projects are minimal compared to the investment that got them started. We urge the DC Council to reevaluate, return funding to DOE to fund these critical projects that protect the river and engage its residents, ensuring those investments are honored and continued, and restoring the city's promise to the Anacostia River. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mitchell. Next, let me turn to Amy Hubbard.
I'm here. Sorry.
There we go. No, you're good.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Allen and colleagues. Thanks very much for the opportunity to testify on this important issue. My name is Amy Hubbard, and I've lived in Ward 6 since 2002. I want to address in particular the funding of the Healthy Homes Act, which will help the district and our residents in multiple ways. Helping low-income and moderate-income residents move from gas to electricity will be healthier for the families in those homes, save them money on their utility bills, and add to our efforts to slow down climate change. Obviously, the problem we're faced with is that the federal government has attacked DC's budget in ways that will make it difficult to fund everything we want and need. So why should the available funding go to the Healthy Homes Act? For all the reasons I've mentioned, but especially because the threat of climate change is growing increasingly dire every year. It seems like a minor thing to take this funding for healthy homes and use it to support the district's others' needs. But my husband has a genetic condition which gave him emphysema, and every year his lungs get worse. When forest fires in Canada hurt the air quality in DC, he had to be careful about even leaving the house. And it seems like every year the forest fires are getting closer and closer to the district. It's very clear that we are running out of time, and we need to take every step possible to slow down climate change, especially because the federal government has abandoned us. Please fund the Healthy Homes Act. We desperately need it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hubbard. And then last on this panel, Lorraine Dockery, if I pronounced that correct, with City Wildlife.
Yeah, that's correct. Good afternoon, Chairperson Allen and council members. My name is
Could you pull the microphone just a little bit closer to you? I just want to make sure it gets picked up.
my name is Lorraine Doherty, and I'm the new Executive Director of City Wildlife, taking the reins of co-founder Jim Monsema, who's here in the audience, who remains with us part-time. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Firstly, I want to sincerely thank the DC Council and its members for your continued support, and we are grateful to be included in the Mayor's budget. We respectfully ask that the Council retain the final version of their grant to be sent to the Mayor's signature. We're deeply grateful, especially in a year when we know the city is facing tough decisions and financial constraints. Your recognition of our work means a great deal to our staff and our volunteers, to the residents we serve in DC, and the thousands of animals whose lives depend on us. City Wildlife is DC's only wildlife rehabilitation centre, solely dedicated to the care and protection of wild animals. And every year we treat 1,800 sick, injured, and orphaned wild animals, from baby squirrels, turtles, and raptors poisoned by rat poison, and songbirds stunned by windows. These animals would have nowhere to go without our services. But the work is much more than just animals. It's also about people. It's about people. Residents across all 8 wards contact us, often distressed, having found an animal in need. We respond to these calls with care, compassion, and education, guiding people through how to care, how to help, explaining how to safely coexist with these animals, and fostering a city-wide ethic of environmental stewardship. And the DOE funding is critical for sustaining our work, specifically wildlife rehabilitation, which is the care of animals, recovery of wild animals, with the ultimate goal of returning them to the wild. Of course, public education and outreach. And something very important is One Health. City Wildlife is involved in rodenticide and lead screening in wildlife. We're also the only organization in DC that are surveying pathogens of human concern in animals, which is crucial. We are looking for COVID-19, West Nile virus, avian influenza, and we're looking at decline in songbird numbers. This valuable data collection informs citywide policies and protects not only animals, but also people, humans, and the urban ecosystem. And of course, we operate on a tight budget, maximizing the impact of every dollar, and a dedicated team of veterinarians, animal care professionals, volunteers, and interns. But without this funding, our ability to serve wildlife would be severely compromised. But then, of course, I also want to acknowledge, while I'm here on behalf of City Wildlife, I also acknowledge we're part of a broader environmental community doing crucial work across the district. Many of our peer organizations are also facing tremendous financial challenges. In the budget that the Mayor proposed, not only has the DOE suffered a 24% loss of funding, a cut beyond that of any other agency, but its Natural Resources Division, which directs programs on vital importance to the continued survival of the district's wildlife heritage, is seeing a 14.7 million decrease. This translates to deep cuts in the park, green infrastructure maintenance, invasive plant management, Anacostia river cleanups, and other trash removal programs, such as the one that Ward 8 Woods accomplishes so impressively. Many studies have shown the direct link between nature, healthy ecosystems, and human health. These cuts will have a significant and negative impact on the physical and mental health of district residents, and for the countless wild animals City Wildlife advocates for. The resulting degradation of vital habitat will be devastating. Again, we are truly thankful being included in this year's budget and for your ongoing commitment to protecting our environment and our shared urban wildlife. We are grateful for and proud of our highly productive private partnership with the DOE, and we look forward to continuing a strong relationship this year and the upcoming fiscal year. We've worked very hard at City Wildlife to raise 3/4 of our critical funding, and the district's remaining quarter is essential to maintaining our programs. Thank you for your time and leadership.
Thank you very much. And thanks everybody on this panel. It's kind of the hard part here. I don't disagree with anything that anybody has said so far. And I know that, well, I wish that my colleagues or their staff were here to be able to hear this as well. Because when it comes to some of the trade-offs we got to figure out in the budget, I'm not the heavy lift in trying to think through how to do this, but we obviously have a full council that I've got to make sure that we're willing to make changes, and hearing the very significant and deep impacts that many organizations are going to feel and suffer, and then all the downstream impacts of that. I need my colleagues to hear that as well. I know that there's a day of action planned, I believe, for Monday, so I have a hunch we'll all see each other again very soon. I know that's also a really great opportunity to get in front of a lot of the different members and staff to make sure that they hear this as well, for those aren't here. So Andrew and Melinda's would listen to kind of you talk about, for example, the projects and the acronyms. MWE? Is that MWE? Okay. I have a third grader, so all this 4th and 5th grade action coming. I'm excited for next year. I have been, I take my kids out like about every couple of weeks. We just have some trash pickers and we just kind of walk around and pick up trash on the block and all that. So he definitely is active on, we need to get the trash gone. But these types of programs though just reach thousands of kids, and between the two organizations we've already heard from, that's thousands of kids, which actually I've yet to find a kid who doesn't like to talk about trash. So really it's tens of thousands of impact because they're going to talk to all their friends and then their families. So it just keeps having a greater and greater impact. And it's incredibly modest amounts of dollars in the grand scheme of a DC budget. I mean, I've heard not from one, but from many that these budget cuts really feel, frankly, very targeted. This isn't like, we just had a tough budget, so everyone had to kind of contribute a little bit across all of government. This is a 24, 25% cut from one agency. And as I said in the government hearing, that's just it is pure fiction, the sheer amount of federal dollars they say are coming in. So it's not a 24% cut, it's about a 40% cut to an agency. It is decimating it. And I do appreciate, Mr. Williams, your comments too. Like, there's incredible and phenomenal staff at DOE doing great work. This is removing their resources to actually do the good work. And I've tried very hard in our government hearing as well for those DOE staff to hear us say, like, we have confidence in the work that DOE, the agency, and the people are doing. It's the fact they're not going to have the resources to get it done and to have the reach. And that's what we're very and highly critical of. I did want to ask, Mr. Williams, I was going to talk to you about the MS4 permit, if I can sneak you back up onto the table for a second, or just drag that chair there. There you go. The camera will follow the microphone, so it should get you in. I mean, one of the things I'm very concerned about is if I'm being gracious, unintended consequences of these budget decisions. They're going to have a federal impact. They're going to impact our ability to either meet federal requirements around permits. I think we're going to lose federal matching dollars in certain situations. And I think we're also going to subject ourselves to federal penalties. Again, I don't have a high degree of confidence in the federal administration right now, but at the same time, I shouldn't be banking that on just the personal politics or personalities of certain people. Like, it's federal law should be federal law. So can you just talk a little bit more about the impacts on our MS4 permit, our obligations, our responsibilities of what's going to happen with this budget cut as proposed?
Sure. Thank you for that question. First of all, I want to emphasize, as I did in my testimony, that these activities are not just legal requirements. They are legal requirements, but they're not just that. They're also a set of really important activities that the agency does to control pollution from stormwater. But having said that, like I said, everything that I listed in my breathless list of things which is not a complete list, are things that are going to be either curtailed or in some cases maybe even eliminated entirely because there won't be the resources to undertake them. And everything I mentioned is part of our requirements under the MS4 permit. So it's hard to imagine how we could not be in violation of the MS4 permit if these cuts go into effect. And if that happens, then it opens up the district not just to being fined by EPA, but actually having litigation brought against the district by, to be perfectly honest, by folks like me who have an interest in the agency and the EPA doing its job. DC doesn't want that. We don't want that. It would just be better if these programs were funded to avoid that sort of liability. And your point is well taken about how active the EPA will be, but the person who's administering the EPA now will not be around forever. And even if the EPA now doesn't want to enforce these things, they will be enforced in the future. It's also, again, from a sort of a realpolitik perspective, if this current EPA wanted to take a slap at the district, if the district found itself in serious violation of its MS4 permit, that might be a way to do it.
Yeah.
So it's just a minefield that the district just shouldn't go into. They should just fund their MS4 responsibilities, full stop.
Yeah, completely. Ms. Nunn, I was gonna, if you're still with us, I think you're online, but I think you're still there. Actually, I'll wait and see before I ask my very insightful question since that happened last time. All right, well, maybe Ms. Nunn will come back in a moment. One of the things.
Sorry, I'm here.
All right.
I'm here.
Ms. Nunn,
Sorry, I'm multitasking.
Back to the computer.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, can you repeat?
Yeah, absolutely. So I was going to ask, you talked both about the overall budget. You also talked about where you live in Ward 7 and just the impacts of decisions that are made. I joked earlier, not so joking, about fairly modest grant dollar amounts that we're talking about that are going away. Yet, if you were a certain type of billion-dollar business, we have lots of tax dollars we could be giving you. But I just want to ask about one aspect of this. One of the proposals a part of the proposal in front of us is to have the district taxpayer build and construct 8,000 parking spaces out by the river's edge. Frankly, a wall of parking garages stretching from Binning Road all the way down to C Street, for folks that are familiar with where the fields or Kingman Park are, to where the DC United practice fields are. So imagine a parking garage that stretches from Binning Road all the way down. We're not going to have a need for 8,000 parking spots every day out of the year. So we'd be overbuilding parking. You would be overbuilding parking. But also, I don't want to ignore the environmental impact of that, the stormwater impact of that. This is an area that connects the Kingman Park neighborhood to the fields and to the river, which will now be walled off by a massive wall of garages. But there's an environmental impact. There's a stormwater runoff perspective to that. Just want to ask if you want to think about that or add anything to that, because it feels like in a neighborhood, as you talked about, that has not seen a lot of the investment, or the areas where we just poured as much concrete as we possibly could and create heat island effects and everything else that comes with it. Aren't we just kind of exacerbating the very problems that we've seen if we build 8,000 parking spots and massive garages there?
Yes, I mean, absolutely. I think that's a huge concern for the communities near the RFK site, and my neighbors have often are raising their voices right now. I've been to meetings almost every day where people are expressing their desire for bigger investment in the green space and nature and recreation. Many of us who've been advocating for this for years and realize and recognize the importance of the investment in parks and nature, which costs pennies, but provide so much enrichment to the lives of the people and bring people out. People bought houses in this neighborhood because of its proximity to places like Kingman Island, to the river. There are people, my neighbors go out every single night and walk to Kingman Island, walk along the Anacostia River Trail, and the idea that there's a bigger interest in this stadium project than in the things that really enrich the daily lives of our community is just devastating to us. So I appreciate that I've had the opportunity to, share those concerns here before you guys. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I think the Kingman Park neighbors would prefer to stay in Kingman Park, not Kingman Parking lot. So I think there's a lot there. But I know that we'll be debating this in the weeks and months to come around what's been put in front of the council, but I can't ignore the environmental impacts of building out that much, and just want to kind of take that opportunity there.
If I could add a quick remark about that particular issue. Something you said earlier, Chairman, resonated with me when you were talking about the green buildings, and you were talking about how the fact that the decisions we make about building these buildings we're going to be living with for decades. That's so true of the RFK site. There's a real opportunity there to do something really special in terms of turning that part of the city to face the river and really working to not only minimize the impacts on the river, but actually improve the river. And probably 8,000 parking spots are not going to do it.
Yeah. And to be clear, no one's arguing that we got to keep the status quo. I don't think you're going to find anybody who says what we got out there is what we all want. It is an incredible opportunity, though, to really, the size of space it is the equivalent of building out a small city somewhere else in America. So it is an opportunity from whole cloth to think about how to meet many of our needs, housing. And I try to, because obviously there's some strong feelings all over the place about an NFL stadium. So try to take that out of the conversation for a second. Whether you build a stadium or not, it is an opportunity to get it right. And to think about how would you invest in a new part of our city that would take the river into account, that would think about the energy and environmental impacts, no matter what it is. So I think that's something that 8,000 parking spots is just insane to me. When you have a metro station there, that the future of development growth should be around transit and public transportation. That's what we should be investing in. Not afraid to put money into that. That's what we should be doing. But it is an opportunity, and we got to keep looking at that and push hard for it. So I appreciate it. All right, I know that we have a lot more witnesses, and I got to keep moving. I think you all highlighted, though, how important these funds are, and by removing these dollars, the good work that many of you do, associated organizations, and then all the people that are impacted by that is just, it feels unnecessary to cut these spaces, and it's a short-sighted cut with really long-term downstream impacts for our entire city. So thank you all very much. All right, I'm going to move to panel number 5 now. So I have McKenna Osborne, who's the policy attorney with Children's Law Center. Jamal Lewis, who's the board chair of the DC Sustainable Energy Utility. Holly Pollinger, co-chair of the Climate Reality Project DC chapter. Trey Sherrard, who's the river keeper with Anacostia Riverkeeper. Suzanne Kelly, president of the Anacostia Riverkeeper. Linda Vernoy, DC state coordinator with Citizens Climate Lobby DC chapter. Got you on there. Lauren Crost, public witness. Oh, all right, over there. Nicole Rentz, Director of Market Development and Policy with New Columbia Solar. Chris Sewell, Public Witness. Dolores Bouchon, Public Witness. I think Dolores is online. All right. Evan Raskin, National Campaign Manager with earthday.org. Scott Williamson, Public Witness, I think is online, or maybe not. And Jessica Ferguson, a student at THRO. And I do not know what the acronym THRO stands for, but I'm eager to find out. Okay. All right. McKenna Osborne, we'll turn to you to kick us off. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Allen and members of the committee. My name is McKenna Osborne. I'm a policy attorney at Children's Law Center and a tenant in Ward 6. I'm testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center. Our more than 100 staff work with children, families, and partners across the district toward a future where every child can grow up with a strong foundation of family, health, and education. Thank you for this opportunity to provide comments on the mayor's proposed budget for DOEE. Conditions in a child's physical environment, especially their home, deeply impact their health and well-being. Mold, pests, and poor indoor air quality exacerbate childhood asthma. Ingesting lead through paint or drinking water inhibits development, and utility insecurity exposes children to harmful temperatures and forces their families to forgo basic needs. Adequately funding the DOEE programs that protect children from these environmental hazards and promote healthier housing throughout the district is a strategic investment in the current and future well-being of DC children. I'd like to start with a few positives in the DOEE budget. First, we're happy to see that the proposed budget largely maintains current local funding levels for critical services provided by DOEE's Lead Safe and Healthy Housing Division and Utility Affordability Administration. And we urge the committee to maintain and protect these investments throughout the budget process. Additionally, we appreciate that after a year of confusion and delays, the budget transfers funding and FTEs for the Healthy Housing Program to DC Health. So the program's transition between agencies can be complete, and we believe the amount transferred will support the continued delivery of the program services like home health assessments and case management for children with elevated blood lead levels. Finally, we've been encouraged to learn that the Residential Services Division anticipates receiving a distribution of its HUD lead hazard reduction demonstration grant by the start of FY26 and has a wait list of eligible households it's ready to work through. We hope the committee will track the progress of this grant because it is essentially the district's only dedicated source of funding for remediating lead-based paint hazards in low-income households with young children. In the rest of my time today, I'd like to highlight two concerns with the proposed budget. First, there's a deep level of need for utility assistance among low-income families in DC. Children's Law Center regularly works with families struggling to make ends meet who are behind on utility bills. And utility assistance has consistently been one of the most common primary reasons for calls to the district's warm line since its launch in the fall of 2023. This utility assistance means ensuring families don't have to choose between paying for healthcare and food or their utility bills. And it means families are able to keep using their refrigerator for food and medicine and their heat and air conditioning to maintain safe temperatures in their home. We're deeply concerned about the district's ability to assist these families in FY26 if DOEE does not receive planned levels of LIHEAP funding. We urge the committee to maintain close communication with DOEE's Utility Affordability Administration and work on a plan for how DOEE will provide utility assistance if we do not receive the same levels of federal LIHEAP funding we have in the past. Finally, Children's Law Center echoes the concerns that many previous speakers have highlighted today about the proposed cuts to the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund and the impact they will have on the electrification and energy efficiency programs operated by the DC Sustainable Energy Utility. I want to highlight one example of the kind of work that DCSEU facilitates that is at risk due to the proposed cuts. With our partners at the National Housing Trust, Children's Law Center is currently engaged in a project to coordinate whole building retrofits of 6 multifamily rental properties across the district. These retrofits would, among other things, shift properties to electric appliances, improve the building's energy efficiency, and improve the indoor air quality, all of which will help the 800 households living in these properties breathe healthier air, reducing triggers for childhood asthma, and save money on utility bills. The retrofits will also help preserve these properties as affordable housing for low-income families for years to come. The properties in this project are prime candidates for DCSEU programs like the Affordable Housing Retrofit Accelerator and the Affordable Housing Electrification Program, which braid federal and local funds to maximize the impact of both. Therefore, we appreciate and support your efforts, Councilmember Allen, to restore funding to the SETF and DCSU so that these critical programs can operate to their full potential for the benefit of DC families. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Osborne. Next, let's turn to Jamal Lewis, who I think is joining us online. All right, Mr. Lewis, if you can hear me, we've sent a request to move you up onto the panel. So what I'll do is I'll move next to Holly Pollinger, and then Mr. Lewis will try to come back to you if you're ready. All right. So do we have Holly Pollinger? Yes.
Talking about me, okay. Good afternoon. My name is Holly Pollinger. I've lived in Ward 3 for 50 plus years, and I'm the co-chair of the Climate Reality Project in the DC chapter. What are we doing here? All the testimony being given today is about topics we've already hammered out over the past decades. All of them have been either passed or agreed to by everyone, the mayor, the council, and the residents of Washington, D.C. I have been proud of the progress we've made in our reputation as a leading environment city. But I am outraged by this budget. The values and priorities that we've promised to uphold to keep our citizens safe and healthy have been either ignored or very badly bruised. We're not talking here about a new bike lane or a street full of potholes. It is not a plea to make more parks or crack down on speeders. This is, in fact, in my opinion, and in science, a matter of life and death. The hottest summer on record is about to descend on us here in DC. I'm going to repeat that. The hottest summer on record. Soon it won't make any difference if we have a clean Potomac or Anacostia, the city will be flooded. Soon it won't make any difference if we have clean parks and beautiful trees, the heat and the storms will ruin them. We are like frogs in a pot of boiling water. Here today in this chamber, I want to remind you of a quote by Barack Obama. We will respond to the threat of climate change, knowing that failure to do so would betray our children and future generations. This budget betrays our children and future generations. Oil and gas emissions are causing the climate to change. We all know this. What are the primary causes of oil and gas emissions in DC? Gas cars, gas buses, and buildings. For gas cars, it appears we have the federal funds, about $4 million plus already in place to expand EV chargers across the city. We must match those funds and unlock our newly passed EV Structure Act. We must slow and then stop the use of gas cars. We must do this for people to be able to buy electric vehicles and stop spewing emissions into the air. All of us in this room know that DC and 17 other states, plus the Sierra Club, are suing the federal government to reverse the suspension of the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program. What would it look like now if we didn't even fund this here in this capital city? Also, it makes me mad because I have a hybrid plug-in and I spend hours looking for chargers in DC. Not what I expected when I bought this car in November. So yes, it is personal for me and many others here. Let me remind you about COVID time. Al Gore, head of Climate Reality Project, shows a graph of the greenhouse gases around the world when he makes his climate talks. It shows a steady climb up over the years until it gets to COVID time. Do you remember? We stopped driving very much and no one was taking buses. The graph takes a dip downward, an appreciable dip, a visible dip, a taste of what could happen if we get our priorities straight. Everyone here today is testifying to keep the funding for clean energy. No cuts to the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, renewable energy development. You know why? Because it's our money. That's my money. I have been paying that money into my electric bill, my gas bill, and I did not pay the money to the mayor to pay the city's electricity bill. I want it used for its original purpose, to pay for newly trained workers for healthy homes, to pay for Solar for All programs, to help with electricity bills, which are about to skyrocket, by the way, if he who shall not be named gets his way. You're already aware that more than 70% of the greenhouse gas emissions in the district comes from buildings burning methane. Now, because of what is happening here with this budget, building owners and contractors are having second thoughts about helping to do these retrofits because they can't be sure the mayor isn't going to rob the sustainable fund again. The final thing I want to say has to do with DOEE. I have worked with some of the best people from there. It is a great, hardworking agency. You would be wise to ensure that it has the people and the support it needs to keep the standard high and strong. We cannot keep thinking of the environment money budgeted as something like a bank for a rainy day. It is not available to pay bills, and we want it back. We all want it back. Don't forget Green Budget Day on Monday from 8 o'clock in the morning, all day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pollinger. I'll see you on Monday. All right, Mr. Lewis, I see you're back, or we got you in. So I'm going to turn back to Mr. Lewis next, and then Trey, come to you after that. Mr. Lewis?
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairman Allen and members of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment. I'm Jamal Lewis, Chair of the DC Sustainable Energy Utility Advisory Board. As outlined in the Clean and Affordable Energy Act of 2008, the board is charged with providing advice, comments, and recommendations to DOEE and the Council regarding the procurement and administration of the DCSEU, to advise on the DCSEU performance and monitor DCSEU under its contract. DCSEU is charged with implementing energy efficiency programs, workforce development, and investing in market transformative projects. Through the Affordable Home Electrification Program, Solar for All, Affordable Housing Retrofit Accelerator, and DC Electric Rebate, the DCSU not only provides opportunities for residents to improve energy affordability and reduce their cost of living, but also contributes to the local green economy. In FY24, the DCSU provided $333 million in lifetime cost savings for DC residents and businesses, created 90 green jobs, invested $14.4 million in low and moderate income communities across the district, and supported the addition of 3.5 megawatts of solar capacity for the city. Providing a consistent funding source for the DCSU is crucial if we're going to maximize benefits to DC residents. Last year, DOEE received guidance from the Mayor's Sustainable Energy Trust Fund Utilization Amendment Act of 2024 to allocate approximately $17.3 million in Sustainable Energy Trust Fund resources for the payment of renewable energy credits or alternative compliance fees, or to support power purchase agreements. This resulted in a $12.8 million reduction in the DCSU's FY24 operating budget, as well as the cancellation of new proposals and projects for the Affordable Housing Retrofit Accelerator, Affordable Home Electrification Program, and Solar for All. This change in funding negatively affected DCSU's relationship with CBEs and contractors, and the market cannot take another hit to this funding source. The council needs to ensure that SETF is put towards DCSU's contract rather than being swept for special purpose revenue fund. Furthermore, the council should not allow the $20 million SETF DCSU contract minimum to be removed. If local funding were to be removed, AHEP, AHRA, and Solar for All would be greatly affected, as most of the programs submitted to the federal government for grant funding are dependent on some form of matching local funds. This vital work is even more critical given the challenges residents are facing with rising energy costs. 2025 marked the third consecutive year that PEPCO has increased its rates. This year's rate increase raised the average resident's bill by an additional 5%. With the escalation in electricity prices, DCSU's work is more important than ever if the district wants to achieve not only energy affordability, but also provide crucial relief for today's broader economic pressures. The tangible impact of the DCSU's programs on district residents and the local economy is clear. Just look at a couple of these real-world examples. At Roberts Residences, a 139-unit affordable housing building in Ward 5, residents benefit from substantial energy savings, over $46,000 in electricity costs and over $13,000 in water costs. These come from a new variable refrigerant flow heat pump system, Energy Star certified refrigerators, low flow faucet aerators, and energy efficient LED lighting. These upgrades will save over 300,000 kilowatt hours of electricity, 167 MMBTU of fuel, and nearly 500,000 gallons of water annually. Another example, Victor Ramos, an electrical engineering graduate from 2020 who completed the DCSU's workforce development program. He not only launched a career as a project manager at a utility company, but he also became the first in his family to own a home. His Ward 7 home now provides immense relief from utility costs with 36 solar panels and a 10 kilowatt solar edge battery system, offsetting almost 100% of his bill to around $5 in admin fees, despite higher usage. He also enjoys a healthier and more efficient home after upgrading from gas to an efficient heat pump water heater and electric heat pump via AHEP. The board views the DCSU as one of the most successful district government initiatives, and I could not be more excited to be part of this impact. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lewis. All right, next, Trey Sherrard, let me turn to you next.
Thank you so much. And I think my president just got into the Zoom, so if y'all can make sure that she is panelist when she's ready. My name's Trey Sherrard.
We'll check and make sure we get that.
Thank you. My name's Trey Sherrard. I'm the Riverkeeper here at Anacostia Riverkeeper. Thank you, Chairperson Allen and staff, for having us be heard today. I won't take that call right now. For the second year in a row, the proposed budget brought to the council slashes DOE's budget in a way that is incompatible with the district's goals for sustainability and environment. These cuts will directly hurt Anacostia Riverkeeper's ability to restore and protect the river for everyone who enjoys it, and will sink our ability to connect district residents to their river. 3 and 4 years ago, when I first learned on the job how to testify at these hearings, we had a lot of thank yous. Last year and this year, we have the same and now an even scarier reiteration of what's going on. Beyond the environmental harms, many of these cuts involve sweeping money from special revenue funds like the disposable bag fee. The Budget Support Act, as proposed, would even sweep these funds every year henceforward by converting them from non-lapsing, which they have been by law, into lapsing funds. This is an unacceptable violation of the intention of the Anacostia River Cleanup and Protection Act and the other acts which set these funds by law, which promise district residents that when they pay the 5-cent fee on disposable bags, paper and plastic, that money will clean up the Anacostia River and it will reintroduce district youth to the river in their own backyards. District residents will still be paying the bag fee, but those monies may no longer be used for their promised purpose. For Anacostia Riverkeeper as an organization, sweeping the bag fee funds would zero out the money we use to connect district residents to their river via free educational Anacostia River Explorer tours, currently about $100,000 a year. In just under a decade, that grant has gotten over almost 20,000 people on the river on our boat alone. That does not include our friends at Watershed Society. Many of those district students, about a quarter of them, many of those district students and a pretty significant number of adults, especially from Ward 7 and 8, have never set foot on a boat until they come on the Anacostia River Explorer tours. Past grants have already covered many of the capital costs for these grants, so these cuts in this current proposed budget only harm the return on investment. Currently, zeroing out that $100,000 would equal about 3,000 more people not getting on the river in the next fiscal year. The cuts would also zero out the money for Alliance for the Chesapeake Bay to run the Volunteer Water Quality Monitoring Grant, killing a program that leverages district dollars with thousands of volunteer hours donated by hundreds of district residents each year. That data is documenting the success of other major district investments, including the DC Water Clean Rivers Anacostia River Tunnel. Again, past grants have already covered major costs like equipment and building operating procedures and building these networks. So these cuts damage the district's return on investment again. In addition to harming our organization's work and our staff's livelihoods very directly, these projects involve significant pass-through funding to other environmental nonprofits, many of whom are in this room, many of which also fulfill a workplace development mission. We estimate that the proposed budget will be about a 50% cut to the district trash traps grant that currently spends almost $200,000 annually to manage 8 traps across the Anacostia watershed in DC. Together, these traps catch several tons, literally tons of litter, like plastic bottles, each year, keeping it out of the Anacostia, and then the Potomac, and then the Chesapeake Bay. And they contribute to jobs for district youth, returning citizens, and others. Cuts to this project will directly harm Anacostia Watershed Society, Earth Conservation Corps, Living Classrooms Foundation, and Ward 8 Woods, in addition to Anacostia Riverkeeper, all of us working together to manage these traps. To be clear, the traps have already been bought and paid for in past years. They will still be in place catching trash across Wards 7 and 8, but we will no longer be able to clear and maintain them as often as we do now. Finally, there is another dire consequence to the proposed budget's cuts to DOEE. As a waterkeeper group, we are a watchdog for compliance with the Clean Water Act and other U.S. environmental laws, including Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System, MS4 permits. The District of Columbia has one of the very best MS4 permits in the country and has established DC's leadership in stormwater management here and even globally. However, the cuts proposed in this budget could ruin the district's position, setting the district up to fail to comply with its permit. This is bad for all of the district's waterways. It's bad for everyone who uses those waterways now and in the future. And it is bad for those downstream, including all around the bay. It also risks opening the district to significant legal liability for non-compliance with the permit under the Clean Water Act. Such violations carry stiff penalties per violation per day, thousands of dollars for each violation for each day that can be documented, opening the district to significant financial liability as well. At the end of the day, those permit activities will still have to be funded and they will still have to be performed. The question is, how much extra will the district have to pay in penalties above and beyond the funding that was already swept? Anacostia Riverkeeper hopes that this committee and the council as a whole will be able to repair the many broken promises in this proposed budget. We will work with you in any way possible to help you do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, I believe that we've got Suzanne Kelly in now. So Ms. Kelly, if you can hear me, if you're able to turn your mic on, we'll have your testimony too. Ms. Kelly, are you able to hear me? If not, we can come back. All right, how about this? Let's go to Linda Vernoy. If you're there, Linda, we'll turn to you, and then Suzanne, we can come back to you when you're ready.
Thank you so much, Chairman Allen. I want to thank you for your leadership in the climate. I'm the DC coordinator for Citizens Climate Lobby, for a national lobbying organization that looks at priority climate policies in terms of what provides measurable results. And we have about 1,600 members in DC. I'm a resident of Ward 5, and one of our priorities is building electrification. As we know, 70% of the emissions in DC come from buildings. It's about 15% nationwide. And that's gone down as renewable energy has increased. The indirect emissions from electricity has gone down. So with the Healthy Homes Act, that's definitely a step in the direction of reducing emissions from residential sources, and it must be fully funded. It'll cut the energy bills for residents. I personally own and live in a multifamily building in Ward 5 with low and middle income tenants. And while I have solar on my roof, thanks to the SRECs, I have not been financially able to completely transition the building to electricity. I want to switch to the building energy performance standard. It's definitely a model for other municipalities in building efficiency and reducing building greenhouse gas emissions. It doesn't require much in the DC budget. So we would like this program to continue to be supported. I worked on that hard with CCAN in 2018 to get that passed. As Holly said earlier, we've passed a lot of these things years ago, so we want to keep these programs running. I have millennial children. I'm committed to us restoring the climate within their lifetime. As other people said, the federal government has been going backwards on climate. So it's important for DC to show leadership and be an inspiration for mid-Atlantic cities and states. Climate's definitely an environmental justice issue. We see that low-income residents have to walk in this heat to take public transportation. Trees that the city planted on my street in Ward 5 died last summer, most likely because of changing climate. So protecting the climate also protects our tree cover and quality of life. Since you mentioned, Council Member, the RFK site, I personally would like to see a utility scale solar plant built on that site. Citizens Climate Lobby supports renewable energy. While we know we don't have a lot of space in the city to develop utility scale renewable energy, that would be a site that would definitely green our energy supply, since over half of our electricity is still generated through fossil fuels. So we want to see, in summary, continued leadership on climate. And thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Linda. Let's go back and see if Suzanne Kelly is there now. She's on, but doesn't seem to be turning camera or mic on. So we'll save the space there and we'll certainly come back. All right, we have Lauren Cross.
Can you hear me?
Oh, all right, Suzanne, are you there now?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
That's all right.
Sorry. I'm not that great with technology, so.
We can hear you now, so if you're ready to go, we can have your testimony.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Allen, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today about the recent budget. Like everybody else on the panel, on these panels, I'm horrified, as are Trey and Maureen, and about the impacts we'll have on the Anacostia River. I'm the current president at Anacostia Riverkeeper and a founding board member. So I have been around the Anacostia River for a long time. I would like to add to what Trey and Maureen said. Sorry, it wasn't too long ago that the Anacostia River was called the Forgotten River. And you could not cajole people to come down to the river. But with the investments made by DOE under Tommy Wells and by the mayor and past mayors, and the investments made by the taxpayers, this river has become an accessible river for its residents, a river of pride, and a showpiece around the world for its revitalization. and it's taken a long time and a lot of work to get there. These investments should not be lost. But this budget, with a 24% cut in funds to DOE, does that. This budget sweeps all the investments made and will sweep all the progress made. It will cripple almost all nonprofits working for the health of the Anacostia. Like other river nonprofits, many of Anacostia River Keepers programs have been built over years with partners. Program structures have been built over years. These programs and program structures will be destroyed. A volunteer base has been developed that will be lost. By passing this budget and by accepting the sweeping of the special purpose funds that directly pay for a healthy, clean, accessible river, DC residents who most need access to a clean river will no longer have that access. Our river programming is funded by DOE, primarily by special revenue funds like the bag fee. These programs have been running for years, representing a significant investment into river programs. This year's sweep of the bag fee and subsequent defending of these projects is a waste of these investments. As Maureen said, for most of these projects, the hard and expensive startup work has already been paid for and will go to waste if these projects are paused now. We urge the DC Council to reevaluate and return funding to DOE to refund these critical projects that protect, ensuring these investments are honored and restoring the city's promise to Anacostia River and its residents. Thanks. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ms. Kelly. Okay, now we'll go to Lauren.
Thank you. My name is Lauren Crossett, and I work actually with Living Classrooms as director of Kingman Island. Compared to some of my colleagues, I'm relatively new in my role, but I'm not new to the work that DOE has done and is doing. And I can say firsthand that DOE is one of the best agencies in the district with staff that are incredibly reachable and responsive across their huge range of programming and regulatory responsibilities. I'm here to speak about the proposed 24% cut to DOE's funding and what that means for the children and families that live in classrooms and so many other agencies that we work with serve, and the remarkable progress that we've made on the Anacostia. Just 2 weeks ago, I watched 200 students experience the Anacostia River for the first time through our education programs being held on Kingman and Heritage Islands. During one trip just last week, a teacher pulled me aside after her group of fifth graders were given instructions on land and then paired up for paddling with our Green Boats program. She thanked me for Living Classrooms having the Green Boats program because, and I quote, "Without programs like Green Boats, we're asking kids to become stewards of something they have no connection to. This gives them something tangible. They can see how they're directly connected to the watershed and how their actions directly affect its health." That's exactly what's at stake here. The Green Boats program doesn't just remove over 1,200 pounds of trash from the Anacostia each year, helping the district meet its MS4 permit requirements. It also creates river stewards. It gives district residents many experience in the river for the first time, a chance to paddle these waters and to see its beauty up close and also to see its challenges. Our educators work directly with Title I schools across the district, providing in-depth watershed science lessons, leading action projects with a highlighting trip to Kingman and Heritage Islands. These aren't just field trips, they're transformative experiences that connect young people to the river that belongs to them. The irony here is profound. The Anacostia was once a plight on our city, a place where few were drawn to live near. Through the dedicated work of DOEE and community organizations doing boots on the ground restoration, the river has become the main selling point to the proposed RFK development. We've made incredible strides towards a swimmable Anacostia that residents are fighting for access to. But these proposed cuts would create backward momentum at exactly the wrong time. We're asking kids to hope for a clean, usable Anacostia while simultaneously defunding the programs that are making that vision possible. The backward slide threatens not only community programs, but the on-the-ground conservation work itself. Our rangers who work alongside DOE biologists to improve native habitats on the islands, creating spaces where migratory birds thrive, native aquatic life flourishes, and the community can access the Anacostia. The proposed cuts to maintenance funding directly threatening this environmental restoration work on the only conservation area the district currently has. When we cut the Nature Near Schools program, we're telling 2,000 Title I students that environmental education is not important. When we cut Green Zone and environmental program, we're eliminating paid summer internships and green career pathways for hundreds of young people in the district. When we cut community stormwater solutions, we're turning away hundreds of students from hands-on learning at Kingman Island that will no longer feel a connection to the Anacostia or to the critical habitat conservation on Kingman and Heritage Islands. These aren't just budget line items, they're investments in environmental justice, in the next generation of environmental stewards, and the continued restoration of our home river. I am grateful that the Kingman Rangers program remains funded, having the hard work that our Rangers do and the Green Infrastructure Workforce Program that we're so proud of to be acknowledged. But the Rangers do everything, and they can't do it alone. The magic of Kingman comes from Rangers working in partnerships with educators, paddling staff, and community engagement programs. We're at a crossroads. We can continue building on decades of progress, creating more river stewards, and moving closer to a swimmable Anacostia, or we can retreat from this work just as it's showing its great promise. And I'd like to urge to restore DOE's funding in the next FY26 budget.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crossan. All right, next, let me turn Nicole Rintz, who I think we've got online.
Yes. Hi,
Good
Councilwoman. Sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Rentz. I'm here testifying on behalf of New Columbia Solar, a DC certified business entity headquartered in Ward 5. The district's solar economy has grown rapidly in response to strong clean energy policies enacted over the last decade, supporting over 1,000 jobs. New Columbia Solar has been part of this growth. We began operating in 2016 with just 5 employees, and we now employ roughly 70 people and have expanded our operations into other states in the region. DOE and SEU programs enabled us to do this. Without their stability, we would not have been able to launch our business here, and we would not currently be employing district residents and paying district taxes. There are many district businesses and sustainable industries with stories like ours, all put at risk by this budget. This disinvestment is incredibly short-sighted because DOE's sustainability programs are designed to have multiple diverse beneficial effects that are not captured in the extremely limited analysis currently done by the OCFO when analyzing the mayor's proposed budget changes. DOE's clean energy programs reduce greenhouse gas emissions, improve air quality, promote grid resilience, create local green businesses and their accompanying jobs and tax revenue, bring in and multiply the effects of federal infrastructure funding, and importantly, reduce energy costs for district residents, making them more resilient to economic stressors. The return on these investments is incredibly high, though admittedly difficult to calculate. DOE and SEU have spent years building up the capacity to implement these programs, including building up a base of green businesses like ours. In light of the extreme instability in federal policy supporting clean energy deployment, it is vital to businesses like ours that state-level programs like DOE's remain supported and stable. Instead, this year's budget threatens their continued existence. To address these harms and preserve stability, we urge you to do the following. First, preserve the SEU contract minimum and do not allow the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund and Renewable Energy Development Fund to become lapsing funds or to be diverted to pay general district government costs. As others have noted, this is a misuse of ratepayer funds who have been told they pay these fees to support programs that will reduce their energy bills. And it also jeopardizes awarded federal funding. Second, we ask that you ensure DOE and SEU have enough local funding to implement the Solar for All program without having to amend its federal grant. The district currently holds a $62.5 million grant to implement Solar for All for the next few years, which should be enough to serve nearly 20,000 low and moderate income families by the program, tripling the number currently served and lowering these families' electric bills by half for 15 years. DOE's grant proposal included local funds to enable and multiply the effects of this program. Under the current federal administration, which is actively trying to claw back awarded grants, having to submit a request to revise or otherwise falling short of strict compliance with grant terms could easily lead to losing the grant entirely. Please ensure that DOE and SEU retain enough local funding to avoid having to amend the terms of the grant. DOE should also retain enough funding to support at least a basic program offering in the event that they are clawed back. Third, we urge the council to accelerate the district's installation of solar energy on its own buildings. The mayor is taking ratepayer funds to pay government energy bills, but she could greatly reduce those bills by accelerating the installation of solar on government roofs. Given recent proposed changes to federal clean energy tax credits, the no-cost terms under which the government can currently install solar energy will likely not be available for much longer. According to DOE analyses, the remaining solar capacity on government roofs likely totals roughly 4 times the 6 to 7 megawatts recently awarded in a government solar RFP. We urge you to find a way to get the district to accelerate issuing the remaining RFPs so we can preserve access to the federal tax credits that enable such significant savings for ratepayers and taxpayers. This would also help local solar businesses weather the federal policy changes that are coming. Finally, we urge the council to revise the nonprofit tax code to clarify that the DC government does not impose a penalty on nonprofits that install solar. About a year ago, OTR interpreted district law to partially negate the nonprofit property tax exemption for a nonprofit charter school in Ward 8 because they had installed solar on their roof, landing them with a tax bill that greatly exceeds the value of the solar energy. This legal interpretation exposes hundreds of congregations, schools, and other nonprofits with solar installations to tax increases, and it has stalled many solar installations on nonprofits around the district since then. As I mentioned, the federal policies that make solar financially viable for nonprofits may not exist that much longer. It is urgent that the district's budget legislation clarify that nonprofits are not subject to tax penalties for installing solar. As we're a solar company, I focused here on clean energy, but as a district resident and a Ward 6 resident, I'd like to note that I'm extremely concerned that DOE will be unable to continue to effectively operate its programs due to this budget proposal. In particular, the proposal to permanently convert all of DOE's 15 special purpose funds into lapsing funds. Speaking as DOE's former legislative director, I firmly believe that this change would permanently impair the agency's ability to implement most of its programs for the practical budgeting reasons outlined by former Director Wells and Councilmember Che. As so many have said, this budget is just bad policy. We ask you to restore DOE's funding sources and undo the harm proposed in the mayor's budget. Thank you for your work and support on these issues.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rentz. Next, let me turn to Chris Sewell.
Hey, good afternoon and happy Pride Month, everybody. My name is Chris. I'm the founder of Uprise Solar and Roofing, a residential installer here in the district. We focus exclusively here on the district. And I'm here to share a story about building a small business here in DC. I'm from a farm in rural Kentucky. I moved here in 2008. And I just fell in love with the city, mainly because I felt like I was safe and affirmed in this community like I'd never been before. I started my solar career here. I got married in Malcolm X Park, raised a kid in Langdon, and I'm starting a business here. I founded Uprise because I was determined to build an employee-focused culture because well cared for employees do good work for their customers. It was a way of doing top quality work for our community. A little more than 3 years ago, Uprise worked on its first roofs as a company. Me and 2 part-time employees worked for 32 customers that year. Today, Uprise has 30 employees. We're 21 full-time and 9 part-time. We have over 350 customers in the district and counting. Each year we're getting stronger. In just 3 years, we've grown by leaps and bounds as a small local business. We've grown because of the good work of these organizations that are the purpose of this hearing today. 15 of those first 32 customers that I mentioned came from the DCSEU and the Solar for All program. Our first financing came from the Green Bank when we weren't anywhere old enough to be considered by any commercial bank. That allowed us to become an owner of systems rather than just pass those systems on as a contractor. And that's helped us become a healthier company financially. And it keeps the ownership of those systems, those solar systems here local. I'm certain there's a lot more work that happens in the background to protect the RPS and the SRECs. These are things that I don't really always understand or see happening, but I know it's happening. And this is the basis of our work. It gives us our customers day in, day out. So we're extremely grateful for these organizations and how they've enabled Uprise and its employees to thrive in the district. Because of them and the city leadership here in this room, the local market has grown and evolved, and it faces different challenges than it faced 10, 15, even 20 years ago when some of these things were just an idea when I was first getting to DC. Today, the biggest challenges for meeting our long-term local solar goals is the rate residents are actually asking for solar. Residential rooftops add up to more untapped potential for local generation than I believe any other option. Based on public data, I estimate, as a local expert in residential solar, I estimate a potential of about 400 megawatts of residential rooftop solar. Basic numbers are, I won't get into too much detail, but basic numbers are 93,000 single-family homes. About 16,000 already have solar. If you get rid of about 40% of those as non-viable, that still leaves around 46,000 homes that could be viable for rooftop solar. They should, and they could be hosts for solar here in the district. Average system size about 8.5 kilowatts. That's nearly 400 megawatts right there. It's all viable, in a sense, land sites that could be used to make solar happen. The reason it's going so slow, and that we only pull about 3,000 permits per year right now. So at the rate we're going, it would take about 15 years to tap this local rooftop potential. The reason it's going so slow is there's a lack of consumer trust, and there's a lack of knowledge on how to go solar safely. Right? I have a lot of wonderful competitors that do great work as well. But we spend nearly a third of our revenue every year just trying to go out and tell people, educate them that this is good for them. The city has put all these tools in place to make it a thing that's good for our community as well as for their home. Just go solar, right? But I spend all this money on marketing, outreach, education, salespeople, just to get my next customer. And it doesn't have to be this way, especially for a market that has a product that's so good for the consumer, right? A simple solution to me is a full-throated public awareness campaign led by the city, not by a subcontractor, an outsider, but somebody that speaks up on behalf of the city and says, this is good for you, here's how to do it safely, right? That would allow us to tap this giant untapped potential of all these roofs. We know if you were to do this, it wouldn't need any new market tools. You've already built so much of this. But what you've built, it would be a waste not to capitalize on it. Thank you very much for inviting me today. Thanks to these organizations for all the work they've done to enable a company like ours. And thanks to the leadership in this room for putting the tools in place to allow someone like me to grow a company right here in the district, a place I call my home.
Thank you, Mr. Sewell. Our last four witnesses in this panel, I think, are all online. So let me turn to Dolores Bouchon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Dolores Bouchon, and I live in Ward 5. When I read about the 24% reduction in DOE's budget for fiscal year 2026, my first thought was, what does this have to do with me? Granted, that is a very selfish first thought, and I had to find the projected cuts to see what impact they would have on me. I found plenty to worry about. First, there's less money for forest patches and other natural areas. I've testified before about the wonderful Langdon Park forest patch that I've been working with neighbors to restore to health. We can't do it alone, and we're counting on the Office of Natural Area Conservation to help us. Our urban forests have been neglected for far too long by the city. Then I took a look at the 3 beautiful river birches that I received rebates for through a River Smart grant from DOEE to Casey trees. Glad I got those planted before the mayor cut those funds. Less trees, less canopy, greater heat in our neighborhoods. Then I looked across Hamlin Street at the bioretention area that was recently cleared of weeds after several years of neglect. I was assured that with the contract this company has, the area would be maintained 4 times a year. I was elated. Would you let your front yard be uncared for and face this every morning when you stepped out your door? Now that is what I see if the bioretention areas are not routinely maintained, not to mention the hundreds of thousands of dollars that went into planting the native plants there in the first place. Also, I am a kayaker and often paddle on the Anacostia River. It is so much cleaner now. I remember bottles bobbing in the water before. Contrast this with the recent paddle when I saw dozens of turtles lined up on logs basking in the sunshine. Now that the bag fee won't go to support clearing up the river, and there's no money to implement the bottle return program, I fear we go back to a river filled with trash, not turtles. Yes, this is all about me and the impact the budget cuts will make to the life I live in DC. But I think you know that this is really about all the citizens in DC, some who may not even know how these cuts may affect them. I know of only the ways I am affected by the budget cuts. DOEE supports so many other vital environmental programs. Please don't move backwards in making our city a healthy place for humans, wildlife, forests, and rivers. Restore funds to DOEE so that they can continue their important work. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Evan Raskin.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Evan Raskin. I am a Logan Circle resident, and I am the National Campaign Manager of EarthDay.org. We're the global organizers of Earth Day, and we are globally headquartered here in Washington, D.C. in Logan Circle. Every year for Earth Day, we choose a theme to guide our advocacy, and this year's theme for Earth Day is Our Power, Our Planet, which highlights all of the benefits that renewable energy brings to communities, including but going far beyond just climate change, really positioning renewable energy as the primary way through which we can achieve prosperity as a community. It creates jobs, it lowers energy bills, it creates better public health and natural resources. There are many reasons that we could get into if we had all day, but in recognition of the time available, I'd love to continue on to the other side of Our Power, Our Planet, which really stands for the power of the people, our power to shape the future of a city that is healthy, sustainable, and prosperous. Deeply enshrined in our system of government is the concept of public service. Our government, our elected officials, and our budget they are all beholden to how we, the people, use our power, as opposed to corporate deal makers, to determine how we invest in the future of our city. It's especially important to use our power here in DC. As the nation's capital, other local governments are looking to DC as they set their own environmental policies and budgets. I know this all too well from leading EarthDay.org's engagement with mayors, council members, and subnational governments. This past Earth Day, I united nearly 70 local elected officials representing over 35 million people to commit to implementing new environmental solutions between now and Earth Day 2026. And I'm dismayed to see that DC appears to be committing to the opposite with this budget. By next Earth Day, I want to celebrate the progress made by the city and this council, not mourn a year that erased years and years of advocacy and improvement. And this is why we really need to take a critical look at where we should be preserving the DC budget. There are so many places where this aligns with the Our Power, Our Planet vision. The proposed budget includes a 24% cut to our environmental programs, more than any other budget area. And as was mentioned earlier in the session, when accounting for lost federal dollars, this is closer to 40% cut in funding. And according to Councilmember Nadeau, the remaining environmental budget is enough to preserve staff, but not to actually carry out any of their duties, let alone achieve DC's long-term goals and commitments. The Clean Energy Omnibus Amendment Act mandates that 100% of the district's energy come from Tier 1 renewable energy sources by 2032. And the city has no chance of accomplishing that if the DOEE does not have the funding available to implement it. And we must also, again, consider that decisions made in DC's local government extend far beyond our local borders. As the nation's capital, we're setting the model for what municipalities across the country should be prioritizing. And this is evidenced by the Building Energy Performance Standard, which we must preserve. It's not only essential to meeting DC's climate goals, but has also enabled other cities to create similar programs. DC might have been the first to do it, but in following their model, 15 other local governments have now implemented one as well as about 30 other cities that are planning to create one in addition. We also urge the DC Council to restore the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund funding and ensure that it goes to the Healthy Homes Act and other clean energy and affordable housing programs that benefit low and moderate income households. As others have mentioned, we the people paid for this fund with the expectation that the money would be used as intended, not robbed for purposes that we did not consent to. Preserving the Healthy Homes Act is also an environmental justice topic. For homes with HVAC systems and other appliances on the verge of breaking down, replacement costs would be a major burden to many DC families at a time where the mayor herself is trying to create better housing affordability in the city. The Healthy Homes Act frees those households of the financial burden by providing new equipment and appliances that will reduce air pollution, save energy, and cut utility bills, all at no cost to the household. It's also worth noting that this budget proposes spending nearly $1 billion on infrastructure for the stadium at RFK, not including all the revenue losses from giving away exclusive development rights in the area. And before even considering such an expenditure, we really need to be looking at more important measures such as clean energy, affordable green housing, and safety net programs. If we're looking at our role as a national standard bearer, we're telling the country that we should abandon our climate goals and our vulnerable communities for those who depend on city services, all in favor of business deals that don't serve public well-being. And as other young people have testified, this budget is quite literally robbing the next generation of their future. The funds stolen from our environmental programs is money that was promised to us to uplift our communities and build a stronger foundation from which we can grow. And when we're looking at how we're going to continue to preserve that public well-being, we should really start with preserving the Solar for All program funding as a top priority. In fact, last year on Earth Day, we appreciated seeing Mayor Bowser announcing an expansion of the program that would allow 19,000 additional low and moderate income homes to join the Solar for All program and save money on their utility bills. And if this funding is removed, the mayor would be breaking her promise to improve the quality of life for constituents in need. Now, renewable energy has a track record of saving local governments money on their energy expenses. Current plans and policy have DC on track to save tens of millions of dollars from renewables and over $30 million from power purchase agreements alone. If we back out of this now, we're going to be losing money in the long run. We're leaving money on the table. We're literally hemorrhaging money as a result of inaction on climate change. It's estimated that on average, the United States is losing $3,824 every second from not acting on climate change, adding up to an average annual bill of $120.6 billion each year. Truthfully, the long-term financial health of DC is predicated on providing the Department of Energy and Environment with the budget it needs to complete its goals. We set the standard for the nation. We have done incredible work together to make DC an example of what a sustainable and healthy city can be. And if we stop now, the cascade could change our future for the worse. Thank you again for your time, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Raskin. We also next have Scott Williamson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me, council member, and I appreciate the time you're all putting in listening to all our testimony. I echo the opinions of many others on DOE budget and Solar for All and so many other programs, but I'm actually here to speak to you today on behalf of the Sierra Club DC chapter and specifically about the Green Bank, the Green Finance Authority. So, as you know, Sierra Club DC chapter represents about 7,000 residents over all 8 wards. And as a group, we've remained strongly in support of the Green Finance Authority's mission to drive private investment into clean, efficient, and green building projects here in the district. We're also very proud that the Green Bank's commitment to identifying projects that advance equity considerations throughout this district has been consistent and effective now for many years. We wanted to strongly urge the entire council to continue its trend of allocating funds on a steady annual basis toward capitalizing the Green Bank up to full self-sufficiency, where its own money can continue to do these projects without further increments from the council. One thing we wanted to point out is that the Green Bank's enabling legislation actually calls for the council to drive at least $10 million a year from the SETF toward this project. That legislation had a purpose. That consistency of flow over time to get the institution fully capitalized is really important to its utility to the city, to its credibility to the industry. Right now, that institution is not yet capitalized to its target, its full $100 million target. And as you pointed out in your own statement, it's effectively zeroed out this year in this proposed budget. So one thing we really wanted to point out about a no funding, a low funding scenario is that if even for just 1 year, the Green Bank were to undergo this, that would have long lasting impacts. Without sufficient funding, the Green Bank would have to walk away from projects already in its pipeline for which agreements have already been signed. This would damage the bank's credibility and reliability to its partners, to other lenders and developers. And in the future, you would have to assume those entities are very likely to layer on a level of political risk as they think about whether to work with the Green Bank and how to work with the Green Bank going forward. That's not a level of risk we want to saddle onto an entity that we've established and committed to, and that's doing such good work here in this city. We understand that this is a very difficult year for budgeting on many levels, but we strongly recommend leaning toward consistency and stability where the programs we have are working well. And in this case, particularly with the Green Bank, we recommend that the Green Bank's allocation be handled with care for that stability and its existing project pipeline. You have a lot of testimony, so I'll wrap at that point. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And thanks to everybody on this panel. I think Jessica Ferguson was not here. So perhaps if Ms. Ferguson comes later, we'll find out what THRO stands for and hear her testimony. All right. Let me quickly move through this. Ms. Osborne, if you can come back up, or if you pull up a chair there on the edge just for a second. I did want to just kind of just briefly let you have a chance to talk a little bit more about the LIHEAP funding in particular. We had this conversation with the agency. I really don't understand why they think that all the LIHEAP funding is coming when we have a Secretary of Health and Human Services that blocked the funding. Ultimately, some was released, but I think every indication is states are not going to get all of it. We may get some, but I don't think we're going to get all the funding. And the demand is just continuing to increase. As we heard from the government witnesses this year as well, they essentially around, I think they said it was sometime around May or June, essentially had to stop rolling the applications in, which is challenging. And it means that someone's going to get left out. So just if we don't have these funds, if we don't have the resources, and then we don't see a good partner on the federal side, it just continues to compound this for our residents that are the most in need, right?
Yes, absolutely. And I think, in fiscal year 24, over 18,000 district households received utility assistance through LIHEAP funding. And so that is a large number of households, many of whom are families with children or seniors or other vulnerable populations who rely on that assistance to either be able to pay their energy bills or prevent a shut-off. And they really need access to those utilities to have electricity, have their appliances operating, have safe temperatures in their homes.
Yeah. I've tried to talk about this as well. As this is an issue that everybody should care about, because if you're the household or family who needs the utility assistance, you desperately need this to help pay the bill and keep those utilities on, keep the AC on in the summer or the heat on in the winter. If you're a household that doesn't actually need LIHEAP assistance, you should care about this, because when they cut off the LIHEAP assistance, what happens is utility companies still got to pay the bill. And so they end up taking their losses, putting it back out in the form of rate increases. So everyone ends up paying more. So everybody should care about this, and it hurts and damages on many fronts. So thank you for the advocacy there. I know we may not hear as much on LIHEAP today, so really wanted to lift that up. And yeah, thank you. To Mr. Lewis, I mean, the DC SEU, we don't have to convince us of why it's so important, but I do think your recommendation, and Ms. Renz talked about this as well, is really a critical issue, is keeping the minimum payment, the 20 million, coming in, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the DCSU has been able to get and foster a lot of great outcomes from that contract. And there aren't. I would guess that there aren't many investments that the district can make that actually produces the economic output of the DCSU contracts. And so thinking about the direct benefits to utility bills that residents receive and also the workforce development, there's just a lot of economic output that the district sees with that minimum $20 million contract. So would absolutely recommend it. And I know Nicole is on, so maybe she has more to say.
Yeah, if we're talking about a growth agenda, you don't take the funding away from things like the Green Bank or SCU. These are places that you see a big return on investment and frankly, leveraging a lot more private money coming into the system as well. Ms. Rentz, anything you wanted to add on that as well?
No, I agree with that. I think the 20 million minimum also provides a level of certainty for anybody bidding on the contract. That makes it, something that they feel like is worth bidding on.
Yeah, well, thank you. One of your other recommendations, of course, is making sure that if we're looking at solar for all, we're putting in local money and not just reliant on federal grant dollars, which I'm not convinced is realized in this budget this year, but it really puts us at risk. I don't have a whole lot of confidence we're going to see federal money coming in.
Yeah, well, for now, we do have the federal solar for all dollars, and I know that DOE and SEU are doing their best to get them out of the door. And I'm just worried that any gesture towards non-compliance or attempt to amend the grant terms would immediately result in the money being clawed back.
Yeah,
So.
I share that concern as well. Mr. Sewell, appreciate your testimony and kind of sharing the perspective as a relatively young business, but growing. I do think there's just such immense potential out there. I agree with you around how do we help get more people to have confidence. I think you and I talked about this a couple of months ago as well, where there are so many people that'll work through a neighborhood that there's a perception by some people that person knocking on the door trying to sell me something it must be a scam. I don't know what it is. And so I think there's something we do have to work on that perception overall. I know we kicked around a couple of different ideas, but I'd love to keep finding a way to, like you said, kind of have the city take the lead in talking about this and really getting people excited about it. I do think it's hard when we see a budget like this that just keeps pulling the funds away, because it feels like a lot of mixed messaging if the city goes out and says, this is really important, such a great opportunity, here's all the things we're doing. And then like last year, when the proposed budget just completely undermined the entire SREC marketplace and we had to put it all back together again, it really does, I think it undermines the ability for the government to be a voice of saying, this is a really great investment. So I take your point. I'd love to think about how we do that. I do feel like we constantly are undermined on the executive side that keeps pulling it back and making that consistent messaging really hard. But we're happy to follow up with you and kind of keep working on that with you. To our Anacostia Riverkeeper, very much, kind of hear you on the messaging as well that we've seen. This was kind of in our first two witnesses talked about broken promises. So if I tell people, hey, we're going to put a 5-cent fee on bags because we're trying to drive down the number of single-use bags that are out there. We're going to take those funds, though. We're going to reinvest them back into the river. Clearly, based on what all we've heard, we do great things. We have great organizations working on it. But if I'm just going to balance the budget on it now, another promise broken. And it's just going to undermine our ability to get the job done. So I am working hard to think through how we can find resources and funding and claw all that back together again, as well as change the, which I realize just the budget wonks focus on this, but the lapsing and non-lapsing nature of budgets. If you're not a budget wonk, you should care about it too, because it means that you don't have the funding and the resources that are out there. And Ms. Pollinger, I like how you opened your testimony. What are we doing here? We're going to do it again, and we're going to keep at it because it's that important. But I appreciate your testimony very much. Absolutely. So thank you to everybody. I know we aren't even halfway through the witness list today. Sure. Go ahead, Trey.
I haven't heard it mentioned today, and maybe it was mentioned in the very first panel before I got here. It's important to note that, we thought last year was a one-off, and this appears to be a pattern. So this appears to be a consistent, pretty deliberate erosion of some of these programs and of the that promise made with these special revenue funds. And we don't expect next year to be shiny, right? We expect at least 3 or 4 moderate to maybe even rough budget years. And so one thing I haven't heard discussed today is the importance of holding ground, right? Because wherever we end at the end of this budget season, there's going to be slippage, there's going to be sliding, there's going to be pulling back from that point at the start of the season next year. And so we're not just talking about these programs right now, right? We are talking about these programs for the next minimum 3 to 4 years and possibly longer.
Yep. I also think, I agree with what you're saying. I also think that even when the council has appropriated funding, which I feel like we see a tactic used on the federal side right now, where the dollars are appropriated by Congress, but they are not spent. We're seeing the exact same thing here, where we appropriated dollars to go to the Green Bank to help get projects going. And to date, as we are almost in the 4th quarter of the fiscal year, not a penny has actually been transferred over to do that work. So I think we have to watch that as well. Thank you. All right, let me call our 6th panel. We're approaching the midway point of our witness list. So Annie Acosta, public witness. Hai Young Kwan, executive director of the Center for Watershed Protection, Inc. MJ Gray, policy volunteer with DC Appleseed Center for Law and Justice. Jemani Overby with the DC Conservation Advocate with Nature Forward. Maggie Crawford, Director of Education with Nature Forward. And I might need just a chair or two on the sides, if that's okay, and we can kind of cycle in and out as we go. Maggie Crawford, did I already call you? Director of Education, Nature Forward. Vanessa Bertelli, Executive Director of Electrify DC. Neil Sauter, who I think we have online. Meredith Holmgren, public witness, who I see here. All right, between Vanessa and Meredith, we're gonna just have to grab a chair. The camera will only go to the edges. So when it comes time, Vanessa, I'll just ask somebody to swap out. But Meredith, if you slide in, the camera will work on the edge there. All right, with Eve Hamilton online, Kit Brady, public witness online, Jennifer Frazier, public witness online, and Karen Abrams, public witness online. All right, so Annie Acosta, you're kicking us off.
Right.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairman Allen and staff, for the opportunity to testify on Mayor's fiscal year 2026 budget. My name is Annie Acosta. I'm a longtime Ward 3 resident and part of the district's growing community concerned about the climate crisis and its connection to our natural resources. I completed the UDC Master Naturalist Program and regularly participate in volunteer nature stewardship projects. I'm very concerned that this budget undermines the city's commitment to addressing our greatest existential threat. The proposed 24% cut to DOEE, the largest of any agency by far, would effectively abandon the climate-ready DC plan. While I understand the fiscal strain from the current federal administration, too much of the budget's austerity is self-imposed to fund the RFK Stadium development. Studies increasingly show that stadiums rarely deliver on the promised revenue to host cities. I appreciate that DOEE staff are retained, but stripping the agency of the resources to carry out its work through grants and contracts makes little sense. It jeopardizes the city's past investments in climate adaptation. For instance, tens of millions of dollars in capital funds have built green infrastructure like rain gardens, which filter stormwater and reduce flooding. Like any asset, these require upkeep. DOE contractors clear blockages from inlet and overflow channels, monitor plant diseases, and replace dead trees. Cutting this funding means lost jobs and environmental setbacks. Other important natural resources programs on the chopping block include clean water monitoring, river smart homes, workforce development, and environmental education. Perhaps most concerning, however, is the proposed change to special purpose revenue funds, which make up the vast majority of DOEE's budget. These funds, collected from fees, fines, and other methods, are reserved in statute for specific purposes, such as tree planting. The mayor is seeking to sweep many of these funds and convert them to lapsing funds, meaning they are placed in the general fund if they're not spent in the fiscal year they come in. This would interfere with DOEE's planning and risk federal matching dollars. I urge you to restore these funds and ensure they remain non-lapsing. I will close by thanking you and the other 10 council members who co-sponsored DC's bottle bill. I'm hopeful this no-cost environmental legislation can move forward this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Costa. Next, let me turn to Hai Young Kwan. If I
Yes,
mispronounced
thank you,
that,
Chair Allen, and the Transportation and Environment Committee for the opportunity to testify on the FY26 proposed budget. My name is Hai Young Kwan. I'm the Executive Director and CEO for the nonprofit Center for Watershed Protection. For over a decade, the Department of Energy and Environment has trusted us to develop and implement the stormwater regulations, the stormwater retention credit market, and many other programs that protect the district's waterways. I urge the council to oppose redirecting $13.6 million of the Stormwater Enterprise Fund from DOEE to the Department of Public Works for a year of street sweeping. While street sweeping is important for clean urban waterways, transferring these funds comes with an outsized cost that will close small businesses, slow down development, and risk non-compliance with federal requirements. Almost 10 million of these funds maintain the SRC price lock program, which holds these funds year to year in an escrow account. This internationally recognized program develops local businesses that leverage private capital to install green infrastructure. The program guarantees a rate of return on stormwater projects with a 12-year contract, allowing businesses to obtain competitive construction loans and become efficient at their construction operations. The center has proudly supported 11 local businesses with 22 projects, often in low capital, hard to reach community spaces like churches, cemeteries, senior centers, and schools. These projects often involve profit sharing agreements, so revenue from selling stormwater credits returns directly to the community. This is a rare win-win-win for businesses, communities, and the environment. For every $1 that DOEE subsidizes, these businesses bring in $3 of private capital. Defunding this program will collapse the stormwater credit market and shutter these businesses, costing as much as $40 million in economic activity. Defunding further constitutes a breach of contract and a betrayal of trust with these businesses, exposing the district to legal liability. Additionally, the district will lose federal funds due to failure to meet matching requirements. Price lock funds are used to match a $1 million grant from the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. This award funds 2 more stormwater business programs that complement the price lock program. Losing this grant results in fewer green business startups and even less green infrastructure. These funds are also used to support DOEE stormwater plan review operations, which are required for major development projects. The plan review team is talented but completely under-resourced to meet the demanding workload of timely approval of stormwater plans. Through our partnership, the center provides additional capacity to help manage workload, address challenging projects, and produce public training materials. Our partnership has earned DOEE a reputation for high-quality engineering reviews and responsive staff that result in faster approvals and more effective green infrastructure designs. Defunding this capacity would result in significantly lower approval times for building permits and less green infrastructure. To meet legal obligations on the district's MS4 permit, the district must retrofit nearly 1,200 acres with green infrastructure. An overwhelming majority of this goal is met through the stormwater regulations and the price lock program. Transferring these funds cuts the legs out of the district's best tools to meet these legal requirements, which would result in significant fines from EPA for noncompliance. In conclusion, I'm urging the council to, 1, keep all of the $13.6 million of these funds at DOEE and find other funds for DPW street sweeping, and 2, permanently protect the price lock program's fund balance so it can't be swept on a whim. The district must demonstrate its long-term commitment to this program by leaving this fund alone and letting it carry out its mission to grow local businesses and clean the district's waterways. Thank you, Chair Allen, and the rest of the committee for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to MJ Gray with the DC Appleseed Center.
Hi, Chairperson Allen. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today regarding the mayor's proposed fiscal year 2026 budget for the DC Department of Energy and Environment. My name is MJ Gray. I'm a policy volunteer at DC Appleseed Center for Law and Justice, which is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that aims to make the district a better place to live and work. My work at DC Appleseed focuses on the importance of effectively collecting and using data to improve the environmental and health outcomes for residents, as well as maximizing the district's resources. For more than 20 years, DC Appleseed has championed the full and equitable restoration of the Anacostia River. And today, we urge that two vital funds be reinstated: the Anacostia River Cleanup Fund and water quality monitoring. Over the last several decades, our community has made major investments in the Anacostia River. We've worked together to limit combined sewer overflow events, address industrial and runoff pollution, and reduce the amount of household trash in the Anacostia. The district government plays a key role in this fight, funding many of these efforts, including the ongoing Anacostia River Sediment Project. The mayor's proposed budget for FY 2026 threatens this progress by sweeping $2 million from the Anacostia River Cleanup Fund immediately and converting it to a lapsing fund, so future funds may also be swept. The Anacostia River Cleanup Fund, commonly known as the BAG Fund, also receives revenue from voluntary contributions, Anacostia River license plate fees, and enforcement actions. Since 2010, revenues from the BAG Fund supported green infrastructure, stream restoration, wildlife conservation, and watershed education and access. This proposed budget would sweep not just the $2 million this year, but each year for the next 4 years. In fiscal year 2023, total spending was just over $2 million, which means the mayor's budget would eliminate all funds for the foreseeable future. One of the grants covered by the BAG Fund are the Anacostia River boat tours. And DC Appleseed attended one of the boat tours this spring, and I can attest it is a powerful, engaging experience that lets residents see firsthand the impact of restoration efforts and the work that's left to do. The mayor's proposed sweep of the BAG Fund would also reduce or eliminate funding for the maintenance of the 8 trash traps currently in operation on the Anacostia River, despite their proven success as one of the most effective cleanup tools. DC Appleseed strongly opposes the mayor's proposed sweep of the BAG Fund and its conversion to a lapsing fund. When district residents pay the 5-cent fee for their bags at checkout or make a voluntary contribution to the fund, they do so with the understanding that their contribution supports the health of the Anacostia. This is largely why DOE's 2013 resident survey shows that the majority of DC residents support the fee. When we promise residents their money will benefit the Anacostia River and then drain the fund and divert these resources, we break faith with our community. What was intended as a targeted environmental investment becomes just another general purpose tax. That is not what the council promised when this legislation was passed in 2009, and it's up to the council now to restore this promise. We also respectfully ask the council restore funding for water quality monitoring, another vital DOE service that was severely underfunded in this budget. The mayor's proposed budget slashes funding for this program from over $35 million to just over $6 million, a reduction of 82.5%. Access to water quality data is essential, not only for scientists monitoring the river's health, but to show the effectiveness of cleanup efforts and ensure safe usage by residents. Much of this data is currently already collected by volunteers through the Volunteer Water Quality Monitoring Grant. Last year, the grant enabled the Alliance for the Chesapeake Bay to train 91 volunteers and provide the supplies needed to collect nearly 2,000 data points through weekly water quality testing. With such limited funding, this grant is expected to be discontinued, meaning not even volunteers will have the support needed to monitor local waterways. Even if DOE manages to continue sample collection on their own, the mayor's proposed budget would eliminate the funding required to analyze the results, making the remaining $6 million ineffective. We must also not forget that because water quality monitoring is a condition of our MS4 permits, that funding cuts may violate permit requirements and expose the district to legal liabilities and steep fines ranging from $2,500 up to $50,000 a day. In other words, the council can correct the shortfall now or pay for it later in court. This is a critical moment for environmental investment, yet despite the urgency, federal priorities have failed to match the scale of the crisis, leaving local governments to fill the gap. Now more than ever, the district must lead by example and invest boldly in environmental protection. Instead, the mayor's proposed budget cuts to DOE move us backwards, stripping the agency of the resources it needs. A smaller DOE budget also means a smaller match from federal grants, causing us to lose out on critical federal dollars and deepen the financial gap. We urge you to reverse these short-sighted cuts to DOE and pass a budget that protects our water, land, and air. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gray. Next, let me turn to Jamani Overby. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councilman Allen. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jamani Overby, and I am the DC Conservation Advocate for Nature Forward, formerly Audubon Naturalist Society, an organization that has been helping residents of the DMV enjoy, learn about, and protect nature for 128 years. We thank you for your constant support and leadership on climate and environmental justice-focused issues in the district. On behalf of our 28,000 members and supporters, we would like to express our outrage and disappointment at the mayor's proposed budget cuts for DOEE and other environmental programs in FY26 budget. We ask you today to do what you can to put it back and restore funding that is necessary for the agency to do its job in the district. While we are disappointed that the projected revenues for business deals have led the mayor to propose budget cuts and transfer of funds, the council cannot afford to let those programs be defunded. This will not only set back our efforts to make the district climate resilient and more sustainable, but it prioritizes projected profit over the people in the city. In my comments, I will highlight some of the concerns and impacts for people, livelihoods, and families associated with these budget cuts, and my extended comments will be submitted for the record for your review and consideration. We ask that you put back the money for DOE stormwater funds necessary for Clean Water Act and MS4 permit compliance. For decades, DOE has worked hard to comply with the Clean Water Act that has set a national water quality criteria. The mayor's proposed cuts will be illegal, cost the district millions, and green infrastructure maintenance that help protect families and homes from flooding, beautify our parks, and promote community well-being. Doesn't it make sense to invest and pay for compliance and stormwater management than to be non-compliant and incur fees? Please put back funds for illicit discharge detection, volunteer water quality monitoring programs, mandatory bacteria sampling, trash trap maintenance, green infrastructure maintenance, and all required activities for compliance. We ask that you protect a sustainable energy trust fund for FY26 and years to come. The reallocation of these funds will end the climate and housing equity programs supported by the SETF, including Healthy Homes for All. Please reject the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund Amendment Act of 2025 and ensure its funds are used for its intended purpose, improving the daily lives of residents through low energy costs and clean and safe air. Put back funding for Flood Smart Homes, River Smart Homes, and River Smart Communities. Nature Forward received a DOEE grant to provide flood workshops for DC residents with a focus on Ward 7 and 8. More than 900 residents and youth shared stories about their experiences with flooding in their home, economic stressors, and health impacts. It is programs like Flood Smart Homes, River Smart Homes, and River Smart Communities that bring awareness to the intersectional climate challenges that residents face, care about, and now trust the agency to address the need and provide real tangible solutions as they said they would. Put back funding for meaningful watershed education experiences, also known as MIWEs, for Title I schools. Nature Forward is one of the many organizations that receive funding to provide environmental education programs to underserved students with hands-on experiences that connect classroom learning to local watershed issues. There is no other district agency funding MIWEs. My colleague Maggie Crawford will share more on the impact of this program and its significance, but we ask that our children, particularly those in already under-resourced schools, are not impacted by this. As a fifth-generation Washingtonian, a community advocate, I have personally seen how each of these programs I've listed have positively impacted the lives of district residents, especially in Ward 7 and 8. As we know, Ward 8 is without a council member right now, and to our at-large members, Ward 8 needs your voice loud and clear to advocate for their needs in the most overlooked part of the city. This proposed budget demonstrates a disregard for and lack of belief in the importance of environmental programs to the health and economic growth of cities. We trust you now to do what is needed to meet the needs for the city and its people to prosper. The ability to save money on energy, address issues and hazards within homes, improve air quality and health outcomes, or protect your home and family from displacement after severe weather events is far more important than business deals that cater to personal interests. In this difficult budget season, I ask that you protect the people in DC from this unjust proposed budget, and thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to seeing you at Green Budget Day of Action on Monday.
Thank you, Ms. Overby. See you on Monday. All right, let me turn to Maggie Crawford now.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Allen and the Committee on Transportation and the Environment. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Maggie Crawford, and I'm the Director of Education for Nature Forward. You just heard from my colleague, Jimani Overby, about the need to restore MWE funding, and I heard earlier that you learned what MWE means earlier today during these hearings. I would like to specifically highlight why we can't afford to lose funding for the Nature Near Schools MWE program in DCPS. Nature Forward is a proud partner of this program, which ensures that fourth grade students at Title I elementary schools have access to high-quality outdoor education experiences. This funding gets students outside, using the world as their classroom to build an understanding of science rooted in their community and their own experiences. For example, students from Kimball Elementary School learned how pollution spreads throughout the watershed by exploring Kenilworth Park and Aquatic Gardens, a national park just 11 minutes from their school along the Anacostia River. Even so, for all but a couple of students, this was their first time visiting the park. Beyond science, programs like Nature Near Schools give our students a voice to be change makers and leaders within their own communities. Because these waters we all share, we have a shared responsibility to care for them, just like we have a shared responsibility to care for the futures of DC's children. By maintaining funding for programs like this, we have an opportunity to do both in a way that has proven to bring about positive impacts within our schools and our city. The Connected Schools manager at Henley Elementary, a Ward 8 school, asked us to read this testimony on her behalf. This program has offered my students hands-on learning experiences that go beyond the classroom. It has enhanced their engagement, deepened their understanding of environmental science and pollution, and has helped them develop critical thinking and problem-solving skills. Many students have expressed feeling more connected to nature since being a part of this programming, with an understanding of how important it is to our everyday lives. By concentrating on local ecosystems and challenges, the program has brought an awareness of environmental issues and the role humans play to help enhance the environment. Students learned how their actions impact their community. They've become more knowledgeable about local concerns such as pollution, conservation, and sustainability. This has inspired many to raise awareness among their peers and families. Programs like this are essential for fostering future generations of environmentally conscious citizens. They provide meaningful learning opportunities that traditional classroom settings sometimes can't offer. Ensuring continued access means we're not only investing in education, but also in the long-term health and sustainability of our communities and planet. Thank you for your time, and let's show our students that the world we ask them to take action to protect is one we are willing to fight for too.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crawford. Next, I have Vanessa Bertelli. And thank you. If you don't mind, we'll slide her in there. But Ms. Crawford, don't go too far in case we have questions to follow up. Thank you all. Ms. Bertelli, when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chair Allen and members of the committee. I'm putting it back. My name is Vanessa Bertelli. I'm the Executive Director of Electrify DC. We work to make it easier, faster, and more affordable to decarbonize all homes. As a district resident who pays into it, I am asking you to ensure that the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund not be raided at a time when energy costs are rising. Today it's electricity, tomorrow it will be gas. DC residents need all the support that the SCTF can bring in terms of job creation, human health, and displacement avoidance. The reinstatement of the SCTF funds is even more important given the lack in the proposed budget of solutions to address the rise in energy costs. It's not only the LIHEAP money that might not be there, but there's no money for grants or programs to support DC residents in the rise of energy costs. As someone who votes for my legislators, I am asking that any amendments to BEPS, Greener Government Building Act, net zero requirements for larger buildings, go through the regular legislative process, especially where the proposed changes have little to no budget impact. As a resident who breathes the air, of the district, I asked that DOE's budget be restored and along with the green banks. As the Executive Director of Electrify DC and as a member of the Green Building Advisory Council, I want to address a critical misconception at the heart of the mayor's proposed 26 budget. The idea that rolling back or delaying building decarbonization will make DC more attractive to businesses. In fact, the opposite is true. If we want to attract and retain the best companies, talent, and investment, we must double down on building decarbonization, not gut it or delay it. In my written testimony, I present clear data on how decarbonized buildings are more desirable for businesses. The green premium is a myth. And the net present value of net zero buildings is much higher because of the significantly lower operating costs of these buildings. The real business case for decarbonization is in the numbers. Net zero buildings have operating costs that are 10 to 20% lower than conventional buildings, with maintenance costs reduced by up to 20% and utility bills slashed by as much as 50%. Over a 25-year period, decarbonized buildings deliver substantial cost savings, primarily because electricity in the long run will be cheaper and more stable than fossil fuels. And efficient buildings use less energy overall. These savings mean businesses can reinvest more in the people and growth and not in wasted energy or emergency repairs. The way we make DC more business friendly is not by doing away with the standards, but by providing free assistance for design teams at the very beginning of the design process so that energy efficiency, electrification, health, and comfort are built in from the outset instead of needing expensive course corrections later in the process to ensure compliance. We can look at the projects that have come in front of the GBAC since the Greener Government Buildings Act came into effect. The overwhelming majority of the teams that came in front of the GBAC were able to greatly improve the energy efficiency of our public buildings and eliminate fossil fuels thanks to the input of the formidable team at the OEE and the technical experts who sit on the GBAC. The budgets for these projects were set years ago in the Capital Improvement Plan, and cutting programming or operating hours was not an option. And yet, design teams were able to course correct and stay within budget. The last two projects that came in front of the GBAC were a shining example of how we can provide technical expertise from the outset to end up with true net zero buildings that will not require we raid the SETF to pay for our government's escalating energy costs. In conclusion, decarbonization is pro-business. If the mayor's goal is to make DC a magnet for new business, the path is clear. Lean into building decarbonization. Don't postpone it. Our standards are not a burden. They are a competitive advantage. They create spaces where people want to work, companies want to invest, and communities can thrive. Thank you so much for your leadership and commitment to a cleaner, healthier, and more prosperous DC.
Thank you very much. Next, we're going to go to Neil Sauter, I see you, Neil, so you're ready to go. Take it away.
Thank you, Chair Allen. I just want to say that was excellent testimony from Ms. Bertelli. I think that the mayor's staff needs to look at the statistics and figures that she was referencing in her written testimony. And now I'll go ahead on my own. My name is Neil Sauter. I currently live in Ward 6. I'm here today supporting my colleagues with the DC chapter of the Sierra Club, and I feel qualified to testify today given my work experience supporting the Department of Energy's Better Buildings Program and the U.S. Green Building Council. I urge the DC Council to restore the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, SETF, budget and ensure that it goes to the Healthy Homes Act and other clean energy and affordable housing programs that benefit low and moderate income households. The Council must ensure the fund is not rated for use on unrelated projects. Protecting Healthy Homes funding and SETF dollars is important to me because I believe that this city cannot afford to keep kicking the can down the road on climate change. In a period when the federal government is turning its back on programs that are intended to reduce emissions and mitigate the harmful effects of climate change, It is crucial now more than ever for cities and local governments to step in and fill the void on protecting our planet. According to DOEE's own website, the district is committed to becoming carbon neutral and climate resilient by 2045 and achieving neutrality in its own operations by 2040. And I quote, Mayor Bowser's 24% proposed budget cuts to DOEE, raids on the SETF money, and proposed pauses to the building emissions performance standards and net zero requirements would collectively set the city back years on its climate commitments and possibly even decades. The mayor's argument is that rolling back these policies will create a more business-friendly environment in the district. Nearly all the evidence around greener and more sustainable buildings show that they have significant long-term cost savings. If the council is serious about promoting more business-friendly building policies in DC, they must reject the mayor's false and flimsy logic rather than simply giving handouts to billionaires who truly do not need the money. Regarding the Healthy Homes Act, specifically, the council would be remiss to not defend what is plainly good policy for low and moderate income households in the district. This is an issue of economic justice for families struggling to stay in DC amid rising costs. For homes with HVAC systems and other major appliances on the verge of breaking down, replacement costs would be a serious burden to many DC families. Rating funding meant to go to struggling low-income DC families would hurt our city's most vulnerable populations and undermine housing affordability in DC, sabotaging the mayor and council's own housing affordability goals. I'll finish by saying that this budget proposes spending nearly $1 billion on infrastructure for a stadium at the RFK campus, while all income from ticket sales, parking, and more go to the Commanders and their wealthy owners. Under the proposed deal, the stadium and its parking facilities would be exempt from sales tax and property taxes, limiting their ability to generate revenue for the district. Before even considering such a giant expenditure, the council should make sure that important clean energy, affordable green housing, and safety net programs are fully funded. Thank you for the time and your defense of these important initiatives, Chair Allen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sauter. All right, next we'll go to Meredith Holgram in person here. Good afternoon.
Great, good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Meredith Holmgren, and I live in the Kingman Park neighborhood of Northeast DC, which is in Ward 7. Our neighborhood borders the Anacostia River, a much beloved district asset. It was not always much beloved, however. As many are aware, Anacostia River used to be one of the country's most polluted rivers. In the 1990s, after decades of dumping toxins and raw sewage into the river, a high-ranking Environmental Protection Agency official even referred to it as, quote, a national disgrace. By the end of the 20th century, residents of my neighborhood had had enough. The Kingman Park Civic Association joined forces with environmental organizations like Anacostia Riverkeeper and Earth Justice to bring high-profile lawsuits against the district and federal government agencies for failure to comply with the Clean Water Act. These lawsuits were eventually won, resulting in the fantastic river tunnel system that we have today, which filters around 98% of sewage overflow away from the Anacostia River. I moved to Kingman Park in 2015 and have been a direct beneficiary of the work of these previous generations of environmental stewards in my neighborhood and around Washington, D.C. I've learned about the history of the Anacostia River from fantastic environmental education programs like those offered by Anacostia Riverkeeper and the Anacostia Watershed Society. As a community leader, I've been able to partner with these organizations to facilitate environmental education programs in our community. Many of these programs, like free boat tours of the Anacostia, trash trap maintenance, and water quality monitoring, are only made possible by grants offered by the DC Department of Energy and Environment, as well as river-specific earmarked funds like the 5-cent bag fee or stormwater fee that residents pay as part of their water bill. When looking at this year's proposed budget, I'm horrified to see drastic cuts to DOEE and the reallocation of funds earmarked for river stewardship, like the 5-cent bag fee swept into the general fund. Now that the Anacostia River is finally recovering from decades of environmental abuse, we cannot risk going backward. Environmental education programs, pollution prevention programs like River Smart Homes, and water quality monitoring continue to be critical to maintaining health and progress of our beloved DC waterways. We depend on decision makers of the present to prevent and educate about mistakes of the past so that we are not doomed to repeat them. At a time when federal support for environmental protection is waning, DC needs to be more vigilant than ever in supporting and preserving our environmental resources. So please help us claw back money in the budget to keep the Department of Energy and Environment fully funded. Please ensure that funds like the 5-cent bag tax and stormwater fees remain earmarked for river stewardship as they were originally intended. And thank you in advance for your consideration and for your ongoing work to help advocate for and support environmental health of the Anacostia River and surrounding communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we're going to go back online with Eve Hamilton. And Kit Brady, if you can hear me, we've tried to send the panelist link to you, and I think you need to accept it. So if you're able to hear me, if you can, we'll try to send it again, and if you can make sure you accept that, we'll have you up next. But Eve Hamilton, let me turn to you.
Right. Councilmember Allen, as a Ward 1 resident and volunteer with the Zero Waste Committee of the DC chapter of the Sierra Club, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to speak to the district's budgetary priorities. I'm deeply concerned about the lack of compliance among restaurants and food delivery apps with DC's straw and stirrer ban and the utensils on request law, which is leading to ongoing single-use pollution, plastic pollution. I can't tell you how many times I've opened a delivery bag to find plastic utensils I had said I didn't need, or been given a plastic straw in a restaurant. And I imagine that most, if not all, of the people present at this hearing have had these experiences as well. As documented in greater detail in the Sierra Club's testimony, these highly beneficial laws are not sufficiently enforced. Recent research demonstrates not only a lack of compliance, but also a concerning lack of awareness of these requirements among the public and many restaurants. Consequently, I asked this committee to provide additional funding for DOEE to enforce the opt-in requirements for third-party food delivery apps, conduct additional inspections, and engage in outreach to both the public and restaurants. In addition, I call upon the council to protect the bag fee fund to avoid cutting or eliminating needed environmental programs as spelled out in the Sierra Club's testimony. A fraction of the subsidies being offered for the RFK Stadium would fund the environmental education programs, boat tours, trash traps, and the Trash Free Communities grant program, which are now under threat. Budgets are statements of values. I ask that DC invest more in achieving our zero waste and climate goals than in subsidizing the billionaire owner of the Commanders. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to note that the district bottle bill will not present a burden on the district budget. The program will be funded by polluting companies, and I urge the council to continue its support for passage of this bill. Thank you again, Councilmember Allen, for this opportunity to testify, and I will gift you my remaining 47 seconds to help us get back on track. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Our next two witnesses, Kit Brady and Jennifer Frazier, don't seem to be online. So we'll go to Karen Abrams next. And then, of course, if Kit Brady or Jennifer Frazier join us later, we can hear from them or have their testimony submitted. But Karen Abrams, let's turn to you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Allen. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide testimony before you today in the Transportation and Environment Committee. My name is Karen Abrams. I'm a resident of Ward 3. I'm a natural resource manager, recently retired from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. I'm also a member of St. Columba's Episcopal Church, which happens to be also a partner with the Washington Interfaith Network. The DC Council and the Mayor have taken bold and important steps to increase affordable housing and adapt to climate impacts in DC. I've been proud to support those initiatives through my tax dollars and additional fees I pay through my utility bills, including to the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund. However, as we've been hearing all day today, however, the Mayor's proposal to raid the SETF to indefinitely pay for DC government's own utility bills is wrong and a breach of trust to the taxpayers who provide the funds and the low and middle income residents who benefit from these special purpose dollars. I urge the council to restore $50 million to the SETF with at least $18 million for implementing the Healthy Homes Act. It is more important now than ever to ensure that this funding is available to low and middle income residents as the city continues to experience an affordable housing crisis and as utility and home maintenance costs continue to rise amid ongoing extreme weather caused by climate change. Those pressures on DC residents are not going to go away in 2026. Temperatures continue to rise and become more extreme in DC due to the effects of climate change. Even under the Trump administration, NOAA concedes that May 2025 was the second warmest recorded spring in the US and globally. DC neighborhoods with some of our most vulnerable residents are expected to experience summer heat waves that are at least 16 degrees higher than our less vulnerable parts of the city due to urban heat island effects. Outdated HVACs increase utility bills, which are one of several known barriers to housing affordability and Black home ownership. Gas-fueled appliances harm indoor air quality. Residents need access to often costly, high-efficiency, and electric appliances to maintain healthy indoor temperatures and reduce the risk of harmful indoor pollutants caused by gas-powered appliances. Raiding the SETF would sabotage DC's own housing affordability goals, leaving families vulnerable to known and expected climbing summer temperatures, extreme weather due to climate change, and harmful indoor air quality. Redirecting these funds to DC government's own operating expenses would be a bait and switch that would further erode public trust and erodes my own trust in other promises that the DC government is making, including the really large promises about community benefits from a redevelopment RFK. So in closing, please restore the $50 million to the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund. And I will also note that I strongly agree with pretty much every other comment that has been made today and really appreciate the opportunity to provide my testimony before you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Abrams. All right. Thank you, everybody on this panel, for your testimony. Just a couple of quick questions. I am going to try to get through a couple of questions, though. Ms. Young Kwan, on the stormwater transfer of dollars, so $13.6 million, appreciate you pointing that out. My understanding, because this is where when the budget comes to the council, it then gets split up into different committees. So the transfer of the 13.6 million goes to the Department of Public Works, which is in a different committee. From everything we can tell, the mayor has taken 13.6 million out of DPW to go just pay for other things that she wants to do, leaving a $13.6 million hole in their street sweeping budget. Then because under the stormwater program, as you noted, street sweeping is one way that we help with stormwater. And so it is an eligible expense, but by taking all of it and then sending it over to DPW to pay for the very thing we were already paying for that she swept those funds, it's just a budget gimmick. All it does is, like, no one's getting more street sweeping. Just want to make that very clear. It's the same street sweeping you already got. But what it means is our stormwater efforts at DOE have a lot less to work with. And then I think, and I just wanted you to elaborate on this, potentially we are subject to fines and penalties because we can't do that work. Can you just spend a little more on that? And you said the word significant fines.
So
Can you
I
flesh
think
that
it
out more?
refers to a lot of what others have testified here about, which is we have requirements. DC has requirements through EPA to meet their MS4 requirements. And part of that is these, the $13 million that they've allocated for green infrastructure. And I think one of the threats is that if they don't do these projects, and we need quite a few to meet these requirements, then they're likely to, be subject to fines for not meeting those requirements.
Yeah. Well, I think Mr. Williams brought this up. I think it was right. Like, my words here, I don't expect these guys to be like intellectually or ideologically consistent.
Yeah.
So while we may see federal erosion of things that we would say we want to see a federal effort that works to protect the environment, but we see them stepping back from that, which we think is a bad thing. That doesn't necessarily mean that if they have the opportunity to levy fines to the district, they won't just look at that as a great opportunity to go beat up on DC, because they certainly have no shortage of problems attacking the District of Columbia
Correct.
for anything else. So I want us to not fall in the trap of assuming that, of course, they'll be consistent in all the application of what they do.
Yeah.
So
yeah, good point.
I appreciate that. To Ms. Gray, you talked about this, I think you and I've talked this a little before, so just want to give you a chance to talk a touch more on, we're not afraid of using the word equity here in DC. But when we look at the impact on health equity from climate change, we've kind of touched on it a little bit. So you're not going to say anything that we haven't, that I don't think this room already knows and agrees with, but could you just spend a second talking about what your research is finding or what Appleseed's work is related to the health equity impact of climate change?
Right. Obviously, one of the first things that comes to mind is flood risk. Flood risk, especially for the communities in wards 5, 7, and 8. And I'd also like to point out that, as you may have noticed in the metro stations this week, it's Flood Awareness Week. And this comes at the same time that the funds for dcfloodrisk.org have been completely swept, or almost entirely swept. But this really does contribute to the differences that we see in health outcomes and life expectancy. And it's really not a time when we can abandon these efforts or abandon these communities. But the data that we need to be continuing to collect is so vital right now, because as we notice federal resources and databases start to disappear, we can't afford to disrupt our historical record to show not only the effects of our cleanup efforts, but also how things are changing for these communities. And yeah, it's just not in a time that we can look away from that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. To Ms. Overby, I see you have to change seats, but that works. Okay. Ms. Overby, I do feel like I have a better appreciation for the MeWe name now. I think your testimony is consistent as well as with what we heard from several others, that it's a relatively modest grant, but it has a huge impact. And especially for our partner organizations, it's a really important part of funding their support and their activities. Is that fair?
Yes, I'll actually hand it over to Maggie to share a little bit more about how impactful that is.
Sure.
But obviously, it is very impactful for these under-resourced schools that are already, sometimes in some of our other programs, they're not even able to get buses for field trips. For our educators to be able to come and share that knowledge and share that love of the environment means a lot.
Yeah.
Yes, these grants provide crucial funding to DCPS schools that are Title I and wouldn't be able to have these programs otherwise. We go out to the schools, we take them to, we partner with our friends in our conservation department here to take them to areas around the district and the Anacostia and expose students to what watersheds really mean, not just from the demonstrations we do in the classroom with things like sprinkles and mud and water and a model, but then being able to see the real thing at Kenilworth Aquatic Gardens. It really takes that home to them. And then the students do an action project where they think about what they've learned, decide what they think is impacting their community the most, and then vote amongst themselves for what they would like to decide an action to do. Just earlier today, we were doing that program at a local DCPS school, and they decided to write letters to your committee about how important it is to protect our watershed.
I look forward to getting those letters. Yeah, I just think it's fantastic and great examples. We heard another witness earlier today kind of help draw the line there between, like, I could talk to you all day long about a trash island in the Pacific Ocean. It's gonna be really hard for me to like feel and touch that. But when I can go to Kenilworth Aquatic Gardens, when I can go to the Anacostia, when I can really draw the straight line and connection, it ends up having, I think, a deeper and lasting impact on people and certainly on the kids. So that's wonderful. Ms. Bertelli, just for you as well, you talked about your opposition to the BSA subtitles, for example, on BEPS or the net zero changes. We are looking to just strike all of that. It doesn't make any sense to be in this budget. It's backwards. And so just want to let you know, we're going to be working on trying to eliminate all of those. And I appreciate your kind of comments around like this theory of a green premium. It's not true, but we do kind of think of it that way. And I think we're probably guilty of that too, of the way we try to frame different ideas around it. But I think we do probably need to think through how to do a better job of helping people understand green premium and what it is, what it isn't, as well as you kind of talked about, like the savings that are created. So there really is no premium, but it might be harder for people to conceptually because we're all guilty of, a dollar today. It's hard for me to think about what it looks like a year, 6 months from now, a year from now. But anything else you wanted to add on that concept?
It's even more than that. Like, those are two separate issues. One is the green premium that people think we need to spend more to make these buildings today, which is absolutely a myth. And there is Perkins Eastman. Perkins Eastman just recently wrote a very good article on how, with examples from right here in DC relating to our public schools, and how we are at Lewis Elementary, that is not true, like showing time and time again how in our schools we are managing to do net zero without incurring that premium. And then there's a very separate other myth about or lack of understanding of how these buildings over time save us money, and therefore save our businesses money, and therefore make these buildings more attractive. And this is really what we need to better understand and better communicate. This leads to more attractive buildings that are cheaper to operate in the long term, and that allow us to allow the businesses in the district to make more money or put more money back into the district. So when the CFO looks at this legislation, and particularly when there is no meaningful impact on the budget, they should be thinking about what does this mean down the line? And the fact that we are, the particular irony that is just, is of how we're pausing the Greener Government Building Act, while at the same time, so not allowing for all of the new government projects that come online over the next 6 years to be more energy efficient, while taking that money out of the SETF to pay for those inefficiencies. We're just not only kicking the can down the road, but making our situation way worse.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you for kind of helping flesh that out. And it's certainly something that I think, again, we're preaching to the choir a little bit here. And I got to work to my colleagues so we can try to get this done. Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right. Well, I appreciate everybody on this panel. Thank you all very much. All right. Let's move to panel number 7. We have crossed the halfway point now, so that's good. All right. So let me call Earl Charles, who's the owner of Ancient Green DC. Wade Casamajor, owner of TCG Property Care. Will Avila, founder and CEO of Clean Decisions, LLC. William Farrell, Director of Operations, Clean Decisions, LLC. Nicole Whalen, Public Witness. John Yaroshin, Managing Partner with Magnolia Land Partners, Inc. Nathan Harrington, Executive Director of Ward 8 Woods Conservancy. Greg Canito, Co-founder and CEO of Rain Plan. Elizabeth Crawford, Public Witness, and Vondre Walston, Public Witness. All right, several folks are online. Let's see here. Who's Wade? Do I have Wade? Okay, Wade's not here. Oh, all right. We think Wade might be on the Zoom. I don't see him online yet. But Earl, right? Okay, so Mr. Charles, Wade, Will. No, I don't see Will here. Okay, I know Will. I'm like, I don't see Will. Okay. All right, William Farrell. All right, Mr. Farrell. Nicole Whalen. Okay. And your name, sir? Got it. All right. All right, Mr. Charles, you're gonna kick us off. Good afternoon. If you'll push the buttons, the red light comes on, and then that will be your mic working.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Allen, Council. I'm here today to talk about green infrastructure, GSI maintenance. That's what I do, me and Uncle Bill, a good friend of mine here. And I've been doing green infrastructure business since 2018. I first started my business in 2018 when I met Councilmember Allen at what's it called? Breakfast, Pancake Saturday. That's where we met at. So I started my business around that time we met. And I've been working with the Alliance doing River Smart Homes projects. That was like my first, way to get my feet wet to making business, making money in business. So it grew from that to where I am now doing GSI maintenance. We maintenance over 150 sites throughout DC. We hire returning citizens. We hire people from the community. We teach people about the environment from the community, and we make a lot of impact in the community, basically. So just a little background information about myself. I feel like statistically, I'm not even supposed to be in this room talking to you guys because of my background. I'm a returning citizen, and what I learned about the work that I do with green infrastructure maintenance and working with DOEE and working with the Alliance. It helped me heal myself. It helped me heal myself from all the hurt that I was doing when I was, before I did my prison time. So I returned home from prison and I told myself I wanted to be a better person, because you can come home and be a better criminal. I said I wanted to be a better person. So I came home and I met Bill, and we became better people, and we offer opportunities to other people as far as like what we're doing now, hiring a lot of people from Ward 5, 7, and 8, because that's where we work at in those communities. And it's more of a give back. And when you see the people in these communities, you see what they're doing. They actually they love it. They like it. They wish they could get more into it, but it's not a lot of access. So just this funding being, cut back, this really puts us as it really put us at, you said earlier, as generational consequences that we got to deal with, because just the other day, my son had a campaign for compost at his school. I didn't help him with this project. I didn't help him do anything. He came up with this himself, and they had like a science project presentation. So I showed up, and my son knows quite a bit about what we do. And not me just teaching him, he just sat around and learned, you know what I'm saying? So it just makes an impact from small, old, it just, everywhere you can look at it, you know what I'm saying? So the way I look at it is, if they stop this funding, you're gonna stop my life. You're gonna stop part of, what I started, like, the business. I had to get a property just to have, just to run everything right. In DC, I don't know if anyone knows, property is super expensive. Commercial property just to rent is super expensive. So like a lot of these cutbacks is really gonna put me in a situation where, should I still have a business open? Would it make sense to keep running a business, or, is it gonna hurt me more? So that's the situation that I'm kind of stuck in with GSI maintenance being, cut back. And working with the Alliance, they helped me get from not knowing how to do business at all to know how to do business, properly. You know what I'm saying? So you don't get a lot of that from where I come from, because I come from, how do you call it, an undeserved neighborhood, or however you guys call it. I just call it my home. So at the end of the day, wherever those places at in DC, those are my homes. That's where I want to get implanted at the most and help the most. So I just ask that you guys, have a talk with the mayor. She speaks on, promoting business in DC. And I'm figuring we work at an aesthetic level with these gardens. So we want this to be beautiful, to bring tourists here. So if cut the funding for that, I'm pretty sure they're not going to look good at all. And why would a tourist would want to come to DC? So that's the end of my testimony, and I appreciate you guys.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate you, Mr. Charles, and you have every right to be sitting in that seat. Seems like you could probably sit in one of these seats too. I think just real fast, the way you talked about that to me is one of the things I struggle with this budget that's proposed to us. Is I'll hear a lot of talk about supporting small businesses and being proud of being a leader in climate and everything else. And I got a budget in front of me that does damage to small businesses, that hurts the ability for returning citizens to be able to create a business, run a business, create jobs, be successful, and takes us backwards. So those things don't match up.
So, we Chesapeake Bay landscaping professional, Chesapeake Bay crews, green infrastructure certification. I can go down the line about how many certifications, how many classes I done took just to keep me and my people into what we're doing. And you're telling me you're gonna take it away? That's like a slap in the face.
Yeah.
It hurts. It hurts. It really hurts.
It does. And I really appreciate you taking the time to come out and share that. If you're able to hang out for a little bit, so I can get some other testimony, I might come back with a few more questions. But what you described is exactly what we're trying to undo and repair what's in this budget. All right, I don't think Wade or Will are here or online, but maybe we'll reconnect with them to get their testimony. But Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
All right, I'll turn to you next.
Greetings, council members. And,
Would you, if you push the button so the red light comes on, we'll be able to hear you.
greeting council members and Councilman Allen. Again, I do remember seeing you at Pancake Saturday. My name is
I need to
Wendy
come back
Farrell.
for some pancakes.
I'm operations manager and director for Clean Decisions LLC. We manage and maintain over 150 GSI green infrastructure practices throughout the DC area. Our business mission basically is focusing on returning citizens and also helping to enhance our environment. But most of all, we have the last few years, we have started to concentrate as well on foster children, members who have graduated from alcoholism programs. So we have been, to reaching out further into the community, to the underserved individuals within our communities. We have 3 transitional houses in River Terrace. So we maintain 12 occupants within those housings. And through our business and our connection with DOEE, we are allowed to filter funds, to get grants for housing, for counseling, for social work, for targeting individuals who have experienced tragedy and trauma from incarceration. I'm writing to express my disappointment about the proposed budget cut that will surely undermine the great work that has improved the quality of work with it, a quality of life and our green life within our public spaces. This work is vital to the protection of DC's investment into the green infrastructure, stormwater management, and maintaining a healthy ecosystem within the Anacostia watershed. Listed, I have a few key points to support the continuing funding through DOE and the green infrastructure programs. First is public space safety. A lot of people don't understand, you say public spaces. Yes, we have bioretention gardens that are mainly in front of schools, in front of the businesses and public places where tourists and our citizenry walk. So when they're overgrown, overcrowded, when they have cluttered with non-combustibles, with tires, with needles, with, all kind of garbage, that is a public safety issue. We have actually been on sites at some bioretention gardens that are enormous, 1,800, 2,400 square feet. I mean, just huge. And they don't even allow the daycare children to go in that area because they'll get lost. They get hurt, in that area. We're talking about urban aesthetics and beautification. You just wouldn't just mind to be blown with people to just stop their cars and come out of the house and talk to you and say, wow, this for 4 years, it's been a mess. Now, it's flowers under there. So this work is very important to safety, to DC, to the beautification, to attracting tourists and all of those things. Now we're going to touch upon on education and training. Like Earl said, as far as certifications and training, my team, over 6 years, landscape professionals, Chesapeake Bay landscape professionals, level 1 and level 2, crew training, it's strange when you get a bunch of grown men out in Rock Creek Park looking at flowers, and that's something, and it's very important to them, understanding the ecosystem, understanding pollination, the canopy, the contribution that green life gives to us and to our the world. We're talking about the employment of returning citizens. We have only over 170 people come through our program since we've been in existence since 2014. and like 0.95 recidivism rate. Like barely 2 people actually went back because they have actually been able to take on either their own business or to gain skills enough to add this to their toolbox. You know, a lot of times when you get out of prison, you know, you face, you know, first homelessness, you know, not having an address, can't get ID, can't get Social Security cards, can't get, you know, I can't get a license because I don't have a water bill. I don't have a house. So how can I have a water bill? So when you look at all of these obstacles, you know, that they face, we have to face it that, listen, when they do return, they definitely can't get time back, because that's one thing that you can't get back. But you can't, you know, get it back. But guess what? You can catch on. You can catch on to what's going on, you know, return back and make that transformation back into society and then be productive. I talked about the opportunities, you know, guys come into this situation and then now they pivot off this and add it to their value proposition to the point that they are CDL drivers now. You know, they have homes, they have purchased homes, you know, now they making a definite contribution. But now I want to talk about the reuniting and the integration back into the family. So what happens now you got aunts, Jane over in the corner, you know, you got Sister Shirley, you got all these people now, they have yards, they have, you know, grass. So now you can make an input on that. You know, not only, I don't just cut grass, but I can show you how to make a garden. I can tell you what a coreopsis is. I can tell you what a lobelia is. I can talk Italian flowers to you, or I can talk common name, a cone flower, you know, or turtle dove, you know. So these are things that not only enhances their life, but you have an opportunity where you have a grown man walking around with pictures of flowers on their phone. You know, so, you know, that's something to really think about in community development. And as we begin to work in these bioretention gardens that's inside these particular neighborhoods, you have the homeowners that's coming out and, you know, talking, bringing you water, you know, thanking you for coming in and, you know, having conversations with you, you know, call into action when you come back. We've been promised to come back 4 times a year, you know, and then so this is what they're waiting on.
Yeah.
And so I just thank you for this opportunity, just, you know, to sit here and to tell you these things. And those are just a few of the benefits that will help us to sustain and improve, you know, the beautification of DC green spaces.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Ms. Whalen, let me turn to you now.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm not very happy that I have to come back again this year to do this again. But I do thank you for your efforts for last year to claw back about half of what we lost. So these 24% budget cuts to DOE is much more than 24% because we were working off of a shortfall that started last year. And it's devastating to see that the mayor is proposing to gut the best management practices in clean energy and clean water that make DC a world-class city. My name is Nicole Whalen, and I am testifying today as a Ward 2 resident and owner of a Ward 5 business that's heavily invested in clean water. My company, Green Compass LLC, not only employs local talent like Clean Decisions, but we design, build, and operate green stormwater infrastructure that we need this local talent in wards 5, 7, and 8, where it's high impact areas for water quality outcomes. We also generate stormwater retention credits. The district stormwater retention credit program is a unique city-led solution that successfully brings in private dollars to invest in the shortfall of stormwater management. For every $1 of SRC subsidy received from DOE, Green Compass has captured 49 gallons of stormwater, brought in $4 of investment from private SRC buyers, and generated $10 of co-benefit to the community. We're also a borrower from DC Green Bank, so there's more money churning there. For the private sector to continue building voluntary green infrastructure, to give contracts out to Clean Decisions and companies like TCG Property Care as well. For the private sector to continue building voluntary green infrastructure systems and to continue investing in these underserved neighborhoods or these neighborhoods, We need the council to protect existing financial structures and prevent the SRC price lock funds from being directed towards other uses, both now and in the future. Without consistency, we cannot operate. Green Compass has several price lock agreements with DOE to buy these stormwater retention credits at a subsidized price over time. These agreements hold funds in an escrow account that gets dispersed over time after passing maintenance inspections. It is not excess or idle funding to be transferred to street sweeping. Purchase agreements with DOE also allow us to finance loans from DC Green Bank. Without access to capital with the security, we cannot build things and hire local talent from landscape maintenance to engineering and horticulture. I want to remind the committee that we live in a time of increased flood risk and inadequate sewer capacity that resulted with 10 dogs drowning in Ward 5 in 2023. This is not a time to gut special purpose funding for stormwater management and clean energy, or claw back or break faith with escrow funds contracted to local businesses working to prevent this flooding. We need your leadership to protect the $13.6 million in SRC price lock funds and ensure that special purpose funding from the Stormwater Permit Compliance Enterprise Fund is directed towards compliance activities to meet the Clean Water Act. Please put the funds back and protect them for the future so we can get back to work deploying the best management practices that make DC a world-class city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Whalen. All right, next I've got John Yarshoin, but John, if I mispronounce that, please correct me.
No, that was pretty good. Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is John Yarshoin, and I'm here to express strong opposition to the fiscal year budget proposal that reallocates funds from the district's stormwater retention credit program. I was born and raised in DC and founded Magnolia Land Partners in 2016. Magnolia is a habitat restoration and conservation company, and I'm here primarily to tell you the story of how these proposed changes are bad for small businesses and will reduce opportunities for DC residents and other constituents. I think many of the other folks that you all have heard from today have talked on the balance about how this is bad for the local environment, of course, and various other constituents. It's also bad for small businesses and bad for other constituents who rely on those businesses. Through the SRC program, we have developed several green infrastructure projects here in the city. Each of these projects have been developed as partnerships with local stakeholders, including churches such as Faith United and Northeastern Presbyterian Church. Our projects have created green spaces, efficiently captured stormwater runoff, and created economic opportunities for other DC businesses, such as restoration contractors, like the folks you've just heard from, engineers, and other folks. In my written testimony, you can take a look at some of our before and after photos from projects we've developed here in the city. These are incredible projects to work on, and they create economic opportunities for those folks who touch them. As a private company that invests in the environment, the proposed changes to the SRC program are devastating. Magnolia, like Green Compass, who you just heard from, has entered into several SRC contracts, and these contracts are critical to our participation in the marketplace in DC. Let me be abundantly clear. Without the SRC price lock program, Magnolia would not have done this work, and moving forward will not continue its work in Washington, DC. This will have a chilling effect on green infrastructure, of course. It will also have a chilling effect on the jobs and economic opportunities that these projects have created. Moreover, like others who have testified, I'm uncertain of the legality of pulling these SRC price lock funds, which have explicitly been put into escrow to create a stable investment environment for entities like Magnolia, my firm. Pulling these funds back for other purposes is a violation of the trust between the private and the public sector, and may trigger a response from entities like ours who've made very real financial commitments to our projects and into the city's program as a whole. I ask you all to reconsider this decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, next, let me go to Nathan Harrington. Mr. Harrington, good to see you.
Yes, good evening.
You're out in the middle of the
Good
woods
afternoon,
this
everybody.
time, so it's good to see you.
Oh yeah, thank you. We do this a lot every year, and
this year's a little different. Usually I'm casting kind of a wide net. I'm talking, in general about policies that are aligned with the mission of Ward 8 Woods, which is to increase the health, beauty, and enjoyment of urban forests east of the river. But this year it's a bit more personal. We're kind of fighting for our survival at this point. These Ward 8 Woods was started in 2018 with a community stormwater solutions grant through DOE that allowed us to launch our Park Steward program, which employs east of the river residents, many of them returning citizens, people with other obstacles to employment, who do that hard work of remediating decades of neglect to our publicly owned forested areas with trash and invasive species. We've been able to attract a lot of also support from foundations and individual donors, but the support from DC government has really been foundational to us. As we've heard to so many of our allies and friends who've testified earlier, and I don't want to repeat what they've been saying. Of course, this is going to these changes would put us in violation of our MS4 permit under the Clean Water Act. Of course, they would, lead to the loss of federal matching funds. Of course, DOE is being targeted more than any other agency in a way that's very unjust and mean-spirited. Of course, the economic development policies that the mayor is pushing, like at RFK and Poplar Point, whatever you feel about them, they certainly rely on the river being clean. If we allow it to go back to being as gross as it was a couple decades ago, people are not going to want to live, work, or play next to it. So these changes are short-sighted for so many reasons. I want to highlight a few things that specifically impact Ward 8 Woods and not too many others. One of them are park maintenance grants. These were created at the initiative of the council in 2021 to kind of fill a gap in terms of DOE funding to benefit the watershed, but sort of land-based, the land within the watersheds, and trash and invasive species. A lot of district-owned land was neglected. A lot of federal land was not getting the attention that it needed. And so Ward 8 Woods, Rock Creek Conservancy, and a few other organizations have used that funding to create green jobs that was actually cut in half for the current fiscal year. It was funded at $300,000 for the first 3 years. For the current fiscal year, it's only $150,000. The mayor's proposal leaves it alone. We need to get back to where we were 2 years ago by funding it at the $300,000 level. Another really big one that we are currently the only recipient for is the Trash Free Communities Program. This is funded through the bag fee revenue. A lot of these grants are involved in cleaning up and trash, but this is one that really focuses on reducing trash pollution through behavior change. It's existed over the years, but this is the first time, I think, in about 5 or 6 years that a grant has been awarded under that program. You'll be hearing later in this panel from my colleague Vondre Walston. He's a native Washingtonian who was hired under this grant to run that program of a citywide anti-littering campaign that would involve partnerships with schools, ANCs, businesses, other nonprofit organizations in 9 targeted neighborhoods across the city, supporting existing cleanup efforts, commissioning artwork from local artists that would be used to decorate neighborhoods and generate dialogue around waste reduction and trash pollution. We applied for that in March of 2024. We waited more than a year. DOE wanted to, amid all the budget uncertainty, they wanted to make sure there was actually funding for this program before they issued a grant and a purchase order, which they finally did about a month ago. It was supposed to be a 2-year program covering all of fiscal year 2025 and 2026. We already lost the majority of fiscal year 2025. And in the mayor's proposal, it would be zeroed out for the coming fiscal year, meaning that what was supposed to be a 2-year grant would actually only last 4 months, and we would be unable to do all the work that we proposed to do and waited over a year to do, and hire this really dynamic staff to carry out. So to revoke funding for a program that is already in progress, where grants have already been issued, people have already been hired, that is sort of Doge worthy. And I can't believe that we're seeing that within our local DC government that was supposed to have different values. So those are my 2 biggest asks, are to protect funding for trash-free communities and park maintenance grants. And I also want to align myself with all of those who have testified in favor of preserving funding for green infrastructure maintenance and trash trap maintenance. Ward 8 Woods has a subcontract with Anacostia Riverkeeper to maintain those trash traps. That's really essential. And as advocates, we always say what we want. We don't usually talk about how to fund it. Well, here's 2 clues. First, protect the special purpose funds. 2, tax the rich. 3, don't spend it on a football stadium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harrington. All right, the other, we had a Greg Canito, who I don't see signed online, and Elizabeth Crawford, but that means that we go straight to Andre Walston. So Mr. Walston, let me turn to you.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon, Mr. Allen. My name is Vondre Walston. Quick backstory about myself. I'm a 4th generation Washingtonian, a graduate of Archbishop Carroll High School, and I'm alumni of UDC for communications in 2014. Prior to this position that I have with Ward 8 Woods, I was actually acting outreach coordinator for Department of For-Hire Vehicles. I worked for a program called DC Schools Connect, which basically was my first run at connecting community to corporations or businesses, trying to build a healthy relationship between people and, things for them. I got with Ward 8 Woods, I say, almost a year ago. So for the first 8 months, I was a park steward. I had the great chance of going into each neighborhood and seeing the impacts that we have on both the neighborhood itself and the land around neighborhoods, which is very mind-blowing. I used to be a person that threw trash out the car window, and that has changed dramatically. I'm saying I tell other people don't litter at this point. And seeing these things up close and then knowing how much I care about my city and how much I care about the people in my city, being a Washingtonian, I got with Nathan, and we discussed this position that was supposed to come available. We were just waiting for the green light from Department of Energy and Environment, and it finally came a month ago. So a month ago it came, and it came at a great time because I'm expecting my first child in July. So it took me from an hourly rate to a salary rate. It raised my income probably by almost double what I was making, and it created a security blanket for me. That security blanket, as we know, is now kind of very frail and fragile. I have a few points to make with this. It seems though when we come to these budget hearings and being a part of this budget hearing, I was, informed that there's 4 points that you all protect each year, or you try to protect. And it's clean water, clean air, public safety, and education. And I argue with you at the council that all of these things don't exist and they don't run properly without the environment around it. There's a lot of research that I've been doing in the past few weeks, getting prepared for this moment, and I won't read off of it because I've sent my testimony to you all, and I've actually emailed it to each council member personally as well. But the research shows that as human beings, all of us are human beings in this room, we give off positive endorphins based off living in clean neighborhoods. It also shows that mental illness and crime rate all are affected by the conditions of the neighborhoods in which we live in. So to ignore or act as if the small programs on the ground that are hands-on that are being affected by this budget proposal won't affect the makeup and the shape of everything else, to me is crazy. Because logistically, we can put a police force and we can improve the number of police in neighborhoods, but what about conditions of the neighborhood in which we place them? We can try our hardest to say we want to clean the water, but if the land is filthy and the rain washes the filth into the water, how good is trying to clean the water? How good is the education system when you put schools and build them up, but you don't build the neighborhoods or protect the neighborhoods around those set schools? How much do we expect our kids to learn? How much do we expect them to be able to properly play outside? These things are things that I think go hand in hand. So I'm asking to protect the Clean Trash Free Communities grant to let me do some great things across wards 1, 5, 7, 8, and 4. But it's bigger than that. It's bigger than my position. It's bigger than my job itself. There's a bunch of people losing jobs. There's a bunch of people like this gentleman beside me whose whole life and livelihood revolve around the decision that you all make. And putting a lot of work in to these positions to set yourself up for success, but then having everything crumble at the choice of elected officials is heartbreaking. And it has a direct effect on how we view our community is in general. If you all don't show that you care about the environment, why should we? You get me? If you don't care about the budget or the way the money is spent and the money that's supposed to represent us being placed in our hands to do things with it properly for our land, then what do we do? One thing that my boss Nathan says is that we're working to empower and beautify the land in Southeast, but we're trying to heal the land so that it in return heals the people. You can't heal the land if you don't protect certain things that are put in place to heal the land, to protect the land. So again, as a fourth generation Washingtonian, as someone who actually went to school and wanted to sit where you are, I still have aspirations of sitting there one day. I do a lot of political work. I've worked on a lot of different campaigns in this city. Some people that sit at your seats, I've actually done field team work and canvassing and all types of things. And I know that when you sit up there, sometimes you lose connection with the direct people outside, right? But I also know with the job that I've taken over and had the ability to work with, and with the jobs that reflect some of these people that came up here today, there are a lot of opportunities for you all to reconnect with outside and with the people directly. And holding this hearing is one of those. So I'd like to personally thank you for holding this hearing and allowing people to voice their concerns. But I would also like for you to also put it in the glass eye that, again, without the environment, all these other things that we're fighting for don't exist. You can't put parks and recreation on top of trash. You can't put homes on top of trash. You can't build green infrastructure on top of trash, on top of litter cluttered areas. And you can't expect crime rate to go down in places and neighborhoods where we don't show that we care about the neighborhood. So thank you.
No, thank you. I think I think you're ready to take one of these seats too. I I really appreciate your testimony, the whole panel. I'll start though. As you talked about working on other people's campaigns and your own thoughts. I mean, I know for myself, as somebody who spent a lot of time working to get other people elected and working on campaigns, for me, a big switch was recognizing it's a lot of people who work on campaigns. There's a lot of people that have great ideas. It matters who sits in these seats. It gets to cast the vote. And so when you're ready to say that's you, take that shot, right? Because it's a big deal, but we need to have people that are willing to make that choice and be willing to make those decisions. I think, I've been critical of the budget that came down from the mayor on a lot of fronts, in particular, obviously in the committee that I chair, because you just see it just decimating these agencies. But it's not just the agency, it's who the agency helps support in the work that they do. This budget that was proposed to us says it's a growth agenda. It's a growth budget. This entire panel was small businesses and nonprofits talking about how they will do less growth, less business, less jobs, less certainty. That is not a growth agenda. Everything that's in this budget within DOEE, it is a short-sighted reduction of things that will hurt growth of jobs, of people, of all the good things you talked about. So that has been just one of the just constants throughout the day of what we're up against. And then part of our job now is to figure out how do I claw it all back together again and piece it back together, because if this budget passes as proposed, it will do great damage, absolute great damage. And I think your points, and I think this is a little bit what Mr. Charles was talking about as well, the interconnectedness of all these things. don't look at DOEE just as, gosh, it's just an environmental agency. From a workforce and a jobs perspective, from a public safety perspective, from a returning citizen perspective, all those things are linked. When Mr. Charles is able to see a future to create a job, create a business, create jobs for others, that improves public safety in our city. I'll argue that all day long. These are things that really make our city better, and they really connect people to opportunity, to jobs, and they're very much connected. So I really appreciate you driving that point home. Thank you. Let me just try to ask a couple of quick questions. And again, I know I've got a lot of people still waiting to testify, but this was a really great conversation and great panel. Mr. Charles, from your business perspective, you talked a little bit about the commercial property, for example, like if this budget passes as is, you got to question kind of what you can rent and what you're able to pay for. Can you just talk a little bit more about, from your perspective and from a business perspective, what's at stake for you? If this budget passes as is and these grant dollars and these supports aren't there, is it fewer jobs? Is it less pay? Is it less investment in the community? Help put some color to that.
So as of right now, I rent a shop on Kenilworth Avenue. That's like the only place where you can get commercial space, really. I'm paying $3,000 a month. So that's $36,000 a year just to make sure I have a space to keep my tools, keep my vehicles, whole operations, send the crew out, make sure the crew get back. Just a place of, it's my church. That's my church. People come in, they get employment. Some people stay, some people go. But we're still standing there just to let people know you're always welcome when you're ready to make a change in life. And if this budget ends, like, how can I support like $3,000 a month? And you just talking about, this is just what business. This doesn't have nothing to do with my personal life. This is what I'm paying for business, just that. And I'm just like, man, I don't want to close the shop down because I see the impact I'm doing. I got kids coming to my shop. You know, we work on bicycles. We do a lot of things that, that a landscaping company goes out their way and do.
Yeah.
So it's like, I'm looking at it from a perspective of, it's going to hurt more families and more people than it's actually going to hurt the pockets. You know what I'm saying? And you got a lot of people that I help that come from, how we say, undeserved areas, and they, returning citizens. So like when you push a person into a corner, because that's what's going on, you pushing people into a corner, they only go back to what they naturally know. So if I naturally know how to do something illegal to feed my family, I'm sorry, that's what I have to do. You know what I'm saying? This is what I'm pressured to do. And it's sad to say it that way, but that's might be all a person knows. You know what I'm saying? So my goal is to try to create other opportunities so people don't have to go back to doing what they know sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, completely. I've had that conversation multiple times where people have said, like, there's never a scenario where I'm not going to put food on the table. There's never a scenario where I'm not going to make sure there's a roof over the head. And if that's the only path I got, and that's not what we want. And these types of programs, these types of opportunities are what help support our whole city. And that's why I say there is a link, a clear link to, if we all want improved public safety, this is part of it. This is part of it.
It's another topic I wanted to bring up, just as far as me having a background as a returning citizen. If I have a violent crime background, I can't go rent an apartment nowhere. It's hard to get a job. It's hard to just even live at this point. So that already just, it stops you from wanting to do. You know what I'm saying? So when I got like the people that come through, like Uncle Bill don't have the prettiest background, but he's a changed man. You know what I'm saying? He wanted to do better when he got out of prison. So I'm trying to create opportunities just for those people who don't have a ability to find somewhere to stay, find, employment. I want to help those people exactly. It's a sad situation when you don't have nowhere to go. That's the most worst thing in the world. You gotta stay on someone's couch, stay with a family member. Like, how does that, at the end of the day, you're a grown man or you're a woman, whatever you are, you should be able to support yourself. And I feel like this city, it's making it harder for us, especially people from undeserved neighborhoods. It's making it very hard for us to survive. So if I was making $17.50 an hour, and like, let's talk about how much rent costs in DC. That would be literally all my money. 17.50 hour, that's the minimum wage. But I understand, where we are, what's going on, but it's getting harder for the small people.
Yep.
And I've been here my whole life. My grandmother been here her whole life. My mom been here their whole life. I'm like fourth generation, like bro said. So at the end of the day, it's like I'm seeing the people that's from here go downhill. And I'm just like, I feel like it's my obligation to help those people. And that's whether if I'm getting government grant money, if I'm doing private, business with, like residences and stuff like that. However I do it, I want to help back because those are the people I feel like who give the culture and give like a better understanding to the city. When you talk about DC, the people who are at the lowest are the ones who make the city. They go do all the jobs that no one wants to do. They go do all the stuff that, we created the culture. So I feel like if there's no small people in DC, it's not going to be any culture. It's just a bunch of people from everywhere.
Yeah. Well, and it's come up a couple times during the course of the day too, when I think this budget puts it in very stark relief. We got businesses that are hustling, that are trying, that are, a relatively small amount of money from a grant makes a big difference in someone's ability to survive, right? And then in this very same budget, just got to say it, if you happen to own an NFL franchise, I got $1 billion for you. No property taxes, no sales taxes, rent-free. That's not a fair deal, even for people who love football, love the Commanders, and might even want to see a stadium there. That deal just doesn't sit right with so many people because we got so many businesses that they do have to pay property taxes. They do have to pay rent. They do have to pay sales taxes. And so why do we treat one way and everybody else differently? And who's on the losing side of that stick? So I hear you, and you're giving us even more urgency around why we're trying to fix this and put this all back together again. Because I want you to continue to not just survive, but grow that business, create more jobs, do more for your family, for your friends, and keep building the next great enterprise in our city. So I really appreciate you taking the time and walking us through that. Ms. Whalen, I was going to ask you real fast. I think you said for every $1, you were capturing 49 gallons of stormwater. Is that, there was some metric or something I think I heard you say.
Yeah, we've cleaned actually over 25 million gallons of water since we've started in 2020. But for every $1 of DOE subsidy, it's been, let me actually read the quote verbatim. For every $1 of DOE SRC subsidy received, Green Compass has captured 49 gallons of stormwater, brought in $4 of investment from private SRC buyers, and generated $10 of co-benefits to the community valued by Earth Economics.
Yeah, that's great work. And when I think about we talked if you were here for the panel just a moment ago, we were talking about how this 13.6 million is going to send over to DPW, but they're not doing anything extra. They're just doing the same street sweeping they were already doing because they took that money and sent it somewhere else. So it's just moving the money around in the pots, but who ends up losing is DOE, and we lose that 13.6 million, and those are dollars that we use to get out and do a lot. And it feels like a shell game within the budget of just moving it around. But somebody at the end of that shell game loses, and it's DOE. And so we see and we've heard, as you guys have done a phenomenal job of explaining, what those dollars actually mean out in the community. So we got our work cut out for us to put it back together again, or as much of it as we can, because this is the second year in a row where we're just seeing huge cuts. Last year, we put about 50% of it back is all we could do. We're going to keep trying to push it back together again. But it feels like a big battle. But you guys really did a wonderful job, and I just want to thank you again for helping highlight how important this is, the interconnection between why this work matters. Nathan's not going to miss a chance, I know, to get me back out in the woods, pulling garbage out of the woods with you in one of the parks. So I'm sure I'll sign up and do that again with you. Feels good for the soul, but it's important work.
This actually pulled me out of the parks. I was this DC trash free communities thing.
Yeah.
It got me out of the deep end there. Now I'm doing more of a, getting people together,
Yeah.
connecting organizations, trying to go, like we said, we were trying to go to 5 out of the 8 wards with this grant. So it would be very beneficial in more ways than none, because we're not only focusing on Ward 8, we're focusing on Ward 1, we're focusing on Ward 4, we're focusing on Ward 5, Ward 7. So when you think about the small amount of money that's given to
Right.
fund such a big idea and a big project that could have such a tremendous effect on just the conditions of where we live, it's like it's pennies when you talk about the grand scheme of things. But those pennies affect so many people. So thank you again, though.
Absolutely. I appreciate it. I know we got to keep moving because we got a lot more people to hear from. Please give Will my best. And thank you all very much. I appreciate it. All right, we're going to move to panel 8 now. So let me start calling out our names here. I have Christian DeLisi, Managing Director of PACE Equity. Robbie Pincus, Public Witness. Abraham Soquar, Public Witness. Mark Krezowick, Public Witness. Marshall Duer-Balkand, Policy Director and Chair of the Institute for Market Transformation. Leslie Zarker, Director of Policy with the National Housing Trust. Jessica Pitts, Public Witness. And Aisha Hudson, CEO of Peace LLC. All right, so we're just going to follow the order of our witness list that we had. So Christian DeLisi, if I pronounce that correct, let me turn to you. Christian, if you can hear me, if you're ready to go.
I can. Thank you to the council for hosting. I'm joining as the managing director for PACE Equity. The District of Columbia is one of the territories I manage for our company. PACE Equity is a C-PACE finance provider. We are a private equity firm that partners with local developers and local communities to promote sustainable development. We work with local developers, as I said, local contractors, to promote sustainable design and energy efficiency within the building code and outside of the building code. I've been asked to participate today and to provide testimony by the DC Green Bank, which is a critical partner for our organizations and organizations like ours, who are attempting to provide a financial incentive to developers to build above code and really promote sustainability, water retention, seismic resiliency throughout the community. The DC Green Bank and their partnership has allowed us to finance multiple projects through the first part of this year. We have a sizable pipeline moving through the remainder of the year. They provide a necessary service in terms of introductions, providing additional capital to our sponsors to finish projects, to employ local workers on job sites, and really make and promote a vibrant community through sustainability. We provide capital into the district, and the DC Green Bank is an administrator for programs like ours that verifies that our funds are going directly into sustainable improvements for infrastructure and buildings within the district. We provide outside capital into the district. We're a willing and happy partner to see the beautification, the renovation of buildings, the revitalization of communities, and help with cost overruns from things like rising material costs, construction delays, labor shortages. And none of this can take place without an organization like the DC Green Bank. Our company operates nationally, and DC Green Bank internally has been used as our example of how we would like to see these programs run. They're an advocate, they're a partner. They provide resources to us rather than just the role of a sole administrator. They've made introductions to us, we've made introductions to them, and we consider them a vital partner to our organization, not just within DC, but in terms of providing a framework and an example to municipalities, states, and nationally for the distribution of specific financial programs like ours that seek only to benefit the sustainability and environmental impact of construction within the district. I know we're running a little long, so I will relinquish the remainder of my time to the other esteemed panelists, but wanted again to thank the council for including us. And I appreciate all of the wonderful work that's done here today on behalf of the district.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Next, we had Robbie Pincus, but I don't think that Robbie Pincus is here. So Abraham Saquar, I'm going to turn to you next.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee. My name is Abraham Sokwar, and I'm the founder of Portofino LLC, a real estate development company here in Washington, D.C. Portofino is focused on ground-up infill residential developments in the city, and we've been developing properties in the district for over 10 years. Historically, we funded our investments with a mixture of equity and bank debt. However, particularly in today's economic environment with increased financing costs and elevated costs of material, it's been very challenging to find viable projects and even more challenging to secure the financing for them. In a recent project, we were able to work with the DC PACE program to close on a ground-up residential building. The PACE funding had several tangible benefits for the project. First of all, it helped get the financing done at the level that made sense for the bank as a senior lender and for the investors that made the project economically viable. Secondly, it provides greater predictability on getting the financing secured, knowing that we have a reliable support from the DC Green Bank. The DC Green Bank walked us through the process and introduced us to various PACE capital providers and past users of the PACE program. It was invaluable to be able to get direct introduction to the PACE capital providers and to have guidance on what their parameters and their processes are. And finally, it allows us to build better quality assets. By being able to incorporate PACE funding, not only were we able to get the project secured, but we were able to upgrade the green attributes of the building. This will have significant benefits on an ongoing basis for the residents, which will occupy a superior building with lower utility costs. The DC Green Bank was critical in getting the financing completed and hence the project off the ground. Moreover, they were incredibly responsive and solution-driven throughout the whole process. Particularly in these times of turbulence, we need reliable financing partners like them. In summary, the DC Green Bank supports local developers, secure more viable financing, allows us to build more energy-efficient buildings, creates local employment, and reduces utility bill for residents. The PACE program undoubtedly contributes to increase the supply of housing and better quality housing at that. We very much look forward to continuing to work with the DC Green Bank on future projects. And again, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Mark Kresowick.
Thank you very much. My name is Mark Kresowick. I'm a Ward 4 resident and a father of 3 children. You might hear them in the background. Over the last year, we have had the opportunity to remove all of our gas appliances and replace them with an induction stove, with a heat pump water heater, and a new heat pump, as well as add solar to our home. We've done that with the help of both rebates from the DCFEU, as well as tax credits from the federal government. As a result, our energy bills have been virtually eliminated. My kids don't have to worry about pollution from those gas appliances, and we've done our part to help avoid the worst impacts of climate disruption. Unfortunately, with the proposed budget from the mayor, other families who aren't in as fortunate a position as we are won't have that same opportunity. Tens of thousands of households across the district don't have a sufficient income to invest in the same kind of benefits and upgrades that we've been able to do. If this budget is finalized as is, those households may never have that chance. Those tax credits at the federal level are threatened today. They may not extend beyond the end of this year. Other federal funding sources will go away. If the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund and its application to the Healthy Homes Act may be their only chance. Councilmember Allen, other members of the committee, staff, I urge you to give those families who are struggling to get by, struggling to pay their energy bills, struggling to keep the lights on and keep food on their table. Give them an opportunity to make these same upgrades, to create healthier homes, to eliminate their energy bills the same way we have. You've heard from nearly 100 people already today, many of whom have said the same thing. Many of those people have made the same upgrades we have. Those people aren't the ones who will benefit from those investments. We've helped create jobs in the district. So will this funding. So will the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund funding. We are calling for this, again, not because it's going to benefit us, but because it's going to benefit tens of thousands of families that are in a less fortunate position than we are. Please deliver those benefits. Restore funding from the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund. Ensure that it goes to support the goals of the Healthy Homes Act and so many other worthwhile programs that so many people testifying today have urged you to do. Thank you for everything you've done, everything you continue to do. And please, I know you will, but do your best to get as much of this funding back as possible and keep these strong investments going that deliver benefits and create jobs here in the district. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kreswick. Next, let me turn to Marshall Door-Balkend. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chairman Allen, members of the committee, staff. My name is Marshall Door-Balkend. I serve as co-chair of the Building Energy Performance Standards Task Force, having been appointed to that body by Mayor Bowser in 2019 and elected as co-chair. I'm here speaking in my capacity as co-chair of the task force. I'm here to speak I'm also a proud DOE employee from 2013 to 2018, so sort of personally riled here. I'm here to speak in opposition to several subtitles of the fiscal year 2026 Budget Support Act, subtitles out of Title VI, subtitles C, D, E, G, and H, and Title 7, subtitle H, which I ask are struck in their entirety. My comments today draw on the discussions our task force has had, and are co-signed by my co-chair, Anna Calandrino, who I think you'll hear from later as well. Due to the rapid pace of all of this, we have not been able to get the task force all aligned on a single testimony, so I'm testifying just for myself and my co-chair, but we will be aiming to send a letter from the task force to the council, hopefully next week. First, let's discuss the theft from the SETF, which we've heard so much about. When the private sector members of the BEPS task force met earlier this week, we agreed that what the budget proposes to do with the SETF is morally outrageous, legally risky, and fiscally irresponsible. One of my colleagues on the task force called it highway robbery, to quote. District residents and businesses pay into this fund on their bills, including low-income ratepayers. And I'll just briefly mention that I've heard many folks on this council and others say, oh, well, low-income ratepayers don't pay into the SETF. That's not quite true. People getting utility discount programs don't pay into the SETF because of the complexity of those programs. That's only a subset of all low-income residents in the district. The SETF is a public benefit charge, like exists in many other states. It's not a tax. It needs to support the programs of DOE, the Green Bank, and the SEU. These are programs our business leaders, residents, and the task force agree work very well, and that owners and contractors are counting on to help them comply with the BEPS. I'll also note that the work of the DCSEU over the past decade has not only created hundreds of jobs, but avoided over 7 million metric tons of CO2, which is the equivalent, Chairman Allen, of taking all the cars and trucks in the district off the road for 5 years. The budget, however, steals 3/4 of this revenue to pay for the district's own wasteful electricity, natural gas, water, and appropriately enough, waste bills, which is unfair. And in doing so, it wastes even more money by endangering federal matching funds and has to take even more money every year by getting rid of the, making it a lapsing fund where the money gets swept. It also removes the budget minimums and low-income set-asides that keep the district's efficiency programs functioning and support so many business. And this sets the stage, as we heard, respectfully, as we heard Director Jackson admit as much last Friday, for the gutting of the SEU and the Green Bank. And just to be clear what this means, without a contract, as a former DOE employee, without a contract minimum spend, OCP will force the next DCSU contract issued as an RFP next year to be awarded with cost as a major component and most likely to be given to the lowest bidder, who will be unlikely to deliver the kind of benefits the current incumbent team has delivered. So we'll get lower cost, sure, but we'll get far lower benefits. And in the face of the increasing electricity and gas rates in the district, doubling down on helping residents and businesses reduce their bills is what we need to be doing instead. This hypocrisy gets worse when you look at the proposal to delay the BEPS to 2032, which the mayor says is about delaying protecting businesses, but it doesn't protect businesses. That uncertainty makes growth harder, makes us a worse place to invest. DC owners are investing in their buildings. Contractors are retrofitting. Recent analysis that the Institute for Market Transformation conducted shows that over 75% of the buildings subject to the BEPS in the district meet it, and many of the rest are on their way to do so. And the Building Innovation Hub has done a survey talking to a lot of contractors, and the vast majority of contractors talked to are, quote, upset, was the what I was told, with the proposed changes. I will also acknowledge that it is true that not all members of the BEPS task force do oppose this subtitle and the delay of the BEPS. So just there is not entirely consensus there. Keeping BEPS going could also drive investment in our government's own buildings. You told DGS to do an energy master plan. They did it. It's a good plan. They said it is their plan to comply, but DGS has refused to finish it. They've refused to finalize it and act on it. And so to tie this together, the district mayor is taking our money that we pay on our bills and using it to pay for her bills, for the district government's bills, and then canceling any efforts to reduce said bills. It's absolutely outrageous. 2 years ago, when this delay first came to the council, we acknowledged the BEPS needs work. It does. The BEPS task force met regularly, reached a remarkable level of consensus on issues. Your staff drafted a bill that was adopted unanimously by this council last year. It just became law because of DC's weird, law amendment process with Congress like a couple months ago. So not much has happened yet, and we need to give that time to work instead of just delaying the program. I will say also, though, that while we know DOE staff are working behind the scenes, we've seen no public action from the agency. The task force, which was charged with advising on regulations and changes to regulations, has asked DOE to re-engage with the task force. And on this and implementation, they have not done so. We don't know if that's because they don't want to, or they're being told by the mayor that they can't, so that she can then delay the BEPS. So just speculation possibly here. But we really want to engage with them and work to see this implemented. And I think also that approach we took could also be used similarly with the code, the Net Zero Code Amendment, which similarly would benefit from tapping the rich expertise of experts here in the district in not making hasty mistakes by rushing things through. So in summary, and apologies, I went over a little, please put as much stolen money back as possible, restore the requirements for the SU to be funded, and strike these subtitles on BEPS and codes. Thank you. Look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Leslie Zarker. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councilmember Allen, thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your leadership on environmental issues. My name is Leslie Zarker. I'm the Director of Policy for the National Housing Trust. For nearly 40 years, NHTA has created and preserved affordable multifamily homes with more than 1,200 homes across 13 properties in DC. I'm here today to urge the Council to maintain funding for critical energy efficiency programs within the DCSEU and the DC Green Bank to create healthier, more affordable homes for DC's residents. NHT's initiative, called the DC Healthy, Green, and Affordable Housing Program, provides technical and financial assistance to affordable housing providers to implement healthy, energy efficient, and climate resilient upgrades to more than 800 homes in 6 DC multifamily properties. The district has some of the highest rates of childhood asthma in the country. Together with the Children's Law Center, our program focuses on properties with a high prevalence of children with chronic asthma. By addressing housing conditions that both reduce indoor air pollutants and improve energy, we aim to improve health outcomes and energy affordability for residents. All 6 properties in our program depend on DCSEU's funds to implement the retrofit projects. 5 of the 6 properties are applicants to DCSEU's Affordable Housing Retrofit Accelerator. Under current eligibility guidelines, the ARA program would reduce energy consumption across these properties by 36% on average, realizing $3.2 million in cost savings for residents and property owners over the life of the installed measures. Proposed improvements include installing high-efficiency electric heat pumps and upgrading building envelopes. Improved ventilation will reduce moisture and mold that triggers asthma, and the improvements will also help these housing providers comply with BEPS. The mayor's proposed FY26 budget redirects funding from the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund to pay for the city's own utility bills, resulting in a loss of $34 million from DCSEU's budget in FY26. These local funds are critical to administering the ARA program's federal funds and to fulfilling essential engineering and site analysis gaps in our projects not covered by federal funds. Further, in 2024, our program won a $20 million community change grant from EPA to support these retrofits. Unfortunately, that grant has since been terminated due to a change in the administration's EPA priorities, making the DCSEU's funds more critical than ever. Regarding workforce development, high-performance energy upgrades in multifamily buildings in particular are a specialized skill. DC needs more contractors capable of installing heat pumps and other innovative technologies in multifamily housing. DCSEU's Train Green program provides training to contractors in sustainable construction, including a new heat pump training series introduced in 2024. But without the certainty of DCSEU's consistent pipeline of multifamily projects through the ARA program, contractors are less willing to justify staffing and training for this work. This has a negative compounding effect, meaning contractors have less capacity to offer these services in the broader marketplace. We also strongly oppose the mayor's proposed action to convert non-lapsing funds like the SETF to lapse if not spent within 1 fiscal year. This would effectively nullify multifamily projects currently in the pipeline, as multifamily projects face much longer design and development timelines. Due to the termination of the EPA grant, we've pivoted to the DC Green Bank's low-cost financing to fill funding gaps, particularly for health and climate resilience upgrades not covered under the ARA program's energy savings requirements. So waterproofing and remediating mold, of course, can have immediate benefits to these residents' health, but they don't accrue energy savings as required to unlock the ARA program's federal funds. The Green Bank's local SETF funds are critical to leveraging its federal funds, but the mayor's proposed budget would cut the Green Bank's SETF funding in half, making it even harder for our property owners to carry out these projects. In closing, we call on the council to restore SETF funds to allow DCSEU and the Green Bank to fulfill their missions as required under DC law, and to build upon these programs' momentum to preserve healthy, safe, and affordable housing for DC's residents.
Right. Thank you very much for your testimony. We had Jessica Pitts and Aisha Hudson. Ms. Pitts, I think, is online, but we're having a hard time moving her over onto the panel. So if we're able to do that, we'll just add her to the next panel in just a moment. And Ms. Hudson, we did not see here, so hopefully we can reconnect with her in a little bit. So let me go ahead and turn to a couple of quick questions. I know there's a lot of testimony. I'm going to start just kind of on the Green Bank for a second, because I know between the PACE Equity Fund and just kind of big picture Green Bank issues. We talked about this with a couple of our earlier panels, but the Green Bank, frankly, defunding the Green Bank is not a growth agenda. It is quite the opposite. The Green Bank is an entity that is helping actually finance deals, do gap financing, helping make sure deals actually come together. And those are delivering on affordable housing in our city, on building out mixed use buildings. That is growth, and that's creating jobs and new homes. What do we want? So I guess I think Christian DeLise, if you're still here. No, it looks like you stepped away. Oh, no, you're there. Christian, are you able to hear me?
I am able to hear you, yes.
Okay, excellent. So one of the questions I was going to ask you, and then Abraham Sokar, if you want to jump in on this as well. The inability, obviously the way the Green Bank works is they have capital and they're able to do some financing, but when the district is pulling back from the investments it's making, they can't fully capitalize the dollars they have. Take example, we appropriated $7 million in the fiscal year we're in right now. We're about to begin Q4, and not a single penny has actually gone to the Green Bank from what we appropriated. And in fact, the mayor's tried to cut it in half to $3.5 million. It just feels like that really hurts the overall marketplace if you can't have confidence that the Green Bank is even going to see the money that gets appropriated to it. It feels like it undermines our overall lending marketplace from the Green Bank side of things when you introduce that level of uncertainty into whether or not they're going to have the resources or not. Are we interpreting that the right way? That it feels like we heard from one of our earlier panelists from Amalgamated Bank saying it really does hurt the overall ability for seeing those dollars put to use, because you just have less confidence they're actually going to be able to deliver.
You're exactly correct. Uncertainty to a financial institution represents risk inherently. One of the specific projects we worked on with the DC Green Bank, they were actually the lending partner. They were the senior loan position on a development project in DC. It was a multifamily project built to a very high sustainability standard. The lack of or withheld funding from the Green Bank specifically impacts us in two ways. One is it represents an unreliability of them as a lending partner, as a component of a capital stack for a development project. It makes capital providers like us less likely to rely on them, which is deeply unfortunate because they do a magnificent job where they're able. And secondarily, our funds can't exist in the DC market without the DC Green Bank acting as an administrator as required by law for PACE-specific financing for construction assets. The district passed a law, established a PACE program, and as part of that program, what the DC Green Bank provides is oversight, administration, and tax collection for our capital. We provide independent energy reports and internal energy reports that are reviewed by the DC Green Bank. They review our legal documentation. So in short, our product can't exist in DC without the DC Green Bank. And funding cuts endanger their ability to perform on an asset-by-asset basis, on an administrative basis as a lending partner. And cuts in withheld funding to the DC Green Bank present to us a true risk for our ability to exist in the DC market, which is a market that is extremely robust. And as mentioned by Abraham Sokar on this panel, the capitalization of these projects, given interest rate fluctuations, material costs, labor cost, capitalizing projects for sustainability is becoming more and more difficult. And we provide an additional option for developers that is endangered by cuts to the DC Green Bank.
I appreciate that. Ms. Zarker, anything you want to add to that from the affordable housing retrofit program, for example? So when we introduce instability into if we're going to fund it, if we have the funds, or from year to year they're really volatile, what does that end up doing for partnerships, for the ability to deliver on the type of housing and efficiencies we want to create?
Yeah, so affordable multifamily housing providers have little to no capital reserves for these kinds of, for even garden variety maintenance oftentimes, much less green retrofits and energy efficiency saving retrofits. And so this kind of capital is essential, and the subsidies and the programs required by law under the DCSEU statute and the green banks is exactly the kind of capital that affordable housing developers and owners and providers depend on when they're planning their pipeline of improvements. And without the predictability and consistency of this kind of a pipeline, they have to abandon planning. And as I mentioned in my testimony, the planning and development and the permitting, the bidding, permitting, all of it takes much longer than 1 year on average. And so the idea of lapsing these funds within a year is laughable. It would just mean that multifamily projects would not occur.
I mean, to me, it just shows a complete lack of understanding how any of this actually works.
Right.
Like they are sacrificing just from the standpoint of, well, can I grab $1 to balance a budget? They're sacrificing everything about how you actually deliver these projects. Again, you can't call it a growth agenda if you are stagnating growth with the very actions you're putting into this budget. Absolutely. Mr. Kresowik, I appreciate your testimony, and just please, I think you know this, but rest assured, we're looking to do every single thing we can to get those SETF dollars back into essentially our Healthy Homes program, because that, to your point, which was the entire goal of the legislation, there are some households that are able to afford those types of switch to electrification and reducing utility costs, utilizing tax rebates and tax incentives, because those are dependent on the fact you have the money up front to do it. And it's that kind of getting your rebate back is kind of an added incentive, but you had the money up front. Healthy Homes is there to help make sure all the other households in the city can also benefit. Because if we don't do that, then what we're going to end up doing is all the households that have higher incomes and can make the switch from gas to electric are going to do that over time. But all of your gas pipes and the legacy investments that are there, that legacy infrastructure still has to get paid for by somebody. So you will actually be disproportionately putting that burden on our lower income households. And that's what we don't want. And that's what Healthy Homes is seeking to fix it up. To defund that, again, just continues to hurt the overall goals we want to achieve. Mr. Jewell-Balkland, I appreciate your testimony and the candor with which you delivered. Thank you. I can't remember if you were here earlier. Listen, the subtitle on delaying BEPS, we're going to strike that. I've already told folks that. We just worked hard actually with a lot of stakeholders at the table to make some common sense changes and revisions that we got a lot of people, and really appreciate the input and partnership on that. I find it pretty insulting actually that after going through that process collaboratively with the agencies, with the mayor's team, with others, we then see something after the fact to come try to kick it all down the can, or kick the can down the road again. So not going to do that. And, you know, similarly with the net zero, we're working to just kick that out as well. I guess, are there any net zero, is there any construction in the district that's happening that is aiming to be or working toward net zero or has been net zero?
Thank you. I'm aware of some projects that have happened. I'm not sure if there's any ongoing right now. I'm sure there's projects in design, but I don't know about anything on the road. That's something, you know, I can ask around, and we could try to get back to you. But I don't know off the top.
That'd be helpful. Yeah, I mean, but we have built some net zero.
We have, and what I will also say is on my last job, I used to work as a consultant, and I've been involved in the design and the costing of literally billions of dollars of capital costs of net zero energy projects. And these projects often do pay for themselves over the life. But yeah, you have to be doing the investment and thinking about it and not taking this kind of short-term, oh, this was a few dollars more right now, and therefore we're not going to do it. And frankly, for new construction, often you can deliver a net zero project at zero incremental cost if you're doing the design much smarter. You know, for example, you know, you don't need as much space for your equipment because your equipment is appropriately sized, and then that's less material you need to build and so forth. So if you're doing the design up front, if you're being strategic from the start, as opposed to requirements coming in later, requirements changing, which adds cost and adds uncertainty and makes projects harder. We need to give people certainty. We need to give people time. And I think that's where, I think there are some ideas in the net zero amendment that make some sense. There are some that do not make sense. And this is obviously not the right time and place to be doing that, but we do need to rethink how. I was just at a conference last week with jurisdictions all over the country, yesterday actually, this week, that are looking to adopt net zero codes. And a lot of folks are moving a lot faster than we are, and in a much more reliable and appropriate way. And I kept asking, what is the key? What is the key? And they were like, leadership from our legislature and consistent leadership from the executive. That's the difference.
Correct. And when it comes to what are we actually doing on net zero right now, it is the law right now for government buildings.
Correct.
And we are building government buildings.
Correct.
Okay.
But we're not building them to that level. It never gets budgeted for, and they'll be like, oh yeah, there's no cost to this because we never budgeted for. So they keep having to go to GBAC for amendments. And we heard earlier about how flexible it is, and that's great. But the reason they keep having to ask for amendments is they're not building in the costs and they're not planning for it up front because they're just assuming they're going to have to go get those amendments later. That's not a responsible way to run a business or a government.
Yeah, agreed. All right, I appreciate it. Again, thank you everybody on this panel for your testimony. Again, I know we've got several more panels to go, so I want to keep moving, but really appreciate your time today and your testimony. So thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to turn to our next panel. We're going to panel number 9 for those of you keeping score at home. Let me go ahead and call the names. I have Annika Landreneau. I maybe didn't pronounce that correctly, and I apologize. Bill Mefford, member Festival Center and Washington Interfaith Network. Caitlin Peter, who's the VP of Government Affairs with AOBA. Joe Riley, Public Witness. John Fox, Enterprise Community Development. Keith Galloway, Public Witness. Ryan Doyle, Senior Director with Nuveen Green Capital. Chris Early, Public Witness. Andy Wyatt, National Policy Counsel with the Grid Alternatives Mid-Atlantic. Absalom Jordan, President of the Southern Hills Tenant Association. Ann Common with the Ward 3 Democrats. And Elizabeth Crawford, Public Witness. All right, and we were trying to get Jessica Pitts in earlier, so if Jessica Pitts is listening, we were trying to move you onto the panel, so if you can accept our request, I'll make sure we add you in. Jessica Pitts, if you're able to hear there. All right, so I think I have Jessica Pitts here now. Jessica, you were actually on the last panel, but you're here with us now. So if you're ready, I'll go ahead and turn to you to kick off this panel.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. And sorry about that. I had to take another call.
Nope, no problem at all. We're glad to have you now.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to share my voice and my perspective today on the proposed budget. My name is Jessica Pitts, and I am a co-founder and the CEO of Flywheel Development. We're a local DC company. My business is based in the district, and both myself and my business partner are district residents. My company is primarily a solar developer and contractor. We partner with communities that are often overlooked or underrepresented in the green economy. We support not just restoring the budget for the DC Green Bank, but expanding the funding to create even more capacity to support green buildings and green infrastructure for the benefit of all district residents. I want to share with you all today my company's experience working with the agencies that underpin the green transformation for the district. Together, the DC Green Bank, the DCSU, and DOEE work to create new jobs, improve the environment, and create inclusive outcomes for the district residents in all 8 wards of the city. We must protect the budgets for these agencies so that they can continue doing their high-impact work. I'll be highlighting the DC Green Bank today, with whom we've worked for the past 5 years to bring clean electricity to district residents that need it the most. The DC Green Bank has provided construction and permanent financing of various forms for nearly 5 megawatts of solar for all projects through our company, predominantly in Ward 7 and 8, which annually produce enough clean electricity to support approximately 1,300 district households and created almost $19.6 million of benefits that are currently accruing directly to district residents. As a small business, the DC Green Bank is a key partner and such a linchpin for us in implementing these opportunities. The DC Green Bank has made it possible to invest in these communities where our projects are located. We complete building repairs, install new roofs, and provide these communities with real financial benefits to host community solar. This enables these communities to receive these tangible benefits from participating in the clean economy and doing their part to help the district transition to a more just and equitable city. We have a great example of this important work under construction right now on Brandywine Street Southeast in Ward 8, where 11 naturally affordable condominium buildings are going to host nearly 400 kilowatts of rooftop solar, which will enable us to replace all 11 old and currently leaking roofs at a value of over $500,000, delivered at no cost to these diverse DC communities. This sort of work is not funded by traditional lenders and not possible without the critical programs of DOEE and the DCSU, and critically, the DC Green Bank. Working with lenders like the DC Green Bank are really what enables us to create these tangible benefits for the community and really focus on a triple bottom line. The benefits of the project on Brandywine Street extend beyond just the investment in the local infrastructure. As we are committed, we're committed to providing all of the energy on site to low and moderate income residents in the district. We have been long-term partners of the District Solar for All program, which is a transformative effort led by DOEE and their partner, the DCSU. We have worked with these agencies and, critically, the DC Green Bank to help us deliver outcomes under these solar programs. Without this group of district agencies and authorities, the project I described above would not come together to create reinvestment in often underlooked communities across the district. I want to also credit the DC Green Bank for its commitment to help businesses like ours grow and thrive, creating more local jobs. This year, we will break ground on a new net zero energy warehouse project that will host not only our business, but will also provide incubator space to other emerging and startup green businesses in the district who need dedicated, purpose-built space with shared infrastructure to help them grow. And Councilmember Allen, I know you had asked a question about this, so I wanted to confirm that we are working on a project right now with a net zero target. The DC Green Bank provided the critical funding for this project, and in this way, the investments they make will create opportunities for many companies, not just our own. In addition to the environmental and direct economic benefits created by the DC Green Bank's financing, I also want to talk about the DC Green Bank and what they mean for local jobs and reinvestment in people. My company works almost exclusively with minority-owned and women-owned businesses, and this summer we'll have 30 team members actively working on projects, which are routinely financed or supported by the DC Green Bank. I cannot overstate the importance that the Green Bank has in helping companies like mine make a difference for district and the families in it. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pitts. Next, let me turn to Annika Landrino, but I might have not done a good job with that. So please correct me if I'm wrong.
That was perfect.
I don't know about perfect, but I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. My name is Annika Landrino. I have served on the Green Building Advisory Council for 13 years and co-chair with Marshall on the Building Energy Performance Standards Task Force for 6 years. In my day job, I serve as Global Sustainable Design Director for HOK based here in Washington, D.C. for 20 years. We recently opened doors to Cedar Hill Regional Med Center, GW Health, serving wards 7 and 8. Per the Green Building Act, it will soon be certified LEED for Healthcare at a minimum silver level, currently tracking gold. And I'm really proud to say the greenest hospital in DC right now is east of the river. In addition to LEED, we designed a nearly 1 megawatt solar canopy to be placed over the hospital parking deck and will be funded or is intended to be funded by DC Solar for All and will credit utility bills for hundreds of LMI households surrounding the hospital. DC's green building policies and green finance programs currently work to ensure that district residents may equitably experience and participate in the benefits of green building. And I urge the council to make sure that these programs remain intact. Our Clean Energy DC plan acknowledges that 3/4 of the district's emissions come from our buildings, and there is no path to our climate goals if we do not reduce emissions from our existing building inventory. That's why we passed the landmark Clean Energy DC Omnibus Act, which included the nation's first building performance standard. And yet the mayor's budget proposes to delay our BEPS program, which we've already talked about a little bit today. We're nearing the close of our first cycle. My co-chair Marshall also mentioned that over 75% of our buildings that were not compliant at the beginning of BEPS in the first cycle have already brought their buildings into compliance. And we assume that even more buildings will be compliant this year. To delay BEPS for this first building group in cycle 1 for another 6 years would betray the good faith investment of time, money, and effort that building owners have made to bring their buildings into compliance. It would undermine the sense of certainty our building ownership and development community need to have regarding DC building policy when they plan their capital investments. And it would undermine DC's climate leadership position. To delay BEPS, the phase-in for additional smaller groups of buildings would also delay investment in clean energy jobs, energy savings for property owners, climate mitigation, resilience, and our healthy community. And next, I'll address the Greener Government Buildings Act and the Building Code Amendment Act, which there was also recently discussion. These pieces of legislation, they're not codes per se, and so they don't have a phase-in period similar to building codes. As a member of GBAC, I'll acknowledge we did spend last year fielding partial exemption requests for the greater part of the year to help close the gap between planned and funded district-funded projects and the intent of the Greener Government Buildings Act. In all cases, we were able to find a path to more efficiency, pathways that recognize investment in our existing and historic building codes, historic buildings for their avoided embodied carbon emissions, to identify opportunities to improve their building envelopes, to electrify additional loads, or to include new properties in DGS's renewable energy procurement programs. Now that agencies are aware of GGBA and can plan for net zero, and the design community has had time to help meet the intent of this legislation, we are seeing fewer exemption requests and more compliant projects. Last week, we saw one community center, Fort Davis, and the Upshur Recreation Center, which are designed to be net zero on site and only needed a minor partial exemption for thermal energy demand intensity due to their atypical load profiles. Once they are complete, DC neighborhoods will be able to experience net zero buildings in their own backyard. We do have other net zero buildings in DC or other net zero buildings underway, including some DGS schools, as well as the 11th Street Bridge Park and Community Center. This is what GGBA is intended to do, and it is working. It should not be delayed. Furthermore, the Building Code Amendment Act will not enforce net zero for privately funded buildings until January 1, 2027. We still have a year and a half before that enforcement begins. The design community is aware of it, and experience is growing through the many projects in DC's portfolio. There's no need to delay it, and certainly not at this time. Delay sends a signal that the district is not serious about its climate commitment and is in no rush to help its residents to achieve the benefits of net zero buildings. Delay will also have a suppressive effect on jobs in green and high performance design and construction in DC. I hope council will not allow these changes to undermine the trust our community puts in you to steward our well-being and our future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Bill Mefford. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Allen, for hosting this hearing. My name is Bill Mefford, and I am the Executive Director of the Festival Center, a faith-based community center, and Adams Morgan. And we are also a new member of the Washington Interfaith Network, which we're really excited about. I want to thank you for being a champion for environmental justice here in the district. Unfortunately, I cannot say the same for our mayor, and that, in part, is why I'm here. In her current budget proposal, she takes money meant for low-income homeowner programs like the Affordable Home Electrification Program and instead uses it to pay the utility bills of government buildings. For us, without the low-interest loan from the PACE program, which was mentioned earlier, we would have not been able to electrify our building and maximize our energy production through the over 100 solar panels atop our roof and the all-electric kitchen in our building. Moreover, it was DCSEU that was the first organization we turned to during our renovations to learn exactly what we could do to make our space more energy efficient. They have been a key partner with us and with many faith institutions in the district, and for them we are deeply grateful. Our renovations not only helped us reduce our carbon footprint and make our space safer and healthier for the community, we've also significantly reduced our operating costs. We were spending less on energy every month, even though the building was greatly enhanced, and we have far more office space after the renovations. And at a time when the budgets are tight, that makes a real difference. Electrifying the festival center not only saves us money, it aligns with our deeply held values and our call to be a good neighbor to the residents of DC. We are more equipped to live out our mission and be faithful to our calling. But here's the truth. Our nonprofit had access to tools that most residents in wards 5, 7, and 8 simply don't. The Healthy Homes Act was designed to change that, to level the playing field, and to give lower income homeowners and renters access to the same clean, safe, cost-saving upgrades that wealthier residents have had for years. Pulling funding from the DC Sustainable Energy Utility is like building a bridge to clean energy and then closing it just as people start to cross. If the DC Green Bank, and particularly the DCSEU, did not exist, our building would still be running on fossil fuels, polluting the air inside and outside. We would be losing lots of money. And most importantly to me, we would be falling short of the call on our organization to be a good neighbor. If these agencies disappear, thousands of residents will be forced to stay in homes with dangerous gas appliances and rising energy bills. This isn't just about climate, it's also about equity. Every family deserves to live in a healthy home. Every resident deserves the chance to lower their bills, protect their health, and be a part of DC's clean energy future. Therefore, I urge the council to restore full funding to the DC Green Bank and the DCSEU. Don't let the city balance its budget by sacrificing our most vulnerable neighbors. Invest in people, invest in justice, and invest in the future we all want to see. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mefford. All right, next we have Catalin Peter. Good afternoon. Almost evening at this point now.
I was going to alter my testimony to say good evening. Good evening, Chairman Allen. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Catalin Peter, and I serve as the Vice President of Government Affairs for the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington, D.C.'s residential portfolio. AOBA represents the owners and managers of over 115,000 residential apartment units and over 72 million square feet of commercial office space. AOBA members understand the BEPS framework was designed to push buildings towards higher performance, and our members have embraced that challenge. Many have made significant capital investments, engaged in tenant education, and worked with the DCSEU to reduce energy consumption. But we are profoundly in a different economic moment than when BEPS was conceived. Office vacancies remain stubbornly high, property values have dropped by 30 to 60%, delinquency rates are nearly 30% at many of our naturally occurring affordable housing buildings, and interest rates and financing costs have surged. These realities make large-scale retrofits more difficult to fund and execute. Further, with the current structure, AOBA members are looking at nearly $180 million in alternative compliance payments, fines, which would be payable in 2027. How did AOBA calculate alternative compliance payments? AOBA looked at DOE's public disclosures of 2023 benchmarking data and pathway selection for member buildings and assumed that the property's energy performance in 2023 would be the same as 2026, standard practice. Using both benchmarking data and pathway selection data, AOBA identified how far each member building was from the BEPS on the pathway they chose and projected the maximum allowable alternative compliance payment that DOE could levy based on guidance from BEPS guidebook. There are things AOBA does not know in this exercise, most notably the number of properties eligible for financial distress exemptions. AOBA also does not know if and how DOE would levy alternative compliance payments in practice. In light of those facts and uncertainties, AOBA thanks the mayor for the proposed pause on BEPS and the Net Zero Energy Code requirements. These are not small decisions. They reflect a meaningful understanding of the pressures facing our industry and a willingness to recalibrate timelines without abandoning long-term climate goals. AOBA views the inclusion of the proposed pause in the BSA as a critical signal. It gives us time to regroup, not retreat. We also fully support the sentiments of the earlier panel, emphasizing the importance of revamping the BEPS task force. The BEPS task force offers a chance for the district and the private sector to continue to work together on a more stable and equitable rollout. It also provides time to finalize and clarify the financial distress exemption from the BEPS Amendment Act, which remains undefined. Without clear and workable exemption criteria, many properties are left in limbo, technically in distress, but unsure how or whether they qualify. The same is true for the net zero codes. The intent behind those codes is important, but we need time to understand how they interface with market realities, cost escalations, and grid capacity. A deliberate pause allows the district to build an implementation path that is both ambitious and sustainable. At the same time, I too want to raise the concern about the proposal to reallocate Sustainable Energy Trust Fund dollars to cover the district's renewable portfolio standard compliance costs. These are separate issues, but they intersect in meaningful ways. The SETF was established as a trust, paid into by property owners, to fund incentives that help reduce energy consumption and carbon emissions. The DC SEU's programs are working, and many property owners depend on them as part of their compliance strategy. If these funds are diverted, it reduces the tools available to building owners who are already working hard to meet the district's climate goals. We understand the district faces difficult budget decisions. However, this diversion could make long-term implementation harder for buildings that need to access the funds to implement the projects. This illustrates the above point on why we need pauses on all these programs, including BEPS. It's even too much for the district government themselves. AOBA members are not asking for a pass on performance. We're asking for time, clarity, and the protection of the tools that we've been relying on to get this right. The proposed pause reflects leadership during a difficult stretch to get us to more stable ground. Preserving the SETF's integrity is the next critical step. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your continued engagement. I think I'm right at the 5-minute mark for your continued engagement with both the commercial and multifamily sector as we work towards a stronger, greener, and more resilient district. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Joe Riley, who's actually joining online. Let me kick it over to you, Mr.
Afternoon. Member Allen, thank you so much. I'm Joe Riley, Vice President, Director of Property Management with Bridge, a local real estate company based here in Washington, D.C. I've been a property manager here in D.C. for 23 years. I have LEED and WELL credentials. I serve on AOBA's Board of Directors, and I chair AOBA's Sustainability Committee. Most importantly for today's hearings, I've served as the AOBA representative on the BEPS task force since its inception, 6 years ago. And I'm a sincere believer in climate change. And in that light, I've embraced my role in the task force as a representative of property owners with the challenge to recommend rules that support BEPS's goals in a way that will succeed without causing too much harm to property owners and the city's economy. While I often agree with my colleagues on the task force, they're great people, very smart. Sometimes I don't. And that's natural, considering that I'm representing property owners navigating real financial constraints. Property owners applaud the mayor's proposal to pause BEPS. This is pretty simple. Property values have plummeted. Foreclosures and distressed sales dominate local real estate news. When property values are upside down, we can't even get funding to get leasing done, let alone building improvements. Finding immediate relief from regulations is meaningful, and the mayor was smart to include such remedies in the budget. The pause would be good for property owners and for the city's economic viability. Earlier this year, the council passed an amendment creating an exemption for financial distress and vacancy. These were essential improvements to BEPS but the rules regarding these critical exemptions remain undefined. Furthermore, since most properties across the city have lost approximately 1/3 to 2/3 of their value, it is not hyperbolic to say that practically every large property in the city is financially distressed. All the more reason to pause BEPS. Rather than grant 1,000 exemptions, allow property values to stabilize, allow properties to refinance, and allow time for DOE and the task force to improve the BEPS rules. Please keep in mind, pausing BEPS does not dissuade property owners from seeking ways to reduce energy use. With utility charges continuing to soar, we've got capacity rate increases, RPS, supply rate increases. Property owners have ample motivation to seek energy conservation measures with or without BEPS. Finally, a quick note that many property owners are concerned by the proposal to use the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund funds to cover the district's RPS charges. The SETF funds collected through fees that we pay on every electricity and gas invoice were established specifically to support energy-saving initiatives through the DCSEU. The DCSEU's programs produce meaningful results, and the trust must be preserved for its original purpose. Thank you so much for letting me speak today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Riley. Next, let me turn to John Fox, also joining us online. Oh, no, sorry, you're right in front of me. I had you highlighted the wrong way. Mr. Fox is right here, in real life.
In real life. Thank you very much, and I just want to applaud your stamina today. I'm quite impressed by the time it's taken to.
It's thanks to Girl Scout cookies and Thin Mints.
But thank you, Chairman and council members, for the opportunity to speak. My name is John Fox. I am a Senior Director with Enterprise Community Development. We own and operate 18 properties, multifamily, affordable housing properties here in the district, serving 3,300 families. And we've been doing energy efficiency improvements well over 20 years on a very methodical improvement schedule. And it's really due to a lot of the support that we've received in the past from the district agencies, namely DOEE, when we first started our solar improvements back in 2019. DCSEU, we're part of the Retrofit Accelerator Program for several buildings, and the DC Green Bank, and that's primarily why I'm here to speak. I run the Clean Energy Development Program for enterprise-wide communities, both in Maryland, DC, and Virginia. But DC has been our main focus, primarily because residents pay higher energy costs here. Our buildings need greater improvements than other properties that we've had, and also their support from agencies, particularly the DC Green Bank. We've developed 2 portfolio projects at 13 properties, 3.3 megawatts of solar. And I really think it's real important to understand the difference that DC Green Bank brings and what makes them unique. Because I've been developing projects for over 20 years prior to joining Enterprise 3 years ago across the country. But what DC Green Bank brings is their people. They're tenacious, they are problem solvers, and they are one of the best financial partners that we have ever had. So our original, and I'll give you some examples. Our original project development timeline was 12 months for this 2.2 megawatt project that we developed in the district. DC Green Bank provided $3.75 million of debt funding to that project. It was a 12-month project expected. It's been extended over 2 years because of interconnection issues, supply chain problems, and actually literally getting people to do the work. The thing that really set the Green Bank apart is we went to them and they listened. They listened to the problems that we had, and they came up with real solutions so that, first of all, we can perform on the loan. So we are performing on that loan. Secondly, so that we could provide this energy savings to our residents. And just so you know, 400 families will be receiving anywhere from 20% to 50% energy discounts from this project. 200 families are low income, certified low income families. Secondly, we've also sponsored an energy training course through this project where 9 of our residents went through a 12-week training program and were educated on solar servicing, solar installation. 8 of them got full-time employment. So these are other metrics that really matter in my view, and that the DC Green Bank really also supports. One final thing that I wanted to mention is in the initial conversations, this is a really good example, again, how they listen and problem solve. We're looking to finance the project over a 15-year period of time with a fixed rate loan. And the DC Green Bank at the time did not want to do fixed rate loans. They wanted to do variable rate loans. Well, we met with them over a course of a month to discuss the reasons why it was more important for us because it limited our ability to provide those energy savings to our residents. And they agreed. And they made a change to their program to fund the project that we have today. So in summation, I believe that continued and predictable district funding is essential. It preserves the Green Bank's ability to drive economic development. It preserves their ability to drive affordability and climate resilience for all of DC residents. I want to thank the council for your time and focus on this. It's a very important issue, and also for your commitment to a cleaner, a greener, and a brighter future for us all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fox. Next, we have Keith Galloway. Yeah. All right, Mr. Galloway. And you've got an outstanding intern with you who's doing wonderful.
Yes, this is my 2-year-old. But my name is Keith Galloway. Greetings, Mr. Chairman Allen, council members, and staff. My name is Keith Galloway. I've resided in Ward 8 for 27 years, and I graduated from McKinley Technology High School. I've recently been employed for the past 5 months by Ward 8 Woods Conservancy program as a park steward, a photographer, and videographer. It has been an honor to see the impact that we as park stewards can make. We influence communities to refrain from dumping their trash in their neighborhoods and beautify DC. Furthermore, we aren't just bringing awareness to communities in Ward 8, but we also service some communities along the border of Maryland. In my tenure of 5 months, I've not only filmed and photographed the difference we've made, but I've actually removed over 10,000 pounds of trash. Our jobs are important because it helps communities in Ward 8 become aware of the trash they dump. Having this job allows me to provide for my family, make a positive impact in the community, and give not only myself, but others a different outlook on trash dumping, minor and major. Being laid off or having my hours cut would be bad because I wouldn't be able to provide for my 2-year-old son. I'm asking the council to fully fund 3 programs that support my job and the work of Ward 8 Woods: Trash Free Communities Grant, Park Maintenance Grants, and Trash Trap Maintenance Contracts. These programs ensure that this conservancy operates in fully functioning condition, allowing us to continue to work towards environmental justice. Thank you for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Galloway. And on the off chance that you have to step away with your son, while the other people are testifying,
Yes.
Let me just very quickly address for you. Some of your colleagues testified earlier as well. I mean, these are, in the grand scheme of the DC budget, these grants are a fraction, right? But what they do in our community, the jobs they create, the opportunities they create, it is incredibly short-sighted to cut these things. So we are working to find ways to completely restore that. Not pretending it's going to be easy. We have a lot of work to do to help put what I think is an incredibly damaging budget back together again and restore a lot of that. But I want you to know, in case you do need to step away, we've got you, we hear you. Many of your colleagues testified earlier as well. So we're going to keep working on making sure we restore those funds, because I think those grant programs, they do a lot for our communities, for our neighborhoods. They also just do a lot for our people, and just making sure that people have the resources they need as well. So I really appreciate your testimony today, and just kind of making sure people understand how critical these dollars are, what they mean, from the park to you and your son. They're really, really important. So I really appreciate your time. And just in case, mine are 12 and 8 now, but I'm not too far removed from 2-year-olds. So I know that He's doing amazing, actually, for how long he's been here. But so in case you need to step away, just want to make sure I let you know.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
You got it. Thank you. All right, let me turn to Ryan Doyle, who is joining us from online. And Mr. Doyle, I'm not sure, we can't hear you. I'm not sure if the mic, you're not muted, but I can't tell if maybe the microphone's not working.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can, yes.
All right, perfect. That was my IT at its best there in a pinch. Yeah, as you noted, Ryan Doyle, I am also involved in the CPACE industry and oversee originations for the DC market for Nuveen Green Capital. So we're the national leader in sustainable commercial real estate financing. And I'm here today to discuss the importance, like you've seen with a lot of the other panelists, of our partnership with the DC Green Bank. So I know it's been touched on already today, but just quick background on CPACE financing. This provides critical commercial capital for commercial property owners and developers. It's often associated with sustainable measures related to commercial real estate projects. But I think what's important to note is that it's only possible through our partnership with the DC Green Bank, who serves as the admin. And I should point out, there's 41 active states where there are CPACE programs nationally, and certainly they rank as one of the best and most capable partners that we have, which is why we're here in support of their endeavors. In terms of the District of Columbia specifically and our partnership with DC Green Bank, who made those investments possible, we've invested nearly $35 million across 25 separate transactions over the past several years. So this is investments in homes, places of worship, as you heard previously on the panel, retail, hotels, and other critical businesses within the district, including office. Furthermore, and I think it's important to point, is just there are kind of three separate buckets, if you will, that I think where we address specific needs. So first would be stalled out or undercapitalized projects. So this is something where we can come in and offer significant help as it relates to cost overruns for new construction or recent market challenges that a couple of the other panelists have noticed which have often significantly impacted values. CPACE can be brought in at that point to offer assistance with working capital, which eliminates the need for further capital calls or additional equity. Which at this point in the market cycle, candidly, is usually in pretty short supply. Also, with our partnership with DC Green Bank, we've got many impactful developments that would not previously be available to start or to maintain, since we can kind of come in pre, mid, or post-construction, which also often includes energy efficient, affordable housing. And this is a critical step with our partnership with them in terms of allowing these projects to move forward. Secondly, I would say that equity gaps widen. We provide critical access to capital in communities often underserved by traditional finance. This is especially true in wards 5, 7, and 8. And what we do is come in and reduce the overall cost of capital to make projects possible, because as I previously noted, but it often eliminates the need for a participant lender, particularly as it relates to affordable housing, which many panelists know and participants that it does not have the same depth of market availability or capital availability as with other product types. So without this participation, we feel that this leaves a lot of residents behind in terms of the opportunity that our partnership allows. And then third, I would say that the DC's climate goals are jeopardized if we don't have action here as it relates to our partnership. So in addition to the financial benefit, CPACE also accelerates progress towards the district's ambitious clean energy and emissions target. So less funding means fewer projects, slower progress, and ultimately higher public costs. One stat that I think is particularly impactful for me is that the built environment is responsible for over 42% of annual global CO2 emissions. That's 42%. So through Nuveen's partnership with DC Green Bank and other critical partners nationally, our financing solutions empower the commercial real estate market to employ sustainable measures and infrastructure that not only reduces the carbon footprint, but also yields cost savings like I talked about in the first couple of examples. One thing I think is particularly impactful and just in terms of real data is that our financing efforts in partnership with the DC Green Bank and other partners in 2023 alone resulted in savings of about 360 million pounds of coal burned and nearly 760,000 barrels of oil consumed. So real countable results. So in closing, just wanted to thank the committee for its commitment to collaborating with the DC Green Bank, our critical partner in the DC market, and appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of the advantages that they bring to our partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Doyle. Next, we have Chris Early. I think you're on mute, Mr. Early.
Thank you.
we go.
Good evening, and thank you very much for the time. My name's Chris Early. I'm principal owner of Green and Urban LLC. We're a DC SBE CB small business. 20 years ago, I was on Councilman Graham's, who's no longer with us, Stormwater Task Force, which the DC had because they were under a consent decree of $1.2 billion because of clean water violations. That started DOE, in my opinion, becoming a leader in stormwater management, innovation, and requirements. To me, as somebody at my company, we provide full civil engineering for multifamily developers, for example. Having a strong SRC program with options to purchase trade is very critical because the rules are very tough. I want to mainly focus on the price lock program. We have 3 projects, 2 that are built. The first one was Yellow Cab, which is on Bladensburg Road, a minority small business that got a large bioretention area and a new parking lot to stop discharging water into a cemetery and causing problems. Second one was Southern Homes Cooperative on Eastern Avenue. They got a new stormwater management system that helped improve an area near the road that wasn't that safe, wasn't that great. And now under construction is Stoddard Baptist Care on 18th Street. And they're getting a number of BMPs. All of these projects are being paid for through the SRC Price Lock program, along with Green and Urban and our partner Rain Plan. They are saving money for these residents. One is an adult care center. One is a multifamily cooperative run by district residents for 30 years. One is a small business that had a lot of issues. These programs affect small businesses. They help small businesses. I am concerned that money is getting in the way of remembering what is important. I think stormwater is a social justice issue. I think the people of the district deserve to get help and not have to pay a lot of money. And as a small business myself who does make money on these programs, they affect me also, but that's not the point. I think DOE, when I go and talk about stormwater to clients in Baltimore or else, I use DOE as an example of leadership because they're doing things no one else is doing. And I think this funding cuts are endangering that. And I think that's just sad and irresponsible. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Early. All right. Next, we have Andy Wyatt.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you
Good
so
afternoon.
much for sticking it out. I really appreciate it, and also appreciate your leadership. Andy Wyatt, National Policy Counsel with Grid Alternatives and a Brookland resident. Grid is a national nonprofit with the mission of building community-led solutions to advance economic and environmental justice through renewable energy, and our local affiliate, Grid Mid-Atlantic, has been providing DC residents with no-cost solar installation and paid job training for more than a decade, including in partnership with DOEE and DCSEU. Our work would be set back by these cuts significantly in ways that others have described in more detail over the course of today. More broadly, I want our work to illustrate the theme expressly across a lot of today's testimony that The kinds of investments that the mayor has proposed to cut, especially around clean energy, are a win-win-win-win proposition, as I know you are well aware. What this means is a single intervention, like overcoming barriers to rooftop solar for a lower moderate income household, can have a whole slew of benefits and a huge, wide-ranging return on investment. A household might go solar primarily to save money on their high Pepco bills, but they might also appreciate contributing to co-benefits like reducing climate pollution, other air pollution, which kills hundreds of district residents every year, emergency room visits, school absences from asthma, and the inequality exacerbated by all of those harms. Co-benefits like supporting the overall electric grid and reining in energy costs for all ratepayers, supporting local contractors and suppliers in the local economy, providing career training for local job seekers, including returning citizens, boosting resilience through enabling electrification and energy storage, inspiring neighbors to also go solar. That kind of marketing has tremendous value, building community ties and public trust, and also important, keeping DC as a model for policy and programs elsewhere, multiplying impact really when it's most crucial. And of course, that household's family savings would have positive ripple effects itself when spent locally in the community on things like quality food and home repairs. Now, if you're the returning citizen looking for career opportunities, maybe that's the primary benefit that this single investment made happen, and the rest are co-benefits. There's a word that lets us not have to decide which benefits are primary and which are co, which is multi-solving. It's just handy to think about the way that the mayor has proposed to cut investments that this council has widely set up to multi-solve many problems at the same time. And it's unfortunate that sometimes these benefits can't be easily fully captured in agency budget tables, but they're no less real for that. And if we're going to avoid counterproductive decisions, they have to be accounted for. Our problems are interconnected. They compound and mutually reinforce one another. If one thing unravels over here, things unravel over there. And if our solutions aren't just as interconnected, the way a lot of these funding programs do treat them, they will fall further and further behind. And so just to conclude, I'm grateful for the council's bigger picture, longer term, and holistic perspective on this year's budget. And I truly hope that you can preserve the environmental and clean energy investments that are some of the highest ROI, win-win-win, multi-solving tools that we have. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Andy. All right. Next, we had Absalom Jordan, but I do not see Absalom here, and I don't think that he is online. So next up, we have Ann Common.
Can you see me and can you hear me?
I can do both.
Okay.
So we're ready when you are.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify, and thank you for your leadership on the environment. I'm Ann Coleman, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Ward 3 Democratic Committee. I'm the committee's first vice chair and also a member of its Transportation and Environment Task Force. I missed about an hour of testimony, but I endorse everything I heard, and particularly the testimony on climate bills. I don't need to repeat what others said, but I want to emphasize why this means so much to Ward 3 Dems members. Ward 3 Dems wants to see money restored to the DOE budget, and in particular to SETF, and make sure it goes to healthy homes and other programs benefiting low and moderate income residents. Ward 3 Dems has supported and lobbied for virtually every climate bill since at least 2018, as well as some other environmental bills. Fighting climate change is one of our highest priorities. Our members also want good services and good lives for all DC residents. We haven't addressed the subject this year, but in past years, we have voted for tax raises, which would be likely to affect a number of our members because we wanted a better city. The Healthy Homes Act and the SETF are particular ways to fight climate change and do so with equity. The Healthy Homes Act prioritizes our most vulnerable residents, it invests in people's homes, in their livelihoods, and their health. We also want the council to cut out the Budget Support Act subtitles, which weaken and pause climate bills. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Anne. And the last person we had on this panel was Elizabeth Crawford, who is not here, but actually just emailed me. So I think we've got her testimony that we can put into the record. So we'll have that. All right, let me turn to a couple of quick questions here. Again, I want to be respectful that we've got a bunch more witnesses still to come, so I'm going to probably move fairly quickly here. But I wanted to, again, thank everybody for your testimony. I think, as I kind of reflect back on some of what I heard, especially folks that came in to testify in support of the Green Bank, of the PACE funding, really very consistent with what we had been hearing earlier panels as well, that these are programs that are highly successful, they're doing good work, they're helping be, everything from gap financing to kind of help complete projects to making sure they're getting done right. And my overall concern, and I have a hunch it would be echoed by our folks that testified on behalf of the Green Bank funding, when the district isn't delivering consistently on the district's investments and the amount of money we're putting into the Green Bank, it introduces uncertainty into the market and introduces uncertainty into that lending ability. And that really does damage to seeing the Green Bank for all the great things everyone has talked about of how important it's been. I mean, I think, I can't remember who, Mr. Doyle, you were talking, for example, it's turned into $35 million worth of investments in homes, faith institutions, retail, hotels. That's growth, right? I've been pretty critical. I think that a lot of elements in this agenda, in this budget, are not a growth agenda. It's actually withdrawing from the types of tools and investments that are actually helping create new housing and create new opportunities. So Mr. Doyle, if there's anything you wanted to add about this, of what happens when we don't reliably be putting funding into the Green Bank, how that then trickles out into other partner equity and lending institutions, how that then factors into other people that are putting together deals and their confidence in being able to get that funding.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the ability to speak. Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, the past several years, we've invested $35 million. So the DC Green Bank is the conduit to be able to do that. This is all private Nuveen capital. We're a $1 trillion investment manager. And frankly, the way that we set our goals nationally every year is we look for where we see the opportunity that meet our mission. And so without the DC Green Bank's help and their ability to be the conduit to be able to deploy the capital, that's really the critical piece here. So as I mentioned, we've invested in homes, places of worship, retail, self-storage. I mean, really trying to get dollars invested into communities in support of sustainable measures. So I think it's one where we have, as an investor, we have the ability to look at different offerings, and that can be, different sections of the country where we kind of start out with where do we want to see the best opportunity. And like I said, we've got a long track record in the district. So that's a kind of to your point, confidence is a critical piece in the finance space to say that, yes, we think that we're going to be able to execute, get your financing done so that you don't, have any financial difficulties. But yeah, it's a confidence is a critical piece here. The track record helps immensely, and the goal here is to keep that going here moving forward.
Got it. And Ms. Pitts, I'll bring you into this as well, but to both Mr. Doyle and Ms. Pitts, one of the things we've been trying to explore, and I'll be honest, I'm not sure if we're gonna be able to get it done this year or we want to use this year to help set it up so that we do this next year. But if we had the district be able to issue a green bond, I know there's mixed feelings about labeled bonds, but if we were able to create a green bond where the district folds in that bond into our debt service, it kind of takes it out of the year-to-year push and pull of, is the mayor going to cut the funding? Is the council trying to put it back? And I think it actually can start to put it on stable planning around the financing of it, that we actually have a bond issue that starts to give predictable amounts that are coming back in from the district. I don't know if you've seen other jurisdictions that have used a concept like that, or if you have any initial thoughts. If you don't, that's okay. But it's one of the things we're trying to explore what that could look like. And could that be one of the ways we create a predictable, stable amount of financing that's coming back in? That could be one idea. Mr. Fox, I welcome because you talked about the Green Bank as well, if there's any thoughts you have on that too.
Yeah, I would say the most important thing for projects like that we deal with, especially in the district, not all projects are cookie cutter. That's one of the issues. And we have had situations where we were dealing with tax-free bonds and other municipalities that looked at more, you needed to be within the box, so to speak, in order to make it work. So those bonds with some flexibility in terms of some of the covenants, that's really probably the most important thing for us as a developer. And also to be able to, with the main goal that we can offer our residents, because this is the key thing, is be able to offer residents those energy savings. And so to have those somehow linked, I think would be the most beneficial.
Okay. And Ms. Pitts or Mr. Doyle?
I would agree that, there's, everybody says each project is different, and I don't think necessarily that every project is different, but I do think that projects have different characteristics and different benefits. And so I can't speak specifically to the concept of the bond and, the structure and how much flexibility that would provide. But I think for us, stability in understanding programs, understanding funding levels for agencies like the DC Green Bank are critical, because we're often planning projects out, 18 months in advance, 2 years in advance, and putting in a lot of effort and building community consensus and relying on these programs to be in place when the time comes to go to construction. And so I think stability is key. And so anything that creates more stability would be welcomed. But I think that, as Mr. Fox said, flexibility around how benefits are implemented and project particulars should be flexible. The final thing I'll mention real quick is that the project sizes that we do are often on the smaller side for solar. The district, doesn't have a lot of really wide open rooftops, remaining. And so one of the barriers that we often see is that a lot of private lenders have minimum check sizes, and the projects that we do are fall below that. So something that retains a streamlined underwriting, process is also critical for the success of the projects that we do and my business.
Okay. Got it. That's helpful. All right. Let me turn to Mr. Riley and Ms. Peter. You've probably heard me since I've already said it several times today. I really don't think we're going to keep this BEPS subtitle. We worked collaboratively with a good number of stakeholders, the BEPS task force, to change the law just a few months ago. So I can respect you're representing your organization's position on this. But I will say we just went through this process. We made a lot of, I think, common sense and good decisions around making some revisions to it, which included kicking parts of BEPS down a little bit. To say that we're just in a different marketplace and environment than we were when BEPS was first conceived, yes, but that's going to probably vary from year to year anyway. If we just redid BEPS and made a series of changes that have literally only been in effect now for a couple of months, what's my rationale and justification to delay again?
Joe, do you want me to start, or do you want me to?
I think we have the same answer, right, Kat? So, the criteria for those exemptions for financial distress and vacancy still haven't been defined, right? We drafted up some that I shared with the task force as soon as that amendment, was passed. And it was an important amendment, and thank you, right? Thank you so much for it. But the criteria still don't exist, right? So nobody knows if what you have to do to prove that your property is financially distressed. None of that exists yet. And this program that's been in existence, 2018 and 2019 were our base years, right? And the cycle's almost over, and we still don't know what the criteria are for financial distress. So how do we even, so it's like it was a good improvement, and a very important one, but it's not there yet. And there's a whole lot of other recommendations we have to amend BEPS that some of them we had task force
Joe, I can
Go ahead,
shift you in here. I think the recommendations from the BEPS task force, the ones that made it into the BEPS Amendment Act, we applaud you. We thank you. They are critical. As Joe said, they take time in terms of getting the regs through, making sure that people understand what they're supposed to be doing. Time is our time is tough. And I mean that in the sense that when you pass something, when the council passes something, by the time that gets onto the ground and the people who are charged with administering it, as well as the people who have to comply with it, it takes time. And the pause allows the recalibration. We also acknowledge that the BEPS Amendment Act included, I believe it was, a number of critical improvements, but it wasn't all. The BEPS task force had a number of other issues that they've been working through. I think the list is close to, it's high. It's near the 20s in terms of other items that didn't make it into the bill. And there's a lot of questions surrounding it. And as Marshall had stated before, we would welcome the BEPS task force reinvigorating, and I don't think they need to be on call all the time or forever. But I do think their re-engagement is important as well as we work through getting the regs for the BEPS Amendment Act and all of those other issues that were discussed that didn't make it into the final bill.
Okay. Do you have any concerns about the buildings that have already made a lot of changes to come into BEPS compliance? I mean, if I'm a building that went through the process, made all my changes, and I'm now in BEPS compliance, and then I watch some of my neighbors say, well, I want to kind of keep kicking it down and I'll just get to it eventually. That didn't feel very fair to me.
And Joe would be the one who is the one that's already in compliance and working on behalf of folks that aren't. So Joe, I
well,
on that.
Councilmember Allen, you're right. It's like, all the buildings on my portfolio, we've got it there, right? Like they're all in compliance, right? But like I know from, other property owners that we work with that, they're not in the same boat. And it's not from a lack of effort. Sometimes you're just stuck. When your building's upside down in value, you can't do anything with it. You're just stuck. And these things take time to unwind.
I think we have about 200 member buildings right now that aren't on track in terms of compliance, which is where we got the $180 million in fines that we're looking at. That's not a light number. And it's a real number based on our calculations.
Well,
so that's a
I do
very
think there's some common ground there about making sure that it's very clear and defined what distress is.
Right.
So that works. And I know that we expect, and I'm not sure what conversations you have with DOE around the report that should be coming out. So we can certainly follow up with DOE on that as well. Mr. Mefford, let me bring you in. I mean, you kind of spent some time talking about how all the things you did do to bring your building in. You're not a for-profit, so I'm sure you stretched in certain places. But how do you feel about that as somebody who just went through a process with your own building?
Yeah, I mean, we went through the same pandemic that a lot of office building owners went through. We were looking at, values that weren't favorable for what we were doing. And we chose to invest in clean energy. We chose to invest in over 100 rooftop solar panels, a clean kitchen. I think the thing that we're talking about, if I could just be brutally honest, is that we're not looking to operate within an economy. We're a faith-based community center. We have a different set of values. Our values are not about exploiting as many people as we can for profits so that our CEOs can make as much money as they possibly can. We see and envision an economy for DC and for the world, frankly, where more people are brought in. We went from, the weekend before I started, which was February of 2020, right before the pandemic started, I sat down with our finance chair and we were $400,000 underwater before the pandemic. We chose to reimagine the building, the ministry, the whole purpose of what we were doing. And now we're able to, and it's because of programs like the DC Green Bank, it's because of DOE, it's because of DCSEU that we're able to now have a building that is larger in size, that went from being the home to 7 nonprofits to now being the home of over 25, while doing fiscal sponsorship for 20 nonprofits. And it's because we don't believe in an economy that's exploitative. We believe in an economy that's inclusive, that's giving, and that does reward. I mean, we are staying afloat because we have a building that has greatly
I'm gonna
lessened
catch up just a little bit because listen, we're on hour 9 or so. Totally good with everyone speaking about their values and what they bring to it. I want to be careful because I don't want anybody to speak for what they believe someone else's motives are, because I don't think that's going to be a very productive conversation. I do want to be able to hear from everybody. So I hear you loud and clear, though, about what you believe your values are and what you're trying to do, but I just want to caution not to.
But there's a way forward for us to be, for this to happen and for it to work and for us to not to lessen the standards. That's my point.
Okay. I would love to make sure everybody gets credit for advocating for SETF funds to make sure that those are there, which can help with all of our BEPS compliance. And I do note, I heard both of you, Mr. Riley and Ms. Peter, note that as well. I'd love that to be the first thing you said, but I still note it. I appreciate it. That's where I think we want to go. So I want to thank you for that. Mr. Fox as well, you talked about some of the interconnection issues, and I'd love to have my staff follow up with you afterwards as well to make sure we can get that. It's something we've been very frustrated with.
More than happy to talk.
Both on the small residential and on the big project. So I appreciate that. All right, we've got 2 more panels to go. We're at 6 p.m., so I'm going to kind of keep us moving. But thank you all very much for your testimony and look forward to following up with you. All right, next up, let me turn to panel number 10, and I'm going to take a little bit of chair's prerogative here. I might reorder a couple of things here. So I'm going to call up Zeke and Katie Frazier-Plant right up here. Cleo Bowen-Wiggins, if you want to come on up. All right. I think we have Robbie Pincus online. Nope. Robbie Pincus here? No. Okay. All right. Do I have Stella Tarnay, co-founder and executive director of Capital Nature? All right. Online. Do I have Tracy Bowen, interim executive director of the Rock Creek Conservancy? Do I have Dusty Horwit? All right. If you want to grab a chair just kind of on the side there, we're able to bring 2 extra chairs in on either sides. All right. I don't see Dennis Chestnut here. Is Dennis online? Oh, good. All right. Dennis is online. All right. Bala Silverman. Okay. I don't think we have Bala Silverman. Jamerson Watson. Don't think we have Jameson. Where is it? Gene Stewart, I think, is online. William Washburn. All right, we've got Mr. Washburn online. Lucy Baer. Andrea Contreras. All right. Lauren Taylor. right, Ms. Taylor, if you wouldn't mind just coming up here, what we'll do is we'll cycle folks in. All right, and that is your panel. Okay. All right, I'm gonna start. Okay, got it. All right, so what I'm gonna do is actually start in the order I called. So I'm gonna have Zeke, Katie, Cleo, then Stella, who's online right after that. Okay, so when you're ready, if you push the buttons, the red light comes on, you're all set.
Good evening, Chairman and council members. Thank you for taking the time to hear from all of us today. We are currently and undeniably enduring the impact of climate change caused by human activity. The city itself has acknowledged that this is a case, and for more than a decade now has been taking immense action to address this on a local level. These actions have paid off, and in 2017, we were recognized as a LEED Platinum city. However, these accolades pale in comparison to the effect that sustainable development and the uptake of sustainable energy have had on DC. We have the largest amount of park space relative to our population, which is beneficial not only to the natural species that inhabit this region, but also helps protect the citizens of DC by keeping the city cooler in times of extreme heat. Our Green Bank, established in 2018, invested $11 million in sustainable, affordable housing in 2024. The FY 2024 report published by the Green Bank projected that over 40 million gallons of water would be retained annually as a result of their investments. DC is recovering from a severe and record-breaking drought of 2024, and the Green Bank investment is helping this recovery immensely. Now, I got this number from their report. I'm not totally sure if it's accurate, but a negative 91.9% shift from the 2025 operating budget is completely inappropriate to the circumstances and runs counter to the best interests of DC's citizens. The Green Bank is unique as an investment group due to the nature of their goals. They seek not to personally enrich themselves and their firm, but to create a more equitable and sustainable future for DC. Goals like this open up the potential of their investment as impacts enormously, as they are able to focus on longer-term investments that mature more gradually and support the community more, as opposed to shorter-term investments that sort of seek to get immediate financial return and gain without regard for the impact of the firms they've invested in. Critically, in light of the rapid pace of climate change, this type of investment provides a stabilized financial base for companies and individuals recovering from climate-related setbacks, which creates broader financial stability. In addition to this, the Green Bank collaborates with DC Sustainable Energy Utility, a program that, among other things, supports those who are vulnerable to temperature extremes. This partnership only strengthens the DC community, helping to prevent injuries caused by temperature extremes and supporting those who cannot transition to clean energy on their own. Providing affordable ways to transition to clean energy not only helps the environment in this moment of ongoing crisis, but enables a greater degree of flexibility to those who need it most. And aside from being the moral and actual duty of the government to provide for and protect the citizens it governs, these actions bolster the local economy and provide a basis for financial and energetic stability in times of natural disaster. The probability of a natural disaster has increased significantly in recent years, as you are probably aware. On top of this, the investments made by the Green Bank are projected to produce 3,160 jobs in DC, which during a time of mass firings at federal level will help sustain the local economy and make sure that we do not just sort of hemorrhage people and money and experience. For all the reasons discussed above and the urgency engendered in response to the climate crisis, I urge you not to cut funding for a revenue-generating program that supports both the citizens of the nation's capital, local businesses, and the environment, while also bolstering the city's resilience to natural disasters. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, next, is it Kate or Katie Fraser Plant? Katie Fraser Plant. All right. Good evening, and whenever you're ready.
My name is Katie Daphne Fraser Plant, and I've lived in Ward 5 for my whole life, which is nearly 14 years. I'm testifying today about the mayor's supposed cuts of DOEE's budget. Already this week, my family and I have had to stay inside because of a code orange air quality alert. We live in a neighborhood struggling with industrial pollution. We are just up the road from Ivy City, which is dealing with school bus idling pollution. Code red is the most dangerous sign for air quality, and code orange is terrifyingly close to the worst. My parents have been trying to prevent the auto body shop from releasing paint fumes into our yard for most of my life. There are days when the city's air quality doesn't have a code, but I still can't go or play outside. DOEE is a part of DC's government that takes care of the environment. If it isn't funded, there's no way for us to have clean air or clean rivers. It has to be completely funded. I've also heard about the supposed stadium at RFK. It seems ridiculous that we are considering spending $4 billion on a stadium when the city will get nothing out of ticket sales and we're not charging them property tax or sales tax, especially when we're paying for the stadium with our taxes. I want the council to change the proposed stadium deal. If it was signed, I want you to take charge of the developer of those taxes and make them pay DC for their part of ticket sales. I also want you to vote no on the budget, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Katie. Next, I was going to go to Cleo. Good evening.
All right. As stated, my name is Cleo Bowen-Wiggins. I am a 9th grader at the School Without Walls, DC Public High School. I just want to thank you all for being here tonight. I was born and raised in DC, and I have always noticed how the city has seen incredible environmental foresight in the past decades. As a kid, I grew up and watching my dad becoming a key figure in the green building movement, and this city was the first ever in the US to require LEED certified buildings. And thanks in part to the council, my family has been able to afford solar panels on our roof. We are even able to contribute electricity back to the grid. I am proud to say that my neighborhood and many other neighborhoods in the city are filled with stormwater management systems, keeping the rivers and waters of DC clean. And it brings me so much joy that each block I walk to get from the metro to my school in the morning has the shade of at least one green tree. And in this city, I can spend my weekend hiking and biking through Rock Creek Park, but now it's all at risk. I've heard countless peers voicing their concerns about what DC's environmental agency will look like in coming years. And because of Mayor Bowser's incredibly incompetent decision to cut the DOEE's budget, I fear these concerns may come to fruition. I'm here today as one of your youth constituents, begging you to restore all of the funding to the DOEE's budget. Make it your top priority. Think of my generation and the generation after that, and then the one after that. Think of your children and your nieces and your nephews. We need this to be a top priority. Use the foresight that has filled DC for years and protect the future of the young. We are begging you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, next up, we'll go to Stella Tarnay. I think, Stella, you're online, so let me turn to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon or evening, Chairman Allen. My name is Stella Tarnay, and I'm co-founder and executive director of Capital Nature. Thank you so much for hosting this hearing. It's such an important venue for many voices. I'm here to express my concern about the proposed deep cuts to DOE's budget, like many of us here. We know this is a difficult time for the district. I understand the mayor needs to balance priorities, as does the council, in very challenging federal climate. Leaning into economic development makes sense, but slashing environmental programming and resources is not the way to do it. We have concurrent priorities on the environment, and they ultimately connect to the district's economy. I'll focus on 3. The first is the area of human health. Some communities continue to be disproportionately impacted by climate change. When a heat wave strikes, the elderly and children are the first to be affected. Communities in wards 1, 5, 7, and 8 are the most vulnerable. So, what does disinvestment in climate mitigation and adaptation programs look like? It means more cardiovascular cases, more asthma, and more heat stroke, more deaths. Unmitigated heat has also been shown to increase mental health problems and incidents of violence, creating even more suffering. With the proposed budget cuts, our most vulnerable communities again will be carrying the burden of fiscal austerity. And let's not forget the district-wide economic impacts. Inattention to heat mitigation will inevitably lead to greater numbers of emergency room visits and Medicaid claims that will put an increased burden on the public budget. Money saved in one area will increase costs in another. I was struck by your earlier statement about it being a bit of a shell game. Second, let me speak to blue-green infrastructure. The district's BGI projects, implemented by DOE staff and their contractors, have really gotten up to speed, standing as visible reminders that the DC government cares about community well-being and helping manage persistent flooding throughout our city with attractive bioswales and rain gardens. Residents are finally seeing evidence of BGI efficacy and what it looks like in their neighborhoods. But even before the proposed budget cuts, BGI innovations were facing a challenge. Lack of maintenance has meant that in some cases, too many, bioswales can become dumping grounds for trash and collections of weeds. Last year, we welcomed Council's renewed commitment to BGI management and maintenance. Now, proposed budget cuts will mean that these valuable interventions won't have a chance to succeed. And there's, again, the economic picture. Funds for blue-green infrastructure most often go to local contractors, as we've heard throughout the day, some of whom have participated in green job development programs, who will now be cut out of the economic opportunity loop. Because vulnerable communities east of the river have been the focus of much of this work, once again, abandoned commitment will be most visible in wards 5, 7, and 8, with money flowing downtown and to the stadium. Thirdly, I'm deeply concerned about the proposed disinvestment in programs supported by the BAG bill and in River Smart Homes. Proceeds from BAG fees fund important education and outreach programs, and we heard some moving testimony about that. Without them, many residents, especially children, will not have access to healthy outdoor education or learn about the importance of cleaning our Anacostia River. If we want a green opportunity pipeline, this is where it starts. Similarly, River Smart Home projects are a tangible outreach and demonstration tool that not only supports watershed biodiversity and flood management, very dear to my green heart, but that educates entire neighborhoods about the value of sustainable landscaping. Whether for environmental education or River Smart Home installations, work is usually performed by local contractors and nonprofits who are deeply committed to their communities and who make every dollar work twice. Withdrawing district funds will do more economic harm than good. Just doesn't make sense. Council, this is not the time to step back from environmental investments. They are needed now. They support the health of our residents, they protect our neighborhoods in the face of extreme heat and flooding, and they bring economic value to communities in a way that multiplies every dollar invested. Finally, they help the next budding generation of district residents see themselves in a successful, environmentally sustainable economy. I urge you to consider again their value and put the money back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we're going to turn to Tracy Bowen. Ms. Bowen, sorry to interrupt you. If you'll push the button so the red light comes on.
Oh,
there you go.
All good? Good afternoon, good evening, not afternoon. I'm Tracy Bowen, Interim Executive Director for Rock Creek Conservancy, a watershed organization and philanthropic steward partner of Rock Creek National Park. I appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening about issues we see in the mayor's proposed DOE 2026 budget. I just want to, before I begin, acknowledge that I've been here since 10 o'clock, taking in all of this incredible energy of the power of this energy of organizations that are working in this city to make such a big impact. It's very inspiring. And to see the depth of relationship that DOEE has in so many ways with so many organizations, I just am only disappointed that you're the only council member sitting here today. And I appreciate that we're speaking to the choir, to you and Connor, but I hope that there's somebody listening out in the hinterland here.
You could put one more plug in for Monday's, what do we call it? Green Day of Action? Green something.
Do you think council members will be here and present on that day?
Yes.
Okay, good.
But I know there's a big effort planned on Monday, right? Okay, Mark's giving me a nod. All right, so yes.
Okay, well, my comments, I'm going to try to whip through this. I've been trying to narrow them down a little bit, but my comments are focused on the deep cuts that are proposed for DOE's Natural Resources Administration specifically. That organization or that division within DOEE is, as I understand it right now, with the proposed budget, able to maintain all of their full-time staff, but otherwise will be suffering an 89% cut. 89, they'll have 11% of a budget to work with. What is that? Is that something realistic for us to expect of them? It's unbelievable. It's not realistic. The thing that we work with with DOE on is the green infrastructure maintenance and water quality monitoring programs, both which are zeroed out for the budget. The Conservancy works with the Alliance for Chesapeake Bay. We are a sub-grantee through DOE for those pieces of work. We have a green infrastructure maintenance team of 5 staff members who have been trained by the Chesapeake Conservation Landscape Council to do the hard and often thankless work of removing sediment, replacing rocks, clearing inlets, and managing vegetation. Without this funding, our staff and the many others who do this specialized green infrastructure work, you met some of them today, are going to lose their livelihoods. I'm going to share a statement made by Michael Robinson. He asked for me to share this with you today. He's one of our green infrastructure team members. He shares, "This job has helped me stay focused and on the right track in life. I've learned and continue to learn so much about green infrastructure and how it prevents water pollution flowing from the streets to the creek. I am proud of my work and me and my teammates. We work hard, we have purpose, and can see how we are making a difference for neighborhoods and people all over the city. The power of this work is hard to describe unless you spend time with those people and our team that are out there doing this every day. And it's super inspiring and meaningful and making a difference for everybody. The district has invested tens of millions of dollars through capital budgets to build these green infrastructure facilities, and failing to maintain them will increase calls to your offices with neighbors complaining, shorten their lifespan and their ability to manage stormwater runoff, and leave DC in violation of the Clean Water Act. If DC is out of compliance of its MS4 permit, our city will be subject to a $35,000 fine per day per violation. It's clear that the mayor doesn't think that the EPA is going to be, I guess, enforcing the Clean Water Act, but there are other mechanisms that are able to enforce it. There is the citizen suit component of the Clean Water Act that you can only bet on that there are a lot of people that have been in the room today that are prepared and ready for that to take action, to enforce this issue. Regarding the stormwater fee, we urge the council to work with DOEE to increase the fee. The stormwater fee has remained the same since 2010, resulting in less funds to keep up with green infrastructure maintenance. My question for you today is, can the council consider right now and taking action on that and increasing that fee? Is that something that can happen? It would help right now in this challenging budgetary time we're in. And that would be a request for consideration. We request you keep the stormwater fee funds in the DOE budget. The mayor's budget is taking these fees from DEO's budget and moving them to other city agency budgets. Please don't let that happen. Please bring them back. The water quality monitoring program has also been zeroed out. This program helps keep district residents safe and fills a critical gap by collecting weekly E. coli data during the spring and summer recreation season at high-use locations in Rock Creek, Anacostia, and Potomac River. The Rock Creek is chronically impaired with high levels of bacteria and E. coli, and it's often just not safe to be in contact with water, and this is an important public health action that's happening. Please restore those funds. Finally, we ask that the council keep the special purpose revenue funds as non-lapsing funds. It is imperative that these funds remain available to support their original intent. I know that you, Councilman Allen, were very involved back in the day with the bag fee, and it's unconscionable that that can now be used in other ways than what was expected. We believe that the city is we know that the city is in a constrained budget. But during lean times, the public can see what the true priorities are. In the mayor's proposed budget, we are seeing increases to many of the city's agencies that support land and building development. While the DOE's budget is being raided, we ask the council to restore DOE's budget to at least the minimum of the fiscal year 2025 budget, which we already acknowledged earlier today that budget has been already crippled last year. We thought it was a crippling year last year. So we've got to keep it, got to hold our own here, please. And my next question is, you're sitting here by yourself. We're talking to you. We're going to come Monday, but what else can we do to help you? Because this is a crisis. And if you want to offer any guidance to us on how we can support you, we would love to hear it.
I will do that. I'm going to make sure everybody has a chance to speak on the panel. I'm happy to make sure I address that directly too. So thank you very much. All right, next I've got Dusty Horwit, and you can just bend the mic towards you. The camera will follow and get you.
Is like that?
Yep.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
I live in Ward 3 and am a member of the DC chapter of the Sierra Club. I urge the council to restore the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, funding and ensure it goes to the Healthy Homes Act and other clean and affordable housing programs that benefit low and moderate income households. The council must ensure the fund is not diverted for use on unrelated projects. Protecting healthy homes funding is important to me because I've worked as an environmental advocate on natural gas related issues for 20 years. I've learned that natural gas is dirty and that we should move away from it through investments like healthy homes funding. One of the risks posed by natural gas is to water quality. I learned about this risk in memorable fashion when I testified about 15 years ago before the New York City Council regarding the potential that high volume fracking for natural gas in upstate New York could contaminate New York City's drinking water supply, which comes from upstate reservoirs. Producing natural gas involves toxic chemicals and secret chemicals and has caused water contamination. At one point in the hearing, one of the New York City Council members said in his thick New York accent, "The purity of New York City's drinking water is absolutely critical to the great taste of our bagels and pizza." I laughed, and then I looked around the hearing room. No one was laughing. This was very, very serious for New York City. And not just because of the bagels and pizza. New York State estimated that if drilling for gas had contaminated the city's water supply, it would have cost at least $8 billion to build a water treatment plant to remove the contamination and $200 million each year to operate it. In part because of this risk, New York banned high-volume fracking in 2014. We faced a similar risk in DC about a decade ago when there was interest in drilling for gas in the George Washington National Forest, which contains headwaters for the Potomac River, our sole source of raw drinking water. Both of our major water providers, DC Water and Washington Aqueduct, wrote to the Forest Service expressing opposition to drilling in the forest due to the risk that our drinking water could be contaminated. Perhaps in light of this opposition, the Obama administration put most of the forest off limits to gas drilling, and interest in drilling there has subsided. One of the ways to ensure that this potential for drilling near our water supply is not renewed is to reduce our consumption of natural gas. Healthy Homes funding can help us do that by allowing low and middle income households to transition from using gas to using electricity, which can be powered by clean, renewable energy. This funding is important too to reduce indoor air pollution from gas, which I have seen measured firsthand in my own apartment, where we have a gas stove. As many DC residents as possible should have the opportunity to breathe clean indoor air by transitioning away from gas. Healthy Homes funding is a critical investment toward that goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next I've got Dennis Chestnut. And Dennis, I see you online.
Yes, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Definitely thank you, Councilmember Allen, for hanging in there through this, all of this wonderful testimony. This has been a masterclass in what's important for Washington, D.C. and the residents of our city. I'm here today on behalf of the Committee of 100 of the Federal City, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Dennis Chestnut, and I'm the co-chair of the Parks and Environment Subcommittee of the Committee of 100. Shelley Rep is the chair of the committee, and C100 supports DOEE's programs to promote and protect livability, health, and safety in the District of Columbia. I will spare some of the, I submitted this written testimony, so that you'll have the opportunity to read it in full. But I do want to focus in on a few key points. One, the operating budget. The C100 is encouraged by the continuation of these programs in the proposed FY26 operating budget. Urban sustainability is fully funded. The Office of Urban Agriculture, USDA grant for this program is intact in the federal budget, so we're encouraged by that. Building code updates led by the Department of Buildings. The Attorney General is reviewing construction code updates, air quality compliance, and the C100 also urges that funding for these programs can be increased above the proposed FY26 budget. Utility affordability. In line with our strong interest in equity, we support DOEE's utility assistance programs, which assists low-income residents with their energy and utility bills. LIHEAP, while the program was minimally affected in 2025, for 2026 is up in the air and may be eliminated to the elderly and disabled, and we're very concerned about that. The availability of needed federal funds is unclear. The capital budget in FY25, PEPCO provided $11.75 million for dredging the Anacostia River and will provide the same amount in 2026. So C100 supports the use of capital funds to continue implementing the Anacostia River sediment project. The Natural Resources Division carries out essential work in stream restoration here in the city. And for Oxen Run restoration, the capital funding is in place. Planning for Pope Branch restoration is complete, and planning has begun for Watts Branch in Ward 7. However, non-personnel costs will be reduced by 24%. It is unclear if the important work on bioretention will be funded. So I will finish with actually saying we're glad to see the FTE employees at DOE being retained, but given that taking away the funding for their ability to implement the resources is just going to be devastating, especially for the communities east of the river, where finally wards 5, 7, and 8 are beginning to get focused on for some of the resources and the great work that the department has been doing. So we really support full funding for DOEE, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chestnut. All right, next on our witness list, we had Bala Silverman, who I don't think is here or online, and Jamerson Watson, who I don't think we have here. All right, Gene Stewart, we're going to turn to you next. Good evening. Gene, I think you might be on mute.
Sorry about that.
There we go.
Good evening, Chairman Allen, and thank you for hanging in there with us this long while. I am Jean Stewart. I'm a 55-year resident of Ward 1. I'm a Sierra Club and WIN volunteer and have long been an advocate for environmental justice and affordable housing. I, too, oppose the raid on SETF funding. It's a trust, not a piggy bank. And I am distressed that the mayor's proposed budget will reverse several years of hard work for so many of us volunteers and you, our current elected representatives, and former council members Wells and Che, your staffs, and DOEE. We all believe that environmental justice is a moral requirement. The mayor is turning her back on our more vulnerable residents in favor of making DC into a big entertainment venue, the costs of which will disproportionately benefit big bucks and investors and wealthy visitors and residents. I have heard it said that some in the executive believe that DC's forward-looking environmental programs put the city 10 years ahead of many other jurisdictions, so now we can rest on our laurels. If this is in fact a belief, it is totally backward. Continuing to invest in fossil fuel systems will lock in use of unhealthy, climate-destroying methane gas for many years to come, while everyone else moves ahead to greater energy efficiency and lower energy costs. The mayor's proposed budget would invest in presenting a glittering facade while leaving the workers and small businesses that actually support our city in the dust. The mayor also talks about how important it is to keep residents in DC and to attract new residents. Her proposed budget would do exactly the opposite, driving people out who cannot continue to afford to live here and not attracting people who want to live in a place that has clean air and water and who do not want to be saddled with ever-increasing fossil fuel bills. I also ask that you would please work with Councilmember Lewis George to take at the very least $18 million of SETF monies from DGS and return these trust funds to DOEE, as I testified yesterday at the facilities budget hearing. And I have submitted more lengthy written testimony, and I plan to be at the Wilson Building on Monday. And thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, and thank you also for hanging in there to be able to testify tonight. Mr. Washburn, I think you're still there online, so let me turn to you.
All right. Good evening, Council Chair Allen, Bill Washburn, Chair of the Environmental and Climate Justice Committee for the NAACP DC branch. And I want to thank you for this opportunity to testify regarding the proposed budget for DOEE. We will be submitting written testimony both for this hearing today and for the hearing that was held on the 2nd of this month for DDOT. So what I want to do is basically just to say that the notion that an agency whose programs are working so well, both to help stimulate the economy, to stimulate economic opportunity for residents and businesses located in wards 5, 7, and 8, and that are doing so much to help residents reduce pollution from lead and pollution from traffic-related air pollutants, to come up and propose this kind of a huge cut is really what we would call penny-wise, pound foolishness. And this is because what it is doing is to render the city a liar in its commitment to environmental justice and social and economic justice, particularly for its residents who live particularly in those wards. And there is a short-sightedness to this budget because what basically is doing is looking to torpedo these programs basically to pay its utility bills. Well, doggone it, these programs, and the city has other initiatives that are supposed to be moving it to decarbonize its own facilities, okay? Furthermore, decarbonizing developments is something that a lot of private businesses are finding helps their bottom line, okay? Let me mention the Empire State Building, built in 1931. Back in 2009, 2010, they undertook a huge energy efficiency retrofit for that building. It cost over $100 million. They didn't ask for any city or state money because they penciled out their bottom line and they figured out they could save $4.4 million a year just from the energy improvements. Now, that building's been around for almost 100 years. It will likely be around long enough for those improvements to pay themselves off. This is the kind of forward thinking that we expect our city to follow through on. What the city is proposing is going to result in deferred maintenance to the health of our residents, deferred maintenance to the environment, to the quality of life of our communities. And it basically is akin to a gambling addict who keeps shorting their mortgage money to pay for gambling debt, okay? And also deferred maintenance is what people do when they just drive their car and they never put oil in the car. Guess what? The engine seizes up and you're faced with a repair bill of thousands of dollars. So what we are asking the mayor and the council to do is to shift their gears and start looking at life cycle costing, start looking at the problems that they can prevent by funding programs the way they need to be funded now. And with that, I end. And my apologies, I'm going to have to get off of this call to go to a meeting in Waldorf. But if you have some questions for me right now, Mr. Chairman, I'll be happy to address.
Thank you, Mr. Washburn. As always, appreciate your testimony. And if you got, we're almost at the end of this panel. If you got to slip out before, it's okay. We know we can track you down. I'll just say ditto to basically everything you said. Okay, let me turn next. We had Lucy Bear, but I don't think Lucy was here. All right. I had Andrea Contreras. Good evening.
Good evening. Yeah. Good evening. My name is Andrea Contreras, and I have been a resident of DC for 4 years. I'm urging you to please restore funding for DC's Department of Energy for FY26. They do incredible work, all of which is in peril of being lost and can result in harming the health and well-being of the residents of this city and of our environment. Today, I specifically want to focus on the DC Community Science Water Quality Monitoring Program. This incredible effort is managed by the Alliance for the Chesapeake Bay in partnership with the Anacostia River Keeper, Rock Creek Conservancy, and Nature Forward. It monitors about 24 to 26 sites every Wednesday from May to September and makes important information available to the public. It protects human health and can help us understand the efficacy of infrastructure projects that this city has funded. I have been a volunteer with this program for 3 years, and I have 3 sites that I frequent. So I go to the boathouse near Key Bridge, Thompson Boats House near the Georgetown waterfront, and Tidal Basin. These are all places where my neighbors and many of the visitors in our city recreate in our waters. I monitor these sites before work, usually sticking jars and probes in the water before 7:15 a.m. And usually I end up talking to someone about what I'm doing. So just so you know, this is prime kayaking and rowing time. So there's a lot of people around. I've had folks conducting flip tests in their kayaks ask me about water while the CSO lights are on, meaning that discharge is actively being dumped into the rivers. And I've had people in the metro ask me about my cooler and my bucket while I'm on my way to drop off samples at the lab. I'm always happy to share information with them and point them to the resources that can keep them informed about when our waters are safe. People are curious and they value this information. This program is also incredibly important to me personally because it was a huge part of how DC started to feel like home. It was my great way to supporting my community. Since being involved in this program, I have taken the boat tours and I've learned about the history of the city. I've attended river festivals and volunteered in projects that range from environmental education to forest restoration. This has allowed me to make connections to my community and to give back to my neighbors who have made this city such an incredible place to call home. Eliminating funding for this project would have immediate and negative consequences. Public access to water quality information would be reduced or lost altogether for key recreation sites. Years of trust building between residents and environmental organizations would be undermined, and a proven and cost-effective model for community science would be abandoned at a time when public engagement and environmental literacy are more important than ever. On behalf of residents, visitors, and workers across the city, we urge the council to protect the health of district residents and restore funding for the DC Volunteer Water Quality Monitoring Project in the FY26 budget. This program exemplifies the best of what government, nonprofits, and residents can accomplish together. Thank you for your leadership in considering this request. And I have a couple seconds. I just want to give a huge shout out all of the staff at all the organizations that are a part of this, all of the other volunteers are incredible. And yeah, they're excited to help their city and keep being there for our neighbors. So thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. All right, Ms. Taylor. All right, could I ask one person to swap seats? Thank you very much. Don't go far, so I have questions. All right, Ms. Taylor, good evening. And I'll turn it over to you.
Good evening. Hello. My name is Lauren Taylor. I'm a doctoral candidate in sociology at the illustrious Howard University. I'm a resident of Ward 1 and someone deeply engaged in environmental as well as racial justice through both research and lived experience. I've studied disaster recovery, community health, and environmental racism, but I'm here this evening not as an academic, but as a neighbor and an advocate. We cannot have health equity in DC if our housing makes people sick. Across the district, especially in communities like Shaw, Berry Farm, and Deanwood, we see a clear pattern. Black and brown residents are disproportionately exposed to mold, lead, poor air quality, as well as structural as well as structural neglect. In my neighborhood, I've spoken with families forced to choose between paying rent and treating chronic asthma. I've walked past construction zones and public housing that sit half finished, as well as tenants living with rodents, which we've seen countless stories about that, broken ventilation, or extreme heat. I've also seen new constructions go up, pandering to new community members that don't resemble the historical demographics of this area and causing the longtime residents to no longer afford to live here. Healthy housing isn't just a tenant issue, it's a public health crisis. We know that DC children in wards 5, 7, and 8 experience some of the highest asthma rates in the nation, tied directly to poor indoor air quality. The structural racism baked into housing policy is literally costing us lives as well as millions in emergency care. We urge you to fund and fully implement proactive housing inspections, mold remediation programs, and green retrofits, not just in market rate housing, but in places where working families, which I'm a product of, seniors and children live every day. And while we talk about justice, I want to be clear, justice delayed is justice denied. We cannot ask residents to wait another year, another budget cycle, another pilot program, especially not while developers receive tax incentives and clean subsidies that never trickle down to us. We deserve housing that doesn't make us sick. We deserve clean air and safe pipes. We deserve to stay in neighborhoods and thrive. As someone whose life is literally rooted in social justice for those that are most neglected, I see healthy housing as the foundation of everything else that we fight for: stability, education, wellness, as well as joy. I urge you, please restore $50 million to the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, fund healthy housing now, not as a gesture, but as a moral, environmental, and public health imperative. Thank you so much for your time and commitment to DC, where hopefully every home can be safe. And I feel like I'm preaching to the choir, but thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Dr. To-be Taylor. So thank you, everybody, for this panel. Some of this we've kind of gone through a little bit throughout the day, but I want to make sure I acknowledge the hard work and your testimony here. I mean, I think everybody on this panel agrees the really steep cuts to DOEE are devastating. They're going to have a very detrimental impact on our city. And as I talked about in my opening many hours ago at this point, these are also locking in generational bad decisions. So when we make a bad decision to build a structure that we're not going to go net zero, we're not going to do the right thing, we lock that in for the next 50, 75 years, because ideally, if we're going to build a building, it's going to outlast all of us. Maybe not the three of you, but the rest of us, it's going to outlast us. So I think that we have a lot of work to do. The budget, and I think a couple of people talked about this as well, while it does not remove FTEs essentially, so in terms of the personnel, when it leaves them no resources to actually do the job that we want them to do, that's one of our earlier panelists kind of like, what are we doing here? That's not going to do the good work and doesn't support the work that they're doing. And I also appreciate everyone's kind of distinguished between actually a lot of confidence in the staff at DOEE, the programs that are administered there, and the good folks that are trying really hard, and what is a budget decision that is being put down on them, frankly. And that is a significant part of, I think, what we're trying to fight against. Let me go right at, sorry, I gotta go back through my notes here, to, I think, Ms. Bowen, you talked about this. The questions that you kind of asked around, so what could we do? What could we do different? When it comes to fees, we're looking at everything. I'm not going to sit here right now and say, yeah, here's how we would adjust stormwater fees, for example, but I want you to know we are doing our due diligence to look at every fee we can to think through what would be both fair and just, but some way where we can generate some revenue, because it is not the way the budget comes to the council. I can't just say, I want to restore all the funds that got rated out of the SETF. I have to find the funds somewhere else or generate them to then put them back. We are working very hard to figure out how to do that, but we can talk about the stormwater. For those of you that have been here for a couple hours as well, you heard, what essentially is happening is that the mayor's taken the funds out of DPW from street sweeping and just spent them somewhere else, but that left a hole at DPW. So then what she did is she came in and said, let me take all the stormwater funds from DOEE, because there's one little piece that street sweeping qualifies as stormwater management. And yes, street sweeping is good. Sent it all over to DPW. you're not getting any more street sweeping than you already had. There's no actual addition happening at DPW, but now DOEE's stormwater management is left with a giant hole. Then that triggers the next problem, which is if we're out of compliance with our MS4 permit, well, then now we can be fined. And you could say, well, you know, at least for the time being, we don't really have a federal administration that cares all that much about the environment, so maybe they won't care. I don't think we should ever plan on some type of like ideological consistency from these guys. If they see an opportunity to take a whack at the District of Columbia, they seem to want to do it, whether it's consistent with what they just said 30 minutes ago or not. So I think you could actually see an EPA or others that want to go hard at the district simply because they can. So we have to be very careful about that and see what those consequences are. And I don't think the budget that was proposed and put in front of us does that. So we have a lot of work to help unwind and restore. I'm also I want to be very cautious about when we go do these, when we increase fees though, because what we've seen now multiple years in a row, when we create something, even raising some revenue for a special purpose, the administration locks those funds up and doesn't spend them even though they were appropriated. And in the very next budget cycle, even though it might be a fee that the mayor complained about that the council put in, more than happy to take the money and go spend it on something else. And then now we've created another hole. So year in and year out, that's been a significant problem. And that is something we continue to fight. And I can't remember who it was that said it, but it was very apt of when you're, maybe it was when you're in your very lean budget, that's when you really see where your priorities are. You really can see it. And this budget to me is one that has one of the most stark contrasts in a budget that I've been a part of. This is my 10th year as a council member. I was a council staffer for 8 years before that. To see $1 billion available for something that's a priority over here, but then massive cuts to everything else. I think that's in very stark relief, and we know who it is that is going to be hurt the most. It's possible we need to convince every environmental group just to maybe become a part owner of an NFL franchise, and that could guarantee more funding. Let me just double check here, my notes here. Ms. Taylor, in terms of the air quality issues that you talked about as well, this is something that, especially as we look at the structural environmental racism that exists, I think you're spot on. I will say that we've worked actually collaboratively with DOEE around some different air quality monitoring to take place in some areas where we're seeing that type of construction or other spaces. But while I do find a responsive agency when we reach out, there's just so many structural problems that aren't there, and this budget's not going to allow them to really be able to respond the way they need to. Ms. Contreras, I'm actually not as familiar with the DC Community Science Water Monitoring Program. Do you know can you share a little bit about where that's funded?
It's out of natural resources.
Natural resources, okay.
Yeah,
right.
it's
So
the division that's got 11% of its funding left.
Yeah.
Okay. So I will not be supporting it.
Got it.
Money for that.
All right. There is only so much Metro rides with a cooler and a bucket that's going to make up the costs for that. Okay. All right. We'll make sure we follow up and look through that. To Ms. Bowen Wiggins. Have you been here all day? All right. Do you need me to send a note for your class that you've been here all day?
That would be wonderful.
Okay, let me know. I'll do that for real. You were sitting over there for a good while, so I know you were here. So if you need me to send a note, I am more than happy to do so. You're at Walls?
Yeah, I'm at Walls.
Excellent. The other thing, it's not necessarily budget related, but just especially for our student leaders to be aware of. One of the things that we're working on is how we can change or essentially work with our existing DC Climate Commission to add space where we have more youth voices that are actually on the commission in a formal, official way, and kind of creating a youth commission. And we've been looking at how to get this structured the right way so that we have voices of college and university students, how we have high school students, how do we make sure we have a perspective, because I think that there are powerful young voices that are absent from the conversation in many spaces from the adults in the room. And the adults need to have your voices at the table, not kind of every now and then invite you in an advisory. Like, you need to be a full-fledged member at the table. And so we're trying to think about how to get that done. And we'll certainly follow up. And if that's something you're all interested in, we'll make sure we keep you in touch on that. Ms. Stewart online, I appreciate, just go get the 18 million from DGS and put it back at STF. I got to figure out how to replace the 18 million somewhere else. So I agree with you. We're trying to get everything back into SETF that we can. We've got to find the revenue to swap out for DGS. And when DGS was here yesterday, that's Department of General Services, for folks who don't follow agency acronyms as close. The SETF, they're basically taking $70 million out of what's supposed to be going into our clean energy and environmental investments, lowering utility bills for seniors, all the things that SETF does. And they are just paying the utility bills for your district government buildings. And this year or next year, it'll increase to using the SETF for 90% of those costs. When I asked the DGS director, did he ask for the SETF funds? He said, no. He said, I'm agnostic as to where the funding comes from. I just know I got to pay the bill. So if there's a different way to figure out how to have the funds, DGS isn't going to fight us on that. And we got to get the SETF dollars back. We also ultimately have to figure out how to lock this away so that the mayor doesn't do this the very next year and we're all back here again. And then Mr. Chestnut, I appreciate you being here. I was trying to follow, towards the end, you started talking about Oxen Run and Pope's Branch, but then I couldn't quite tell if you were saying you weren't sure if the funding was actually there or not. Could you maybe reiterate what you were saying there towards the end of your testimony about Oxen Run and Pope's Branch?
Well, the stream restoration planning and work, we've been working to get this done for, quite a long time. And we finally have completed planning for Pope Branch and have started the planning for Watts Branch. But right at a time when these things are finally moving forward, funding is being pulled. So I just want to really reiterate that this important bioretention work, which ties directly to restoring the health of the Anacostia River, is so very important for us to keep prioritized. And DOEE is, they're doing a great job. Their staff has been doing a great job continuing to move this along. And, now is not the time to just pull the rug out from under these while we're at the point. This is kind of like a Humpty Dumpty moment, it'll be almost impossible to get this going again once following all of the work that we put in to get things to this point. So that was what I was primarily referring to.
Got it. Okay. Well, certainly happy to work with you after the hearing too, to make sure we find out, because we are still kind of pulling the budget apart to find out what specific projects might still have funding. So we can work with you and DOE to make sure we track that down.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right. We still have one more panel of witnesses, so I want to make sure I get to them. But I want to thank everybody for taking time out this evening. Thanks for your patience and hanging in there and your perseverance to stay this late. And thanks for your advocacy. Oh, and Ms. Bowen, you asked another question, which was, what can you do? So I'll put a shameless plug in for Monday. If I need to write another note, I can do that. On Monday, there is a, what am I calling it? A day of action. A lot of folks are coming in. As you noted, I've been the only council member here the entire day. I would have loved to have seen my colleagues come in. I'll give some grace, and then I know there were other hearings happening as well. But I think that they need to hear your voices as well. So I know that a lot of organizations are planning on a Monday day of action where they'll be walking the halls, making sure they come into the offices, catch council members, catch their senior staff, and be able to talk about why this is so important. And so that's on Monday. That's a great way to help out. The other thing is certainly to continue to lift your voices up, calls, emails, and just making sure the council knows this is a priority. None of us are going to pretend that we've got an economy right now and a budget that we could just do everything we want to do. I have been at this long enough to know there will be tough decisions in this budget. There will be trade-offs. There will be things that I would have liked to have funded that I won't be able to fully fund. But when I see an agency that is cut by a full quarter of its budget, and that's not a real number, because once you take out and back out the federal dollars that are not coming, it's more like a 40% cut to the agency. There is no other agency in all of DC government that is taking that type of cut. So perhaps we are asking, all of government has to be able to figure out how to do this. The other thing I'll add, if we're trying to balance this budget on cuts alone, and cuts that only hit one part of our city, we don't have to balance a budget on cuts alone. I think that when you make a clear ask to people and you talk about what it is you're trying to do, there are ways that you can also generate some revenue so that you don't have to balance a difficult budget simply on cuts to services. This budget cuts people off healthcare, cuts people off housing, it cuts food support, and certainly decimates DOEE. I don't think it's the right way to balance a budget. And so we are going to continue to do a lot of work on that in that regard.
I'm sorry, can I ask one more clarifying question? When I hear you using the term, we're looking at this, we're looking at this, is there any sense that you can give us of how engaged your committee is and how aware they are of what's going on with DOEE and where they stand on it?
To be fair, I've heard many of my colleagues actually criticize the budget as it comes to DOEE. So I do think that they're aware. And so I wouldn't take not seeing every member not being here as that they aren't paying attention or they don't care. I've talked to multiple members of my colleagues, especially my committee members. They care. They recognize how challenging this is, but also how detrimental the proposed budget would be. So when you see them on Monday, say, I know you know how bad this budget is. Now, what are you going to do about it? And then when they say, well, we're waiting for Charles to fix it, say, need a little more than that. All right. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. All right. Let me call up our last panel of the day. I have Courtney Tolbert, Nigel Brake, Wade Wilson, Alden Wilson, Christopher Williams. We had a Christopher Williams testify earlier today, so I'm not sure if it's the same Christopher Williams or if there's multiple Christopher Williams. Shockey Taylor, Lynn Coffey. We've got Lynn. All right, Ms. Coffey is online. Kenneth Towns. Alex Ortiz. Evelyn Frazier. Ms. Frazier, we could have brought you up with your kids too. We didn't. All right. They did great. I just was trying to help bring everybody together. Yeah. All right, Dorothy Ann Scanley. Oh, all right, you're right there. Thomas Wright. Kate Bockover. All right. Was there anybody else who came down today, maybe you've been sitting here since 8:45 in the morning, and you had the expectation you wanted to testify? Because I've got a chair. Chris, you already testified. It's not a new day. All right. So we have, I think we have Lynn Coffey online, and then we have Evelyn Frazier, and we have Dorothy Ann Scanley. All right. Lynn Coffey, I'm going to turn to you. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can see and hear you. So whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Lynn Coffey, and I serve as the Education Ranger on Kingman Island. I'm here today to speak about the vital role environmental education plays in our community and how the potential loss of DOEE funding under Mayor Bowser's administration is threatening the programs that help make this work possible. This funding directly supports environmental education programs for local DC schools. These programs give young people, many from underserved communities, access to outdoor, science-based learning experiences they might not otherwise have. Every day, I have the privilege of leading students through outdoor learning experiences they'll never forget. Whether it's observing wildlife, restoring a habitat, or learning how ecosystems function, these hands-on lessons connect young people to the natural world in a way that a classroom simply can't replicate. My role as the education ranger is to create a safe, engaging, and inspiring experience for every child who steps on the Kingman Island. And I want to be clear, I'm grateful that my job as a ranger is not currently in jeopardy, but the programs we rely on to bring students to the island and support their experience are at risk due to the potential DOEE funding cuts. The organizations we partner with, many of which depend on this funding, make it possible to coordinate field trips, provide supplies, and support educators who work alongside us. DOEE funding doesn't just keep Kingman Island functioning, it strengthens the partnerships that allow our education programs to thrive. It helps maintain the land, supports volunteer efforts, and sustains the very programs that connect DC youth with nature, science, and stewardship. If this funding disappears, our community loses more than just programming. We lose access, opportunity, and a powerful tool for education and equity. I respectfully urge the council to consider the real impact this will have, not just on Kingman Island, but on the people of DC who benefit from everything it provides. Thank you for your time and considering what's at stake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coffey. Let's see, next, Evelyn Fraser.
Hey, and thank you for being here all day. So my name is Sarah Fraser. I've lived in DC and raised a family in Ward 5 for close to 20 years. And we have been the recipient of some of DOE's River Smart monies and infrastructure. We have a water retention thing that they put into our property so that our basement no longer floods. So we have directly experienced how well the programs work. We paddleboard and do trash pickups on the Anacostia. We have not yet made the cutoff to go do the trash trap sorting, but we keep trying to sign up. So there are a lot of programs in our ward from the DOEE that we rely on and that we're deeply grateful for. The cuts, like everybody else, I'm here to say the cuts are unconscionable. And on top of that, I want to talk about the potential stadium deal, which seems to me, if the council is going to go forward with it, if the mayor is going to go forward with it, the DC as a whole voted against that land use. I think you know that very well because you have protested the whole thing. If this is going to happen, some significant changes need to be made to that deal because currently I think it's Apollo something group is paying DC nothing. No sales tax, no property taxes, my daughter referenced, no part of the ticket sales. We get nothing from this and we're expected to subsidize it. So I hear you saying over and over again, the mayor's taking this money away. I have to find, the council that is, has to find a place to put it. That's it. If we have to have this awful thing, we should get something out of it that funds DOEE, that funds our schools, that funds all of the programs that make DC a place that people are gonna wanna live and will want to come to. And the football stadium just is not it. So again, I would like to thank you for being here today for the whole day and thank everybody who came for their testimony. And hopefully we can keep money in DOEE where it belongs.
Thank you very much. And I'll come back to that point in just a moment. Dorothy Ann Scanley.
Good evening. Chairman Allen, it's been a very long day. Thank you for hanging in through all this testimony. I have found, I've been listening on and off all day, and it's been really compelling testimony. I'm just really impressed. The committee has, your committee, you in particular, have been very forward-looking on environmental issues, and you have a right to be proud of your record. The mayor's budget is going to undermine your legacy. And all the witnesses today have talked to the particular programs that are at risk, that I want to look at this from another angle. The chapter of Title VIII that establishes the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund clearly and specifically requires that the funds be spent solely for the purposes of the trust and that they cannot revert. And there's, subsection A, paragraph 2 says the money deposited into the fund and the interest earned shall not revert to the unrestricted fund balance of the general fund. So the intentions are very clear, and the surcharges that everyone pays on their energy bills are supposed to be used for what they're legally supposed to be used for. When the legislation was written, you all clearly anticipated this kind of a move, and you wrote into the legislation mechanisms to prohibit it. And yet the mayor is going ahead and doing it anyway. And I mean, I understand that she's doing it in a way that prevents legal challenge. And I just find this really boggling. I mean, everyone that I have told about what's going on, this rating of the funds, the first thing they say is, isn't that illegal? And, I buttonholed Chairman Mendelson at a neighborhood meeting. And he said, what are you going to do about this? And his reply was, oh, it's really, really complicated. It was like he couldn't do anything about it because it was too complicated. Well, I'm sorry. Most things that matter are complicated. And complicated isn't impossible. And so I'm not speaking to you, I'm speaking to the council at large. I really urge you to prevent this move. It undermines, it's like she's legislating from the executive office, and she's undermining your authority by doing expressly what the law prohibits. Okay, that's for that. Finally, I had a line in my testimony about climate change in the future. And, you kids, it's great. I'm so glad that you're here and you care and you're speaking to this. The balance of nature is really, really fragile. And we have pushed it right smack up to the tipping point. And I know short range planning and thinking and, it's not here yet. The climate change, it's a natural temptation, but we cannot keep pushing it back. Dealing with it. We can't keep postponing dealing with it. It's just, it's too dangerous. That's it.
Thank you. I don't think we have anybody else, so let me jump in. We're not elected to do the easy things. We're elected to do the hard things, the complicated things. If it was easy, then everybody would do it. So it is complicated, but that doesn't mean it's not our job to work and fix it, right? So I will try to break down as easy as I can what's going on, because you are correct as you read through the law about what the SETF is for and what it's prohibited from. The mechanism by which the mayor does this is that she sends down a budget, and then there's always, with every budget, there's what's called the Budget Support Act, which is the accompanying legislative language that enables or enacts the budget numbers. So what she does in the Budget Support Act is rewrites the law to say that all these dollars can get spent that way. Then our chief financial officer certifies the budget as proposed to us. So what we inherit then is the budget sweep as well as the legal language that says it's okay to do. We are unable to just simply say, we're not going to follow your language, we're going to put back in the law, because by doing that, because she's balanced the budget based off of the sweep, we have to restore the sweep. So I'll use the DPW example. So under the Department of Public Works, we provide street sweeping services in our city. I think we all like that. That's good. So street sweeping costs $16 million. So $16 million, however, she takes that $16 million, takes it away from DPW in her proposed budget, spends that money somewhere else. That leaves a $16 million hole at DPW. She then takes the $16 million from the SETF, which she, through the BSA, allows herself legally to do, puts it over to DPW to now pay for street sweeping. You're not getting any more street sweeping, you're just getting the same level of street sweeping, right? But now I have a $16 million hole at SETF. So I can't just move this, well, I could technically move the 16 million from street sweeping back to the SCTF, but now I've left a hole for street sweeping. So now I have to fill that hole. And so I've got to find another source. So when we look at the SCTF and seeing all the funds, not all, but huge number of the funds being removed from that, $70 million going to the Department of General Services to pay the electricity bill. We could say, no, you can't move that money, but now I'd leave a $70 million hole there. So I've got to figure out how to fill that hole, right? So that's the mechanism that she's using, which means that when the budget comes to us and then it gets sliced up into different committees. So I have, as our committee, Environment and Transportation, but I don't have DPW. So I'm not allowed to make a decision in committee on DPW. So it really, we all make our decisions at the committee level. It then comes up to the full council and what we call the committee of the whole. And then that's when we start knitting it back together again. So it requires multiple steps, but that is the stage that we're in right now. And part of what we're doing is looking to say, where could we find revenue to be able to restore a lot of those cuts here, even after we get our committee vote done and approval, where we try to put as much of it back together as we can. There is still work that'll happen at the full council and full committee of the whole before we get to a final budget. So it's hard, but that's the job. So that's what we'll work on.
So
Yes,
what
Ms.
is the point of the language that she brought if the mayor can just say, oh, hey, whoopsie, didn't mean it. This year, we're going to do it like this.
Yeah.
Why do we elect? Yeah, why do we elect you to pass legislation?
No, it's a fair question. The Budget Support Act, consider that like it's a piece of legislation, but because it's tied to the budget and it balances the budget and the CFO, our chief financial officer certifies that. It's frustrating, I agree, but it is the legal operating rules that we have to live under. So they move that and we have to change that.
Right, okay.
So
Thank
that's
you.
what we're going to be working on.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's, trust me, I share your frustration because we're the ones that have to unwind it, but that is a big part of what we're trying to do there. I want to Mr. Coffey, I do want to appreciate your comments. I mean, Kingman Island to me it's a very special space in our city that a lot of folks, once they get out onto the island, it's hard for them to realize they're even in the city anymore. It's a beautiful space. I know that for our rangers and folks that help manage it, it's a lot of work, but man, is it worth it. It's a beautiful space where people can find both some peace or retreat from every day to get out there onto the island. So I bring my family out there all the time and just really grateful for the work you do. And it's part of what we're going to really work hard to protect that funding to make sure that we have it there. And then Ms. Frazier, I want to touch on stadium because you brought that up as well. You know, the proposal that's come to the council is that the city, you, will pay a lot of money. From what we get back, they get not just the stadium, but remember, it's all the land around it, right? Rent-free. Well, $1 a year. Property tax, no property taxes. Sales taxes don't come back to the government. You will build 8,000 parking spaces. We get no parking tax from it. And all the revenue from the people who do drive and park, we get all the traffic and congestion, but the commanders will get all the money and the revenue from it. I think it is a proposal that is not good, and it's a bad deal for our city. If it is a deal that's going to pass, it has to have very significant changes. And that's everything from that's a ridiculous amount of parking to build and needs to be a lot less, to let's put some of that money actually, rather than building parking garages, I'd rather build and expand Metro so that we have more people that can take transit. No one's going to argue that the status quo of what we have is what we should keep. So we do want to see development there. We want to see housing. We want to see new parks and green spaces, all these different things, right? But the deal as it's coming to us is a bad deal for the taxpayer. It's not fair. And every single person I've talked to today that's talked about how they're just hustling to be able to keep their business open, they pay property taxes, they pay rent, they have to do this. Why in the world does $1 billion business not get that. People who are diehard Commanders fans who want to see a stadium still know it's a bad deal and want to see and are counting on the council to make a lot of changes to it. So that's a lot of the work that we're doing over the next couple of weeks and I think months. And we'll see how that breaks. I know for me, I need to see a lot of changes that come in specific to this committee as well. We already talked about the parking versus metro and transportation. But if I were to give you an opportunity to rebuild from scratch the equivalent of a small city, you would build it net zero. You wouldn't be putting in a bunch of gas infrastructure. You'd require different types of green overlays to what the entire thing looks like. If we're building affordable housing and we know we're going to put a bunch of solar on it, I would think creatively, how do I take the SRECs that are going to get created from that solar generation, and how do I lock in so that that benefit actually goes to the affordable housing that's coming, so I can not only have affordable housing from a rent perspective, but affordable housing and utilities so that I bring that down. I think people are thinking very small right now about little nibbling on the edges of what they want to see changed. I think there needs to be significant changes if we're going to do it that completely change the structure and do it something so it's fair and good for DC. I could go on this for a long time, but especially when I am faced with a budget that just is devastating and detrimental in so many other spaces, it's got to change dramatically.
Well, and just to reiterate, the vote in DC was to not have the stadium. Like the popular vote said no. So I would prefer to not see any deal, but if it's going that way, the changes you discussed would be necessary.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And I'm of the same mind. NFL stadiums have been shown over and over again. They're not the economic generator that people say they are. Very different than an arena, which is year-round activity, or even a ballpark that's most of the year. But if I feel like the votes are there to ultimately find their way to a yes, the terms of the deal have got to change dramatically. And the majority of the council actually believes that too. So I think that you will see the council continue to hang in there to make changes, even with and in the face of some serious pressure. So, all right. I appreciate it. Mr. Coffey, I'll let you go as well. Thank you very much for joining us for this hearing today. I would be remiss if I did not note that throughout, from the very beginning this morning, we've actually had the director of the Department of Energy and Environment over in the wings over there, Richard Jackson, who wanted to make sure that he could hear all of the testimony from all of our witnesses. And Director Jackson, just want to give you a shout out and acknowledge that you've been sitting there the entire day, taking notes and listening to everybody's testimony. And just like we talked about at the agency hearing, I know that a lot of our DOE employees are watching this hearing, and I know that they take what they've heard, I hope they take it the right way, which is a lot of confidence in the work that is done at DOE, in the people that are there, but a deep frustration in the budget that you are being handed, and that I think is frankly impossible to defend. But I think that I want the DOE staff to know a lot of praise and a lot of good thoughts headed their way, and a recognition and appreciation for the work they do. So at this point, at 7:15, we've heard from a lot of our witnesses today about our DOE programs, about funding. I think we've heard from more than 130 witnesses. They represent young people and students, our faith communities, longtime fourth and fifth generation Washingtonians, sustainable developers, and a lot more small businesses that would be deeply and severely impacted by the cuts that are proposed. For every dollar of DOE's budget, it's clear there's a multiplier effect, and we are wasting our nation-leading environmental agency by sacrificing it in this funding and in this budget. We have got to do better, and this committee is going to do that. That said, this is going to conclude the committee's fourth budget oversight hearing on the Green Finance Authority, the DC Sustainable Energy Utility, and the Department of Energy and Environment. Again, I want to thank all of our public witnesses for their testimony. The volume of witnesses is evident of the dire budget state for these agencies. The record for today's hearing is going to close on June 20th, so we can still accept testimony up until that date. People can submit written testimony through the council's hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings until that time. For our final budget hearing this year, where I do not have 140 witnesses, the committee will receive government and public testimony on the DMV on Monday, June 16th at 9 a.m. So there being no further business for the committee, the time is now 7:17 p.m. and this public hearing of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment is now adjourned. Thank you, everyone.